Chapter 1165. Brother Jiang, you've really surprised me. Fu Hui sighed. He didn't pay attention to the situation of the outer sect these days. It was only when he heard that Jiang Chen was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array that he understood what Jiang Chen had done to the outer sect. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could do something that would be recorded in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Fu Hui was also very surprised. He had thought highly of Jiang Chen, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. After all, there weren't many people who could absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts palace. At least he had never seen such a person. Jiang Chen was the first one who had done it. I have to find a way to enter the inner sect. If I don't do something, why would the Institute of Elders make an exception for me to challenge the Iron Dummy Array? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Haha, it seems that you have started to plan after I told you about the Iron Dummy Array. But it's fine now. With your capability, the outer sect indeed can't accommodate you. However, it won't be that easy to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. Brother Jiang, you have to be prepared. Fu Hui reminded. He could already tell that a figure like Jiang Chen was destined to be extraordinary no matter where he went. There's nothing to prepare. Let nature take its course. I also want to see how difficult the legendary Iron Dummy Array is. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. Tianyun Pavilion was supported by Ouyang. Tian Muyun merely stole the fruits of Ouyang's labor. Jiang Chen had two purposes in coming to Tianyun Pavilion. One was to kill Tian Muyun to avenge Ouyang, and the other was to help Ouyang develop Tianyun Pavilion and lead the entire one-line sky. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to make a name for himself in Tianyun Pavilion, step by step, to the top of Tianyun Pavilion, to the top, and to control the whole Tianyun Pavilion in his own hands. This was destined to be an extremely difficult process. After all, Tian Muyun had been in charge of Tianyun Pavilion for 2 years. In addition to his tyrannical cultivation base, extraordinary talent and accumulation in Tianyun Pavilion over the years, he must have gained a lot of people's trust. To Jiang Chen, these people were obstacles and enemies. Therefore, the seemingly peaceful appearance of Tianyun Pavilion was destined to be disturbed by Jiang Chen's arrival. Of course, this was his biggest secret, and it was impossible for him to tell Fu Hui. I believe that Brother Jiang will be able to break through the Iron Dummy Array and create another miracle, Fu Hui said. The confidence in Jiang Chen's every move would infect him. That kind of confidence was innate and came from his bones. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen didn't go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. He wasn't interested in the martial arts hall itself. If it wasn't for his own purpose, he wouldn't have competed with the other outer sect disciples for the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he had no more interest in the martial arts hall. This situation was undoubtedly a great thing for those outer sect disciples. Without Jiang Chen's disturbance, it was a wonderful thing. They didn't have to worry about not being able to cultivate anymore. 3 days later, a lot of people gathered at the border between the outer sect and the inner sect early in the morning. There was a mountain peak here and the scenery on the peak was beautiful. There were no other buildings on the peak except for a very ordinary-looking palace. There were 3 big words engraved on the door of the palace: Iron Dummy Array. This was a very important place in the Tianyun Pavilion because those who could come out from here were destined to be the prodigies of the prodigies and the best of the best. It had been a long time since anyone tried the Iron Dummy Array, but every time someone tried it, it would attract a lot of onlookers, especially the outer sect disciples and the inner sect disciples. For the outer sect disciples, once someone passed the Iron Dummy Array, it meant that there would be a powerful figure in the inner sect. People would try to make friends with him. Of course, there would be no shortage of jealous prodigies who would make things difficult for them. In addition, the outer sect elders and the inner sect elders would also appear. The Iron Dummy Array was controlled by them. Even the high-level and powerful elders would observe secretly. After all, it was a good thing for the sect to have a prodigy. They all understood the power of the Iron Dummy Array. As long as someone could pass the Iron Dummy Array, he was destined to be extraordinary. Sometimes, some powerful golden immortal elders would judge the true potential of the challenger based on his performance in the array. If the challenger caught their eye, they might appear in person and accept the challenger as a true disciple. To the challenger, it was undoubtedly a good thing that a pie fell from the sky. From then on, the challenger would soar to the sky. There were already several elders standing in front of the palace gate. Some of them were from the outer sect and the other were from the inner sect. However, Yuan Kuei and Li Zhong hadn't appeared yet. Usually, heavyweights like them would only appear at the critical moment. More and more people gathered around the mountain peak. Many of them wanted to see if Jiang Chen could walk out of the Iron Dummy Array, but according to the previous examples of disciples who had entered the array, there weren't many people who were optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances. Why hasn't that Jiang Chen appeared yet? Isn't he too arrogant to let us wait here? That's right. Don't be afraid to show up at the last moment. That would be a great disgrace. I don't think so. After all, he was the one who proposed the condition. I think Jiang Chen has some means, otherwise he wouldn't dare to boast like that. Just as everyone was talking about it, a silhouette flew in from the outer sect, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this time, all eyes fell on the silhouette in the sky. It was a white-robed youth with a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was extremely dazzling, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration and envy. Look, it's Jiang Chen. Sure enough, he can fly. I'm really envious that an Earth Immortal can fly. No wonder he has the ability to destroy the mine of Shenyang School and escape from a late Heaven Immortal expert. It seems like he's not that simple. Earth Immortals can't manipulate the spatial airflow. It's rare for them to be able to fly, and the ability to fly is extremely rare. Jiang Chen's flaming wings look extraordinary. It really makes people jealous. Those who exclaimed in admiration were all outer sect disciples. They thought that inner sect disciples were all Heaven Immortals and could manipulate the spatial airflow to fly. So they weren't envious, but they were still surprised. After all, when they were at Jiang Chen's level, flying was an extravagant hope for them. Chapter 1166. At this point, Jiang Chen had nothing to hide anymore. Plus, it wasn't a secret that he could fly. What happened in Shenyang School had already spread across one-line sky. It was just that he had never displayed the flaming wings in front of outsiders. Now that he was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he naturally had to make it look more magnificent. Swoosh! Jiang Chen retracted the flaming wings and landed right outside the palace. He cupped his fists at the elders and said, "Disciple Jiang Chen greets all the elders." All the elders nodded secretly. Judging from his appearance and demeanor, Jiang Chen was a dragon among men, the kind that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Not long after that, Inner Sect Great Elder Li Zhong and Outer Sect Great Elder Yuan Kuei appeared at the same time. Li Zhong's appearance attracted countless respectful gazes. The scene calmed down. Li Zhong was a late divine immortal expert. The pressure that he exuded was unbearable to the Earth Immortal Outer Sect disciples. Li Zhong's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen and said faintly, "Jiang Chen, I have to remind you that all the iron dummies here have gone through special training. They have no spiritual intelligence and are cold-blooded and ruthless. Once you enter the array, you will have to bear a great risk. In the past, there were some arrogant geniuses who entered the Iron Dummy Array, but as a result, they couldn't withstand the pressure and were crippled. Since then, they have never been able to recover." These words were said to warn the disciples who were going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, but as a matter of fact, those who were determined to challenge the Iron Dummy Array had tried their best and were proud and arrogant. Now that there were so many people watching them, they couldn't back down even if they failed. "I have made up my mind," Jiang Chen said. This was his purpose. There was no reason for him to back down. "All right, take out your identity jade token." Li Zhong stretched out his hand. Jiang Chen turned his palm, took out his identity jade token and handed it over to Li Zhong. Li Zhong took Jiang Chen's identity jade token and walked to the front of the palace. There was a secret compartment at the center of the palace gate. The size of this compartment was exactly the same as the identity jade token. Li Zhong placed Jiang Chen's identity jade token on top of the secret compartment. Crack crack. The door immediately made a creaking sound and was gradually opened. Perhaps because it had not been opened for a long time, the sound of the door opening was particularly ear-piercing and unpleasant. Jiang Chen's identity jade plate was still on top, emitting a golden light. Remember, you only have 10 seconds because the puppets will only stop attacking for 10 seconds. If you don't come out, the puppets will continue to attack endlessly. Unless you call for help or your identity jade card goes dim, I will only go in and save you. Of course, if I save you, it will also mean that you have failed in the Iron Dummy Array. Jiang Chen, do you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Jiang Chen, after the door is opened, you will enter it. The brightness of your identity jade card will represent your situation inside. You only need to stay in there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the puppets will stop attacking." Li Zhong told Jiang Chen the rules of challenging the Iron Dummy Array. This disciple understands. Jiang Chen nodded and then walked into the palace without hesitation. He had basically understood the principle of the Iron Dummy Array. The identity jade plate of every outer disciple was the key to open the gate of the Iron Dummy Array. When the identity jade plate was placed in the secret compartment, it would directly connect to the aura inside the array. The golden light on the jade plate represented the basic situation of the disciple inside. If the light was bright, it meant that the disciple was in good condition. If the light dimmed, it meant that the disciple was in danger. After Jiang Chen entered, the gate of the palace was closed again. No one could see the situation inside clearly. The only way to know Jiang Chen's situation was the identity jade plate exposed outside the secret compartment. No one knew whether Jiang Chen could succeed or not, but at least Jiang Chen's current situation was very good. Do you think Jiang Chen can successfully walk out of the iron dummy array? Li Zhong, the great elder of the inner sect, asked with great interest. I think it's very difficult. You should know that there are not many geniuses who can walk out of the array successfully. That's right. We are very clear about the situation inside the iron dummy array. The stronger the challenger is, the stronger the puppets inside will be. The 28 puppets also cooperate with each other quite well. It's very difficult for one to fight against 28 puppets for 10 minutes. Let's not jump to conclusions too early. I think Jiang Chen is extraordinary. Maybe he can really succeed in breaking out of the iron dummy array. In that case, Tianyun Pavilion will have another peerless genius. Many elders were guessing whether Jiang Chen could successfully break out of the iron dummy array. However, most of the elders were not very optimistic about Jiang Chen. After all, the power of the iron dummy array was still there. It was very difficult to succeed. The great elder, Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei were both smiling. No one knew what they were thinking. Inside the palace, after the door was closed, it was as dark as ink without any color. However, this situation did not affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. With his current cultivation, there was no difference between darkness and daylight. He could see everything in the palace clearly. Huff! There was a cold wind blowing under his feet, which made his heart cold. Jiang Chen could clearly see that the entire palace was filled with black puppets. Each puppet was in the shape of a human, but it was much more majestic than an ordinary person. Each puppet was more than 3 meters tall. There were a total of 28 puppets. They did not breathe or move. They just stood there quietly, which made people think that they were statues. The position of these puppets did not seem to be anything special. However, for a person like Jiang Chen who was proficient in all kinds of formations, it was very different. The 28 puppets were divided into 7 directions. Each direction had 4 puppets standing, surrounding each other in a square formation. What a powerful iron dummy array. These 28 dummies occupy 7 different positions. There are no blind spots in their attacks. Once I fall into the array, they will take turns to attack me. Moreover, because of the array, they have a tacit understanding with each other. At the very least, their cooperation is much better than that of cultivators. I have to study this array and see how I can break it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. However, if he wanted to figure out these puppets in the iron dummy array, he had to choose to take the initiative. If he did not take action, he would not get any results. Crack. Chapter 1167. As Jiang Chen entered, the formation began to rotate. As the formation rotated, all the puppets noticed Jiang Chen immediately. The hollow eyes of each puppet looked extremely cold. Although they didn't emit any coldness, it made people feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. The invisible pressure of the 28 puppets fused together. If it was an ordinary person who entered, he or she would be scared to the point of trembling. In terms of aura alone, Jiang Chen had already lost. The result could be imagined. However, Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person after all. It was impossible to suppress him with aura or pressure. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these puppets were just killing machines without life. There was nothing to be afraid of. Come on, let me see what's different about you puppets. Jiang Chen's body emitted a strong desire to fight. He wanted to see how these puppets could make him last for less than 10 minutes. Crack. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a puppet suddenly attacked. The puppet was extremely fast. Almost as soon as it moved, it was already in front of Jiang Chen. The movement of the puppet was simple. It was just a simple punch. However, this punch couldn't be underestimated. It was fast and ruthless. Even with Jiang Chen's reaction speed, he couldn't help but be surprised. So fast. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The speed of the puppet was indeed fast. However, compared to him, it was still lacking. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and instantly threw a punch. He had never lost in a competition of pure strength. Bang! 2 fists collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. The sparks lit up a corner of the palace. The puppet had obviously underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. Its majestic body was sent flying by Jiang Chen's punch. The puppet's arm was instantly shattered by Jiang Chen's violence, turning into pieces on the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiangchen shook his head. The iron dummy array was said to be magical by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. Now it seemed that it was just SOSO. If these puppets only had this little strength, Jiangchen was confident that he could destroy all the puppets in half a minute. However, what happened next made Jiangchen's jaw drop. The surrounding formation started shaking once again, and the broken pieces on the ground started flying back to the broken arm of the puppet. In an instant, the broken arm was completely fused with the broken arm, and the puppet returned to its original state without a single scratch on it. No way. Jiangchen was stunned. He suddenly felt that this iron dummy array was interesting. At least, it was much more magical and powerful than he had imagined. The puppets that were broken could recover with the help of the formation. In other words, these puppets were simply immortal. So, any disciple who tried to challenge the iron dummy could never destroy these puppets. The only thing they could do was to hold on for 10 minutes. The cold wind in the surroundings became more and more intense. This was the result of the rapid operation of the formation. With the operation of the formation, Jiangchen could clearly feel that the cold aura coming from the puppets was getting stronger. In other words, the strength of these puppets was getting stronger very quickly. I understand now. The puppets inside the iron dummy array will adjust their strength according to the strength of the person who comes in. This is the terrifying part. That puppet just now was just a tentative attack. To put it bluntly, it was just testing my strength. Next is the real attack. It's getting more and more interesting. Jiangchen was not a fool. He instantly understood the key point. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the iron dummy array. Such a wonderful formation. The person who created this formation must be a genius. Jiangchen didn't know that this iron dummy array was created by Ouyang He. It was specifically targeted at the outer sect disciples. The purpose of this array was to help the sect promote geniuses. However, there weren't many people who could pass through the iron dummy array in recent years. Tian Muyun was one of the most powerful ones. Kaka. Just at the moment when the formation was completed, 7 puppets appeared in 7 different directions. Each of them moved at an extremely fast speed, even faster than before. The 7 puppets cooperated with each other tacitly and attacked from 7 different directions at the same time. This was a kind of omnidirectional attack with no blind spots. Jiangchen himself was restricted by the formation, so it was difficult for him to dodge. Now that these puppets were attacking so quickly, it was indeed not easy to deal with them. Good timing. Jiangchen shouted in a low voice without the slightest fear. His footsteps were mysterious and his body movement was also extremely fast. He punched out 7 times in a blink of an eye, and each punch collided with the fists of the 7 puppets. Bang 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 bang. The dull sound brought about a large number of sparks, but this time the 4 puppets were not damaged like before. They were only pushed back 2 steps by Jiangchen's thighs. The scene of their arms being smashed by Jiangchen's punch didn't happen at all. Motherfucker, I don't know what material these puppets are made of, but they are so abnormal. With the adjustment and blessing of the formation, their bodies have become tyrannical and strong to such an extent that they can already compete with me head-on. But this is also good, I can use them to temper my body. This kind of most primitive collision is also very beneficial to me and can greatly enhance my foundation. Jiangchen's competitive spirit was aroused. He decided to have some fun with these puppets. Kaka. This time it was not the previous 7 puppets but 14. The number had doubled. At the same time they attacked from different directions and their speed was getting faster and faster. Jiangchen took a deep breath. In the face of so many powerful puppets, if it was someone else they would immediately feel numb. It seemed that the outside world's description of the iron dummy formation was somewhat reasonable. This formation was indeed terrifying. 9 phantom wolves. Jiangchen shouted again and directly displayed the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with Jiangchen's figure. This situation immediately disturbed the perception of the puppets and directly disrupted the tacit cooperation between the puppets, which greatly reduced the pressure on Jiangchen. Good body movement. Chapter 1168. Even Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei, who were outside the iron dummy array, couldn't see the situation inside the iron dummy array. They could only judge Jiangchen's basic situation through the light emitted by his identity jade token. However, the old man could clearly see the situation inside the iron dummy array through the crystal ball. Moreover, the old man owned an independent mountain in the core of Tianyun Pavilion and his own cultivation palace. All these indicated that the old man's identity and status in Tianyun Pavilion was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The old man's casual movement would emit an extremely powerful qi. He was an existence that had completely surpassed the immortal realm. He was a true golden immortal expert who had comprehended the profound meaning of Daluo. Normally, an existence at this level would not pay attention to the situation of the outer sect and inner sect. After all, given their status, these things were completely beneath their notice. However, there would be some elders who would take a look when they had nothing to do. This was also the reason why some outer sect disciples were accepted as true disciples by golden immortal experts after successfully breaking through the iron dummy array. The old man happened to be bored today and happened to see Jiang Chen breaking through the iron dummy array, so he took a look out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, he was immediately attracted by Jiang Chen. Originally, he thought that he would just take a look, and if the performance of the person inside was not very good, he would directly turn off the crystal ball. But now he was ready to keep watching. Inside the iron dummy array, Jiang Chen and the 14 puppets fought for a round. It was a very enjoyable and comfortable fight. During the process of colliding with these puppets, Jiang Chen felt that all the muscle cells in his body began to throb. These puppets not only had powerful and violent attack power, but also unparalleled speed, which forced him to fight with all his strength. In such a situation where his energy was highly concentrated and his body functions were fully mobilized, it was very beneficial for Jiang Chen to fight these puppets. Kaka. The next round was about to begin. This time all the puppets moved. There was a total of 28 puppets, and all of them had locked onto Jiang Chen. Following the rotation of the formation, the 28 puppets shifted their positions. It was a dazzling scene. Their teamwork had reached the pinnacle. In addition to their incredible speed, they looked exactly the same. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with the figures of the puppets. At first glance, there were more than thousands of them, causing people to feel dizzy. He managed to mobilize all 28 puppets so quickly. This is the most terrifying moment of the iron dummy array. Just the appearance and aura of those puppets is enough to make people want to retreat. This old man wants to see how this kid will deal with the next battle. The eyes of the old man who was secretly watching the crystal ball lit up once again. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes for the geniuses to mobilize all the puppets in the iron dummy array. This was because by this time, the geniuses inside had basically displayed all their skills. The number of puppets would increase according to the opponent's ability. Most of the disciples who failed to mobilize all the puppets would fail before they could even mobilize all the puppets. However, Jiang Chen only used 2 minutes to mobilize all the puppets. Furthermore, Jiang Chen looked calm and relaxed. It didn't look like he was trying his best. It seems like I'm going to have a great harvest today. Fighting with these puppets is more beneficial than cultivating in the martial arts hall for a few years. 28 puppets, come at me together. Let's have a good fight. Jiang Chen's entire body was filled with battle intent. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. A blood-colored dragon shadow was hovering above his head. That was the blood chi. The blood chi was like a dragon, and it was the sign that the blood chi was extremely dense. Jiang Chen could already use the dragon transformation, and his blood chi was several times more terrifying than any ordinary unparalleled great demon. With the release of his soul force and the coverage of the great soul derivation technique, those fast puppets had nowhere to hide. Every move of theirs was in the range of Jiang Chen's perception. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Jiang Chen attacked with lightning speed. He didn't use any combat skills and only used his terrifying physical body to fight. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. There were shadows everywhere, Jiang Chen's shadow and the puppet's shadow. It was a dazzling sight, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Every time they clashed, there would be large sparks. Due to the speed of the collisions, the entire array formation was about to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Every time he fought with these puppets, Jiang Chen's arm would feel numb, but the numbness would automatically recover in the next moment. This kind of high-intensity battle had caused the chi and blood in his body to circulate faster and faster, and his abilities and potential were constantly being developed. For Jiang Chen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see everything clearly. He could clearly see that Jiang Chen was facing the attacks of the 28 puppets at the same time. Jiang Chen was able to deal with the puppets with ease and accurately pinpoint the positions of the puppets. What a keen perception. This man has actually given me such a big surprise. This old man is going to divine this brat's future. The more the old man watched, the more astonished he became. Immediately, he couldn't help but begin his divination. Speaking of the art of divination, everyone in One Line Sky knew about the famous Tianji Zi, who had the title of divine divination. This old man was Tianji Zi. His cultivation base was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, but his status in Tianyun Pavilion was equal to those late golden immortal elders. In the past, even Ouyang he had to address him as a brother. Even Tian Muyun had to address him as uncle. The so-called art of divination was to see through the heaven's secret. Although Qianjizi was a golden immortal expert, his cultivation base was still far from enough in the art of divination. Therefore Qianjizi couldn't predict everything. Even so, it was already very terrifying. Qianjizi and Ouyang he had a very good relationship. 2 years ago, when Ouyang he was breaking through to the immortal king realm, Qianjizi happened to be away from the sect. Otherwise he would have divined for Ouyang he. Although he couldn't predict that Tian Muyun would frame his master, he could at least predict a good or bad luck. The death of Ouyang he had made Tianjizi blame himself for 2 years. Today when he saw how miraculous Jiang Chen was, Tianjizi couldn't help but divine, but the result of his divination gave him a great shock. What a good brat. Even with this old man's ability, I can't divine anything about him. This man doesn't seem to be part of the heaven's secret. He seems to be an existence that transcends fate. It seems like this man isn't simple. He is indeed a man with great luck. The possibility of Jiang Chen becoming Tianyun Pavilion's secret is a variable in one-line sky. Chapter 1169. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen was still in the fierce battle with all the puppets. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely fallen into a state of selflessness. For him, fighting with these puppets was no longer a kind of torture, but a kind of enjoyment. It was a rare cultivation that could let him enter another rare state. Jiang Chen did not notice that this kind of development of potential and function actually made his qi restless. Under the automatic operation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense in his body. Outside the palace, everyone's eyes were fixed on the identity jade card. They saw that Jiang Chen's identity jade card was shining brightly and there was no sign of it declining. Amazing, he has already persisted for 5 minutes and he can still maintain such a good state. This guy is really extraordinary. Yeah, the light of the identity jade card is basically the same as when he first entered. That is to say, his condition is still as good as at the beginning. I can't believe it. I just don't know if he can persist for 10 minutes. See, I don't think it will be so easy. The horror of the iron dummy array is beyond our imagination. Many people revealed a trace of shock. Perhaps for the geniuses who entered the iron dummy array, persisting for 5 minutes was nothing. But to be able to persist for 5 minutes and still maintain such a strong state at the beginning was too surprising. One should know that fighting with those puppets was a great consumption of energy. This kind of consumption was not something that ordinary people could bear. It looks very surprising. Do you think he can succeed? Li Zhong looked at the other elders with a smile. The other elders did not speak. They did not expect Jiang Chen's performance. At this time, no one dared to guarantee that Jiang Chen would not be able to break through the iron dummy array. They even had some expectations in their hearts, especially those outer sect elders. After all, there had not been a decent genius in the outer sect for a long time. If Jiang Chen could break through the iron dummy array, they would also be proud. Inside the palace, Jiang Chen was sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with obsession. He had completely entered a state of forgetfulness. Now he no longer needed to deliberately observe the traces of the puppets. He had already grasped the trajectory of the iron dummy array. His fighting with the puppets was getting easier and easier. It didn't feel like a fight but more like a game. If outsiders were to see this, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to close their mouths. Tianjizi stared unblinkingly at the crystal ball. He didn't know what to say about Jiang Chen's state. He didn't dare to say that there was no genius more talented than Jiang Chen in the ethereal immortal domain, but he was sure that Jiang Chen was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Jiang Chen had surpassed Tian Muyun. Soon another 4 minutes passed. It had been 9 minutes since Jiang Chen entered the iron dummy array. There was only 1 minute left before he succeeded. At this time there was a commotion outside the palace. My God! There's only 1 minute left. His state is still the same as before. Could it be that he is still unscathed under the attacks of so many puppets? It's too abnormal. It seems like he is really going to break through the iron dummy array. He has persisted for 9 minutes in his peak state. The last minute is never a big deal. Another genius has emerged in Skycloud Pavilion. Don't worry. The last minute is often the easiest time for changes to occur. Maybe his actual state isn't as good as the Jade token shows. The sound of discussion began again. Most of the disciples and elders were excited. Although they weren't the ones who were trying to break through the array, it was still very good to be able to witness the birth of a genius. After all, It had been a long time since someone had succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array. The last minute passed very quickly for Jiangchen. The fierce battle in the array also came to an end. The 28 puppets actually stopped their attacks and returned to their original positions at the same time. Jiangchen was stunned. When he regained his senses, he found that the battle was over. But to him there was still a feeling of longing for more. Is the 10-minute time up? Jiangchen shook his head reluctantly. Just as he was about to withdraw his qi and walk out of the palace, he suddenly found that 2,000 new dragon marks had been condensed in his dantian. This was no small matter. 2,000 new dragon marks. I didn't expect that fighting these puppets would bring me such great benefits. With just 8,000 more, I will be able to assail the half-step heavenly immortal stage. My potential has yet to be fully stimulated. I have yet to utilize the dragon transformation technique. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I just walk out like this, I will suffer a great loss. These puppets can adjust their strength according to my strength. If I were to utilize the dragon transformation technique to fight them, I would be able to fully utilize my fleshly body's functions. Qin Feng thought to himself, to think that I could condense out 2,000 dragon marks. Unexpectedly, fighting these puppets would bring me so many benefits. I was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the half-step heavenly immortal stage. Now I have condensed out 2,000. Jiangchen was pleasantly surprised. He decided not to walk out of the formation. This terrifying iron dummy array had become the best training ground for him. If he continued to fight, he was confident that he could break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm. He wouldn't forgive himself if he missed such an opportunity. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Again. Dragon transformation. With a sway of his body, Jiangchen transformed into his dragon form, instantly increasing his combat strength by 10 times. Li Zhong had told him clearly that after the puppets stopped attacking, Jiangchen would have 10 seconds to walk out of the palace. Once that happened, he would be considered to have passed the trial. If he didn't come out within 10 seconds, the puppets would attack him again. Therefore, Jiangchen decided not to walk out of the palace. He would continue the battle after 10 seconds. What kind of technique is this? How can his combat strength increase by 10 times in an instant? In the palace, Qinjizi sprang to his feet when he saw Jiangchen's transformation technique. His face was filled with shock. He could see that this was a transformation technique that surpassed the forbidden art. He wasn't too surprised by this technique. What really surprised him was the increase of Jiangchen's combat strength. 10 times of combat strength. This was a heaven-defying increase. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He has succeeded. Why isn't this kid going out? Could it be that he wants to continue fighting these puppets? It seems like he has gained great benefits from the battle just now. Now he is treating the iron dummy array as his training ground. How audacious. Doesn't this bastard know that once the iron dummy array is activated again, it won't be able to stop? Chapter 1170. Tianjizi was somewhat moved. He had already understood Jiangchen's actions. It was obvious that Jiangchen had gained a lot of benefits from the previous battle with the iron dummy array. Now, his combat strength had soared to the extreme and he wanted to pursue greater progress. In other words, in the eyes of Jiangchen, breaking through the iron dummy array was meaningless. It was as if it was an extremely simple thing. What Jiangchen wanted was to stimulate his potential to a higher level. He completely regarded the iron dummy array as a training ground. Outside the palace. 10 minutes had passed. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Many people seemed very excited. Fu Hui was very excited. He had been paying attention to Jiangchen's situation. He didn't expect that Jiangchen would really succeed. This made him very shocked and happy. Fu Hui didn't choose the wrong person. Brother Zhang's future is immeasurable. In the future, if I follow him, there will be endless benefits. Fu Hui thought in his heart. He was very happy for his eyesight. Damn, this guy actually succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array. It's really amazing. No one has been able to break through the iron dummy array for a long time. Jiangchen has created another miracle. It is indeed a miracle. From the beginning to the end, the light on Jiangchen's identity jade plate didn't change at all. It didn't dim at all. This is the rarest thing. Sooner or later he will be valued by the higher-ups. I really envy him. He is destined to be an extraordinary person since he can break through the iron dummy array. However, it is also good for us that he can successfully enter the inner sect. Finally, we have sent this plague away. During these days when he was in the outer sect, we didn't have a good time. Many disciples sighed, especially those outer sect disciples. Although they hated Jiang Chen very much, at this moment when they saw that Jiang Chen had succeeded, they actually felt happy. They were not happy for Jiang Chen but happy for themselves. After all, sending away Jiang Chen was something worth celebrating. However, 10 seconds passed quickly. The crowd didn't see the palace gate open, nor did they see Jiang Chen coming out. What's going on? 10 seconds have passed. Why isn't this guy coming out? Grand Elder Li Zhong was the first to change his expression. He seemed to have sensed something. That's right. 10 seconds have passed. Why hasn't Jiang Chen come out? Could it be that he wants to continue fighting those puppets? That's insane. Doesn't he know that if those puppets attack again, it won't be a matter of 10 minutes, but a never-ending attack? What the hell? Why don't you come out? You've already succeeded, so why don't you come out? Is it very comfortable to stay in the iron dummy array? Time has passed. Jiang Chen still hasn't come out. The puppets will definitely continue attacking. I don't think that guy will be able to come out. He's too careless. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Jiang Chen's success, they were even more shocked. The iron dummy array had been established for a long time, but such a situation had never occurred. In the past, all the geniuses who succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array would rush out after 10 minutes. Those who came out were exhausted and injured. Basically, none of them were in good condition. After experiencing the horror of the puppets, they were unwilling to stay in the iron dummy array for another second. But today, Jiang Chen chose to stay in the iron dummy array after succeeding. In the eyes of outsiders, this was simply a suicidal move. Grand Elder, what should we do now? Yuan Kuei asked Li Zhong. I guess that Jiang Chen must want to temper himself with the help of the puppets. He wants to gain experience inside. Don't worry, his identity jade card is still shining brightly. When he can't hold on any longer, I will rescue him. I want to see how long this guy can stay in the iron dummy array. Li Zhong said. He was extremely curious about Jiang Chen now. Such a situation had never happened in the iron dummy array. Not only him, but many people were also wondering how long Jiang Chen could stay in the iron dummy array. This was destined to be the birth of a miracle. No matter how long Jiang Chen could stay in the iron dummy array, the matter of Jiang Chen breaking through the iron dummy array would eventually become a legend in Tianyun Pavilion. It was likely that no one would be able to break Jiang Chen's record in the future. Once again, the atmosphere became tense. What was supposed to have ended seemed to have started anew. All the elders and disciples had their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's jade token once again. In the palace, after 10 seconds, those puppets once again attacked Jiang Chen crazily. The iron dummy array's formation was operating at a high speed, and it was operating more violently than before. Rumble. Jiang Chen displayed his dragon transformation body. It was as if he had entered the origin state. The dragon blood in his body was constantly beating. Every punch carried an ancient and heavy aura. In just a moment, 6 or 7 puppets were blown up by Jiang Chen on the spot. They seemed to be completely vulnerable. But in the next moment, the destroyed puppets regrouped and turned into new puppets. Moreover, when they sensed the change in Jiang Chen's strength, the formation began to change as well. The surface of the puppets' bodies began to emit rays of light, and once again they attacked Jiang Chen fiercely. In the palace, Tianjizi's facial expression changed again. At first, he didn't pay special attention to the strength of these puppets, but after Jiang Chen displayed his dragon transformation body, he began to pay attention to the combat strength of these puppets, which shocked him greatly. This bastard is absolutely a peerless monstrous genius. The attack strength of these puppets has already reached the late heaven immortal realm, while this kid is only a late earth immortal expert, not even a half-step heaven immortal expert. Even though his dragon transformation body has increased his combat strength by 10 times, he can still fight 28 late earth immortal experts at the same time without falling into a disadvantageous position. He's simply a monster. Tianjizi couldn't keep his calm. As a senior elder of Tianyun Pavilion and a famous figure in One Line Sky, he had seen plenty of geniuses. Tianmuyun was already very outstanding, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Tianmuyun wasn't just a little bit. Tianjizi had already developed a strong interest in Jiang Chen. He even made a decision that he had never made before, to accept Jiang Chen as his true disciple. Of course, this idea had just sprouted in his mind. Whether Jiang Chen would have the opportunity to be accepted by Tianjizi as his true disciple would depend on Jiang Chen's performance. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1171. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were surging. He fell into a crazy state of fighting. He didn't even deliberately lock the position of those puppets, nor did he deliberately block all the attacks of those puppets. Sometimes, during the fierce battle, he let the puppet's fists hit his body. The dragon scales on his body were broken and blood flowed out. However, Jianghu didn't seem to feel such injuries at all. He was immersed in the pleasure and couldn't extricate himself. His potential and physical functions were constantly stimulated and new dragon marks were constantly condensed. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. From the time Jianghu entered the iron dummy array to the present, half an hour had passed. For Tianyun Pavilion, this was already a miracle among miracles. Damn, it's been half an hour. Is he still a human? I feel that his identity jade plate hasn't changed at all. It's still as vigorous as before. He can actually persist in the iron dummy array for half an hour and still maintain his original peak state. How is this possible? Beast, he's simply a beast. I have never seen such an abnormal person. It's been half an hour. Is he still a human? I don't know how long he will persist in there. It's been half an hour. Do you think he can persist in there for an hour? It's really hard to say. I won't be surprised even if such an evildoer creates a big miracle. At this time, many people were numb. Some people guessed how long Jianghu could persist in the iron dummy array, but no one could give a conclusion. After waiting for half an hour, no one felt impatient. On the contrary, they were all in high spirits because this was the birth of a miracle. For them, it was not easy to witness a miracle. Tianji watched all of Jianghu's performance. He was getting more and more shocked. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that although Jianghu was constantly injured in the array, these injuries didn't affect Jianghu at all. Tianji also felt that these injuries were deliberately caused by Jianghu. If he wanted to, those puppets wouldn't be able to hit him at all. The number of dragon marks in Jianghu's body had already reached 7,000. With only 3,000 left, he could directly break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm. To Jianghu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His potential hadn't been exhausted yet. Jianghu was absolutely sure that he could break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm in this iron dummy array and reach an even more terrifying level. Time passed very slowly, but it also passed very quickly. Half an hour had passed in a blink of an eye. Jianghu still hadn't walked out of the iron dummy array, but the jade token that was exposed to everyone was still shining brightly, showing no signs of dimming. By this time, even Li Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes from time to time. Such a blow was really hard to accept. How could there be such an abnormal person in this world? Oh my god. It's been an hour. I can't stand it anymore. It's fine if it's an hour, but his condition is still as good as before. Could it be that he didn't consume any energy in there? I can't stand it either. I really don't know how long he can last. Many of them couldn't stand it anymore. It was too terrifying. An hour. Who could last an hour in the iron dummy array? By this time, Jianghu had already achieved his goal. After an hour, his qi suddenly stirred. 3,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. Adding the 7,000 dragon marks from before, he now had a total of 10,000 dragon marks. Currently, the number of dragon marks in Jianghu's qi was 450,000. 450,000 dragon marks was the threshold of the half-step heaven immortal realm. The instant he successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm, Jianghu finally regained his senses. He had completely recovered from the brutal battle just now. He took a deep breath and absorbed a large amount of immortal metastones as if they were worthless. In just a short period of time, he had successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm. Advanced? Tianji, who had been paying attention to the situation inside the crystal ball, couldn't help but be stunned. He instantly understood that this was Jianghu's goal. He wanted to stimulate his potential with the help of the iron dummy array, so that he could break through the bottleneck and reach a higher realm. Courageous and resourceful. Not bad. Tianji couldn't help but praise Jianghu once more, but he was also curious about how Jianghu was going to get out of the iron dummy array. Although Jianghu had advanced, the attacks of the puppets would still continue, and the strength of the puppets would increase along with Jianghu's strength. Kaka. The puppets didn't show any signs of stopping. They continued to attack Jianghu, but Jianghu had already lost interest in tangling with these puppets. He exerted a massive amount of soul power and covered the entire array with the Great Soul Derivation technique. Looks like I'll have to get rid of these puppets if I want to get out of here. These puppets are only able to fight because of the support of the magic array. As long as I break the magic array and find the key point of the magic array, I'll be able to destroy these puppets and make them unable to recover. Jianghu thought to himself. Now that his goal had been achieved, he had successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm. What he needed to do now was to get out of this place, but the 10 minutes deadline had already passed. The only way to get out of this place was to break the iron dummy array and destroy these puppets. Perhaps, when Ouyang created the iron dummy array, he wouldn't have thought that an outer sect disciple would be able to break the array. No matter how talented an outer sect disciple was, it was almost impossible for them to do so. Unfortunately, the one standing here today was Jiang Chen. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Jiang Chen was able to grasp the trajectory of the array very quickly. The 7 positions of the array worked seamlessly with each other. It was almost impossible to find a flaw in this array. Not even Jiang Chen could find it. This array has been integrated with the profound meaning of the Big Dipper transposition technique. The 7 positions work together with each other. Each of them is part of the array and none of them are part of the array. It's impossible to break it. Jiang Chen shook his head. Deep in his heart, he had a trace of respect for the creator of this iron dummy array. To be able to create such an array, it was enough to show that the creator had an extremely profound attainment in the Tao of array. Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation technique again, diverting his attention from the array to the puppets. In Jiang Chen's point of view, no matter how perfect an array was, there must be a way to break it. Since the flaw of the iron dummy array wasn't in the array itself, it must be in the puppets. Chapter 1172. Jiang Chen used the 9 Phantom Wolves transformation art and the spatial shift. Countless figures shuttled back and forth among the puppets. The Great Soul Derivation technique was like an invisible sword that swept across these puppets one by one, trying to find out all the flaws of these puppets. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes locked on the glabella of one of the puppets. At first glance, this puppet looked no different from the others, but no subtle changes could escape the perception of Jiang Chen's Great Soul Derivation technique. There was a dark dot on the glabella of this puppet. It was a very small dot, so small that one couldn't even see it standing in front of them. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could discover such a small difference. This was the magic of the Great Soul Derivation technique. Plus, Jiang Chen had lived 2 lives and was once an ancestor-like existence, which gave him advantages in all aspects that ordinary people couldn't reach. It's you. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Suddenly he pointed his finger. This finger carried all his strength, emitting a bright light. With a snap, it touched the glabella of the puppet. Bang! The moment the puppet's glabella was touched, its head exploded. Its huge and majestic body began to disintegrate, turning into a pile of ruins. This time the puppet didn't recover. Not only that, the iron dummy array immediately stopped operating. The entire palace instantly returned to its previous tranquility. The remaining 27 puppets were all motionless, as if everything had stopped moving. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. It turned out that the flaw of the iron dummy array could be found so easily. In the palace, Qianji almost jumped up. Both of his eyes were wide open, staring unblinkingly at the crystal ball in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw. Good boy, he actually broke the spirit array. This is the spirit array that sect leader Ouyang personally set up. It's almost perfect. He actually broke it and used this method to successfully walk out of the spirit array. Is this guy trying to defy the heavens? Qianji could no longer maintain his composure. As a powerful golden immortal expert, his mind was very tough. There were not many things in the world that could cause such a huge change in his mood. But today Jiang Chen had created 3 miracles in the iron dummy array, which made him unable to calm down at all. This young man is the true son of heaven, not someone like Tianyun can compare to. His appearance in Tianyun Pavilion is a great blessing for Tianyun Pavilion. After Tianji finished speaking, he seemed to have made a huge decision and disappeared from the palace. Outside the palace, everyone was still waiting. However, the tightly shut door of the palace was slowly opened. Jiang Chen, dressed in white, walked out from inside. He was just as calm as when he entered. There was no change of expression on his face. However, the brilliance he carried was completely different. He was a miracle creator, a miracle who could persist in the iron dummy array for an hour and still walk out by himself. But how did he manage to walk out? The iron dummy array was running endlessly and the puppets were attacking endlessly. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for one to walk out of the array by himself. He could only be brought out by the elders when he couldn't hold on any longer. However, Jiang Chen walked out of the array by himself. What's going on? Why did he walk out by himself? That's right. What happened in the iron dummy array? Could it be that Jiang Chen didn't fight with those puppets at all? Look, Jiang Chen doesn't have any injuries. Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. Many of them were surprised. They couldn't see the situation inside, so they didn't know what had happened inside. However, the fact that Jiang Qin could walk out by himself was a miracle in itself. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei looked at each other and then flew into the palace at the same time. The other elders also followed them. They must see what happened inside. Jiang Qin had reactivated the iron dummy array and it was impossible for him to walk out. Therefore, the result was beyond their imagination and they had to find out what had happened. Inside the palace, all the inner and outer elders were dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same, their eyes and mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The iron dummy array had been broken. There was no longer any array in operation. One of the puppets had turned into ruins. Although the other puppets were intact, without the support of the array, they were no different from scrap iron. My God, what did he do? He actually broke the formation and walked out by himself. How is this possible? This is impossible. This formation was created by sect leader Ouyang himself. How could an outer disciple break it so easily? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how an outer disciple at the Earth Immortal Realm could break the formation set up by Ouyang He. This could no longer be described as a miracle. Let's go out. Li Zhong turned around and walked out. All the elders came to Jiang Qin. Li Zhong looked at Jiang Qin from head to toe. He still couldn't believe it, but he had to accept the fact that it had become a fact. Jiang Qin, you actually destroyed the iron dummy array. Li Zhong felt that his voice was trembling. What? This guy destroyed the iron dummy array? How is this possible? It was created by sect leader Ouyang himself. My God, is he still human? He broke the iron dummy array and walked out of it calmly. This has never happened before. Even the talented sect leader Tian couldn't do it. Abnormal. This is too abnormal. But the iron dummy array is a symbol of our Tianyun pavilion. It's a big crime for him to destroy the iron dummy array. He might be punished. The whole place was in an uproar. From the inner sect to the outer sect, Jiang Qin's performance today was destined to be recorded in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Regardless of whether he would be punished by the sect for destroying the iron dummy array, no one else would be able to do what he did. Yes, Elder. I have to break the formation in order to walk out of it. In this way, I can be considered to have successfully broken through the iron dummy array. Jiang Qin said unhurriedly. He was no longer breaking through the formation but breaking it. If this wasn't considered a success, then what else could be considered a success? Jiang Qin, you have indeed succeeded, but you have destroyed the iron dummy array. That was the symbol left by sect leader Ouyang. This is a big crime. Li Zhong said. Now that the iron dummy array was destroyed, he, the great elder, wouldn't be able to escape responsibility if the higher-ups investigated. Don't worry, great elder. I have a way to destroy the iron dummy array, so I also have a way to restore it. Give me 1 day and I will return an intact iron dummy array to the sect. Chapter 1173. What did you say? Li Zhong was dumbfounded. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Jiang Qin said that he would restore the iron dummy array. Was he joking? How could an ordinary person repair the iron dummy array created by Ouyang He? Are you kidding me? This guy must be bragging. It's already a miracle that he could break the iron dummy array. I don't believe that he can restore it. Could it be that his attainments in array surpass sect leader Ouyang? That's right. This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even think about boasting. With his cultivation, it's impossible for him to completely repair the iron dummy array. I don't think that Jiang Qin is lying. Maybe he really has a way to restore the iron dummy array. Did you believe that he could break the iron dummy array? Most of the people thought that Jiang Qin was bragging. It was simply a joke. It was not easy to restore the iron dummy array. However, some people thought that Jiang Qin was not bragging. After all, he had created a miracle. Who could guarantee that he could not create another miracle? Don't be surprised, Elder. I do have some knowledge in array. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break the iron dummy array. Just give me 1 day and I promise to restore the iron dummy array. I have completely mastered the characteristics of the iron dummy array. If I can't restore it completely, I'm willing to be punished. Jiang Qin cupped his fist and said confidently. If he only relied on himself, it might be difficult to restore the iron dummy array. However, with the help of De Huang Dog, it would not be a problem. He trusted De Huang Dog's ability. De Huang Dog was proficient in the Holy Book of Source Formations. His attainments in array were incomparable to Ouyang He's. If Ouyang He had an advantage over De Huang Dog, it was only in terms of cultivation. Jiang Qin believed that the iron dummy array would be more exquisite after being rebuilt by De Huang Dog. If he had brought the Huang dog with him when he tried to break through the formation, he would not have needed to expend so much effort to break the formation. Good Jiangchen, you are really amazing. I hope you are not bragging. If you can completely restore the iron dummy array, the sect will definitely give you some rewards. Every genius who can walk out of the iron dummy array will get some rewards. With your talent, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Li Zhong nodded and praised. His impression of Jiang Chen had completely changed. Not only him, but Jiang Chen had also changed many people's view of him with his actions. He was a creator of miracles. Countless people were amazed by his miracles. At this time, basically everyone was sure that Jiang Chen's talent had reached an unparalleled level. Although they didn't dare to say it, they knew that Jiang Chen's talent was above Tian Muyun's. Jiang Chen's achievements would probably surpass Tian Muyun's. From today onwards, Tianyun Pavilion had another monstrous genius. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the inner core of Tianyun Pavilion and descended from the sky. As soon as this person appeared, the entire mountain peak was shrouded by a faint pressure. Under this pressure, everyone felt a little unnatural. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a clean robe and looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were incomparably bright and full of expression. His every movement gave people a sense of transcendence, making them unable to help but feel a sense of respect. After the old man appeared, he didn't pay attention to the others. His eyes were directly locked on Jiang Chen. Now that he was looking at him face to face, it was different from looking at him through the crystal ball. The old man only felt that this young man was calm, full of vitality, and vaguely shrouded by the chi of a true dragon. He was the true son of heaven, a person with a boundless future. It's Elder Tianjizi. My God, why is he here? Could it be that Jiang Chen's challenge of the iron dummy array alarmed him? Elder Tianjizi has appeared. He's the most powerful person of this generation in One Line Sky. He's the apex elder of our Tianyun Pavilion, second only to the sect master. Moreover, Elder Tianjizi has an eccentric personality. I've been in Tianyun Pavilion for so many years, but I've only seen Elder Tianjizi once. This is the second time. Elder Tianjizi can see through the mysteries of heaven. His divination technique is extremely good. He has a good relationship with Sect Master Ouyang. Even Sect Master Tian has to be polite to him. The appearance of Tianjizi immediately caused a commotion. However, in front of a character like Tianjizi, no one dared to speak loudly. Even if they were discussing in a low voice, they had to be careful. If they offended this elder, it would be normal for them to be killed on the spot. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to reason with him. Greetings, Elder Tianji. Li Zhong and the others didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately bowed to Tianjizi with incomparable respect. Although they were curious about the sudden appearance of this supreme elder, there was one thing they were sure of: Tianjizi's appearance was for Jiang Chen. This could be seen from Tianjizi's behavior. Currently, all of his attention was focused on Jiang Chen, and he had already turned a blind eye to them, treating them as air. While Tianjizi was sizing up Jiang Chen was also sizing him up. He felt that this elder in front of him was unfathomable. There was a simple ethereal aura about him that made him unfathomable. He was like an eminent monk or a banished immortal who had transcended the laws. More importantly, he was a golden immortal expert, a powerful perfected golden immortal. Jiang Chen, why aren't you greeting Elder Tianjizi? Jiang Chen, your great opportunity has come. Elder Tianjizi is the most distinguished elder of the sect. He has been proud and aloof all his life and is a good friend of Master Ouyang. Although Elder Tianjizi is only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, his status isn't any weaker than those late golden immortal elders. He is proficient in the art of divination and is good at predicting the future. Even Master Tian has to give him some face. Furthermore, Elder Tianji has never accepted a true disciple. It seems like your performance in the iron dummy array has alarmed Elder Tianji. If Elder Tianji really wants to accept you as a true disciple, you will be really lucky to become a true disciple all of a sudden. From then on, your status in Skycloud Pavilion will skyrocket, and your status will be countless times nobler than any ordinary inner sect disciple. Jiang Chen said with a frown. One must know that when a golden immortal elder came to accept a true disciple, they would definitely put on a high and mighty attitude, as if it was Jiang Chen's fortune to be accepted as a disciple. But the way Tianjizi looked at him was different. There was no arrogance, only admiration and a kind of desire. That was the desire for something that one admired. Moreover, Tianjizi was talking to him in a negotiating tone, giving him the right to choose. He wasn't afraid of losing face after being rejected. Jiang Qin, what are you thinking about? This is such a great opportunity. Quickly grab hold of it. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei couldn't help but remind Jiang Qin, feeling anxious for Jiang Qin. Disciple is willing. Jiang Qin bowed to Tianji. The temptation of Tianji was too great that Jiang Qin couldn't refuse. Back then he could refuse Ouyang He, but he couldn't refuse Tianji. After all, times had changed. Firstly, Jiang Qin was very interested in the art of Tianji. Secondly, he was now in Tianyun Pavilion. If he could get the position of a true disciple, it would be of great help to his future growth. At least, with Tianji as his backer, he could save a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Tianji and Ouyang He were best friends, which meant that they were truly on the same side. Besides, Tianji was a proud and aloof person, so it was impossible for him to be bribed by Tianmuyun. Therefore, if Jiang Qin wanted to avenge Ouyang He, Tianji was someone that he had to get close to. Now that Tianji had taken the initiative to appear, it couldn't be any better. Ah, good. From now on, Jiang Qin is my true disciple. No one will dare to bully you in Tianyun Pavilion. Bullying you is equivalent to going against me, Tianji. As for you, you can bully whoever you want. Let me see who dares to say no. Tianji burst into laughter. What he said made Jiang Qin blush with shame. That's awesome. Jiang Qin couldn't help but give Tianji a thumbs up in his heart. The domineering and unruly chi that Tianji carried was somewhat similar to Jiang Qin himself. However, the others began to roll their eyes. They knew all too well how awesome and domineering Tianji was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a transcendent position in Tianyun Pavilion. What Jiang Qin had done in the outer sect was also extremely domineering. When this overbearing master and disciple met, would the peace in Tianyun Pavilion ever be restored? Congratulations to Elder Tianji for taking in an outstanding disciple, said Li Zhong. Both of you have done a good job this time. This is your reward. Tianji waved his hand casually. Two streams of light fell into Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei's hands. Both of them trembled with excitement without even looking at what they were, especially Yuan Kuei, who was only a heaven immortal expert. He had never thought that he would be rewarded by a golden immortal elder. Thank you for your reward, Elder Tianji. Both of them spoke in unison. This was simply an unexpected harvest. They didn't even bother to look at what the treasures in their hands were. Anything given by Tianji would definitely not be an ordinary item. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to take it out. Alright Jiang Qin, follow me to Tianji Peak. Tianji said with a smile. Today he had accepted Jiang Qin as his disciple, and he was indescribably happy. Master, you should return first. I have promised to restore the iron dummy array. After that, I will personally go to Tianji Peak tomorrow. Jiang Qin said. Chapter 1175. Jiang Qin would certainly do what he had promised. As the symbol of the outer sect and inner sect, this iron dummy array was an indispensable existence. In the future, it could select a lot of geniuses for Tianyun Pavilion. He really shouldn't destroy it in his own hands. Oh, you can repair this iron dummy array? Tianji was stunned. The way he looked at Jiang Qin changed. Such a young genius with incredible combat strength, heaven-defying means and mastery in the art of formation was really rare. That's right. I have done some research in the art of formation. I have already seen through this iron dummy array. Since it can be destroyed, I can naturally repair it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. His words were full of confidence. No one would doubt his words. Alright, I'll wait for you at Tianji Peak. Tianji nodded. Initially, he wanted to help restore the iron dummy array, but since Jiang Qin wanted to do it himself, it couldn't be any better. This would also allow him to witness the true capability of his disciple. More importantly, Jiang Qin was already his true disciple. Repairing the iron dummy array by himself and having Jiang Qin was two completely different things. As a mighty golden immortal expert and having a good understanding of the iron dummy array, there was nothing to show off about restoring it. However, if Jiang Qin, the one who destroyed it, repaired it, it would be a totally different story. It would bring glory to his master. Tianji flew up and disappeared in a blink. After he left, the oppressive atmosphere was lifted. Many of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The presence of a golden immortal expert was too stressful. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei came to Jiang Qin with a smile. Although they were the great elders of inner sect and late divine immortal experts, Li Zhong didn't dare to look down on Jiang Qin at all. Who wouldn't want to show disrespect to a true disciple of Tianji? Jiang Qin, your luck is just too good. Now you've become Elder Destiny's true disciple. You don't even know how many people are envious of you. Allow me to congratulate you first, Li Zhong said. He and Yuan Kuei were very happy now, especially Yuan Kuei. As the great elder of the outer sect, Jiang Chen's performance today had made him feel very proud. Now he had even received a treasure from Elder Tianjizi. His mouth was almost crooked from smiling. I have to thank the two elders for giving me this opportunity. Jiang Chen cupped his fists. His gratitude was sincere. Originally, he was not qualified to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. If it were not for these two elders making an exception for him, he would not have been able to successfully pass the Iron Dummy Array and become the true disciple of Tianjizi. Jiang Chen, if you can repair the Iron Dummy Array, then repair it. If you can't, then it's okay, Li Zhong said. His attitude was completely different from before. Previously, Jiang Chen did not have any backing. If he destroyed the Iron Dummy Array, he would probably be punished. But now he was a true disciple and the only disciple of Tianjizi. Who would dare to punish him? It doesn't matter. Tomorrow Jiang Chen will definitely repair the Iron Dummy Array. Elder, you don't have to worry about this, Jiang Chen said. For him, repairing the Iron Dummy Array was not a difficult task. All right. In that case, you can stay and repair the Iron Dummy Array. We will take our leave. Now you are not only a true disciple but also an inner sect disciple. Your status is completely different from before. If you encounter any difficulties in the inner sect, you can come to me directly. Li Zhong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and then left with the elders of the inner sect. Yuan Kuei and Jiang Chen chatted for a while and then left directly. Another heaven-defying genius has appeared in Tianyun Pavilion. But the competition in the inner sect is too intense, Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was Fu Hui's credit that he was able to enter Tianyun Pavilion smoothly and develop so much in such a short period of time. Brother Jiang, let me introduce to you. These are all inner sect disciples. They are our people. This is senior brother Mengjia. He has already reached the late heaven immortal realm. Chapter 1176. Fu Hui was good at making friends and had a good reputation in the inner sect. Naturally, he had a few friends around him, all of whom were elites in the inner sect. If it was before, they wouldn't have come to make friends with a half-step heaven immortal outer sect disciple, but it was different now. After witnessing Jiang Chen's abilities, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Plus, Jiang Chen had become Tianjizi's true disciple, which meant that his future was destined to be limitless. Whether it was status or identity, Jiang Chen had far surpassed them. Befriending Jiang Chen would only bring them benefits. It could also be considered as having an indirect backing. Brother Jiang's talent is extraordinary. It's amazing. I really admire you. Meng Jie cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. Even a late heaven immortal expert wouldn't dare to put on any airs in front of Jiang Chen. That's right. Brother Jiang is a peerless monstrous genius. Your future is destined to be limitless. Now that Brother Jiang has become Elder Tianji's true disciple, your status in Tianyun Pavilion has skyrocketed. In the future, we will have to rely on Brother Jiang's guidance. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has only come to Tianyun Pavilion for a few days, we have all heard about your heroic deeds. Plus, Brother Jiang is Brother Fu's friend, which makes him our friend. In the future, we will follow Brother Jiang and have a place in the inner sect. That's right. Although Brother Jiang is also an inner sect disciple like us, he has the identity of a true disciple. That is truly noble. The few of them began to flatter Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could only chuckle in response to their flattery. He knew very well what they were thinking. Now that his status was different, it was perfectly normal for them to come and fawn on him. Brother Fu's friends are naturally my friends as well. In the future we will have to take care of each other, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't refuse their goodwill. In order to make Tianyun Pavilion flourish in the future, it was necessary for him to build up his own network. Brother Jiang, you can say that you are riding on the crest of success right now, but don't be too careless. You are a true disciple, but at the same time, you are also an inner court disciple. There are many true disciples in the inner court. Ordinary inner court disciples wouldn't dare to offend you, but those true disciples are different. Plus, Elder Qinji is a bit unreasonable and he has enmity with many elders. I think those true disciples won't let you have it easy, Fu Hui reminded. The others nodded. The few of them also nodded. As inner sect disciples of Tianyun Pavilion, they were far more than Jiang Chen. They'd better not provoke me. A trace of cold light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Although it was only for a moment, it made them shiver. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, They were very clear about Jiang Chen's past deeds and the things he did in the outer sect. They deeply understood that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that he had Tianjizi as his backer, he became even more insufferably arrogant. It seemed like Tianyun Pavilion would become even more lively in the future. In the future, if Brother Jiang has any errands for us in the inner sect, we will do our best. Meng Jie patted his chest and expressed his sincerity to Jiang Chen. It was a funny thing for a late Heaven Immortal genius to express his sincerity to a half-step Heaven Immortal disciple, but no one on the scene felt anything wrong, because this was the reality. Because the current Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen as before. He had potential and a backer. Everyone could see this with their own eyes. And following me will bring you endless benefits in the future. I'm going to repair the iron dummy array now. You all can go back first, Jiang Chen said. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he was born with the chi of a king, which ordinary people couldn't compare with. Those who were with him would be easily influenced by his chi and be subdued by it. Fu Hui, Meng Jie and the others left. Only Jiang Chen was left in front of the palace. Not long after they left, a golden light flashed and appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was the Huang dog. For God's sake. You are truly a ferocious brat. You have even destroyed the iron dummy array. Well done. Big Yellow seemed to be very excited. Obviously, he had been watching everything that had happened in the dark, and when he saw that everyone had left, he jumped out from his hiding spot. De Huang, you have come at the right time. I'm going to repair this iron dummy array and I need your help. Jiang Chen said. Give me some benefits or I won't do it. De Huang dog had a sinister smile on his face. This guy was an expert in bargaining. You can have as many immortal metastones as you want in the future. Jiang Chen chuckled, not stingy at all. That's more like it. De Huang dog wagged his tail in satisfaction and walked towards the interior of the palace. You are proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. What is the essence of this iron dummy array? Jiang Chen asked. There is a kind of array in the heavenly book of source formations called the 7 stars alignment. This array isn't very profound, but it was built with great precision. This iron dummy array is obviously evolved from the 7 stars alignment array. It can be seen that the owner of this array is also a master of array. De Huang dog only took a casual glance at it and was able to see the essence of the iron dummy array. Perhaps only De Huang dog could have such a terrifying ability. Jiang Chen gave De Huang dog a thumbs up. What De Huang dog said was exactly the same as what he had explored before. It could be seen that if he had brought De Huang dog here to break the array, this iron dummy array would have been nothing to him. The essence of the iron dummy array is that the core is not in the array but on the puppets. The process of combining the array and the puppets is rather complicated. If I do it alone it will take too long. Since you are proficient in the heavenly book of source formations, can you see if there is any fast way to restore the iron dummy array? Said Jiang Chen. The core has been destroyed by you. Master Dog has taken a look at it. The materials used to refine these puppets are very rare. The puppets you destroyed can no longer be restored. These puppets could have been restored with the operation of the array, but the array has been destroyed by you. Therefore, the destroyed puppets are destined to be unable to be restored. Even if the array is operated again, it will be useless because the complete puppets must be used in the array in advance. De Huang dog said, but these 28 puppets occupy the 7 positions of the 7 stars alignment. Once one of them is missing, the balance will be broken and the array will be incomplete. Therefore, I suggest you destroy 6 more puppets and leave 3 in each position. In this case, the power of the array itself will be affected, right? Chapter 1177. In order to maintain the basic balance of the formation, it was necessary to destroy some puppets again because it was impossible for them to find the same materials and create new puppets in a short period of time. This was the most difficult part. However, if the puppets were destroyed, the original 28 puppets would be reduced to 21, which was equivalent to weakening the strength of the formation. This was also not what Jiang Chen wanted to see. This formation was personally created by Ouyang He. It could be said that it was Ouyang He's painstaking effort. If Ouyang He's painstaking effort was destroyed in his own hands, he would feel very guilty. Don't worry. Don't worry, if it's an ordinary person they won't be able to restore it to its original power after reducing the number of puppets, but it won't be a problem for me, Big Yellow. I'll add a new formation to the 7 stars alignment formation, which will be called the Horns formation. Every 3 puppets will form a new formation, and the Horns formation will be triangular, which is the most stable state when they work together. It can double the combat power of the 3 puppets. which is equivalent to the power of the original 6 puppets. Besides, I can merge the 7 stars alignment formation and the horns formation with each other, so not only will the iron dummy formation's power not be weakened at all, but it will also be stronger than before. Da Huang Dog said proudly. This dog had 2 great advantages, one was to find treasures and the other was to set up formations. Amazing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly thought that the heavenly book of source formations was indeed worthy of its reputation. Da Huang Dog's attainments in this aspect were really not just for show. However, in this way, it will be more difficult for the geniuses who want to challenge the iron dummy formation in the future. But this is also good. Once they succeed, they will definitely be molded. Jiang Chen nodded his head and praised. The iron dummy formation was more perfect than before, which made him feel less guilty. That's nothing. Master Dog can make this formation more perfect. Da Huang Dog said arrogantly. Forget it. It will be meaningless if you do that. Jiang Chen curled his lips. If he made the iron dummy formation too perfect, it would be meaningless. No geniuses who entered it would be able to come out alive. So, what was the point of the iron dummy formation? It would not be able to motivate the geniuses of the outer sect to improve. Subsequently, Jiang Chen walked to the puppets and punched, smashing 6 puppets in succession. Out of the original 28 puppets, only 21 were left. Next, it was up to Big Yellow. Big Yellow kept spitting out complicated patterns and drawing in the air with his hooves, revealing the profound meaning of the formation. Seeing that Da Huang Dog was so proficient, Jiang Chen felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Da Huang Dog alone was enough to deal with this formation. Plus, Jiang Chen did not know the essence of the horn formation. So, he simply flashed to the side and acted as a guard for Da Huang Dog. Although Jiang Chen did not make a move, he also knew that the 7-star alignment formation and the horn formation were bound to be a slow process. Even with Da Huang Dog's ability, he was afraid that it would take him a day to complete it. During this day, the only thing Jiang Chen needed to do was to prevent others from disturbing Da Huang Dog. Setting up a formation was a complicated and precise process. It needed to be done in one go. Once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted and the person who set up the formation would suffer a certain amount of damage. Da Huang Dog's technique was skillful. He constantly made various kinds of marks. For a time, the entire palace was filled with the aura of the formation. Bright lights constantly appeared in different corners of the palace. Da Huang Dog's face was solemn as he appeared in different positions from time to time. Perhaps in Da Huang Dog's heart, setting up a formation was a very solemn thing in itself. The entire mountain was quiet. As usual, no one would appear here. The only reason for the existence of this mountain was the iron dummy array. In the absence of geniuses challenging the iron dummy array, it had always been quiet. Late at night, Da Huang Dog had finally repaired the entire iron dummy array after half a day's work. However, he had only set up the 7-star alignment formation. He had yet to start setting up the horn formation. Even if he could completely set up the horn formation, he still needed to fuse the 2 formations and place the core of the formation on the puppets. The process was even more tedious. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the entire formation should be completely set up by dawn. Seeing Da Huang Dog working so hard, Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This dog was very mischievous and always made people worry about him. However, when it came to a critical moment, he would still be very useful. In Jiang Chen's heart, Da Huang was neither a dog nor a noble divine beast dragon horse, but his own brother, a brother of life and death. At dawn, Da Huang Dog had finished setting up the horn formation. He was now going through the most critical step of fusion. Once the fusion was successful, the formation would be completed. However, this step of fusion was also the most difficult one. Perhaps only a freak like Da Huang Dog could withstand such a high intensity and high energy load. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been paralyzed on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the palace. It wasn't loud, but it couldn't be hidden from Jiang Chen's ears. Bang! Before Jiang Chen could do anything, the door of the palace was kicked open by a barbaric force. This situation made Jiang Chen frown. No matter who the person was, such an impolite way of doing things was extremely disgusting. Big Yellow had reached the most critical moment of his cultivation, and he couldn't be disturbed at any cost. You're right. Jiang Chen turned around and saw 3 young men in the uniform of Tianyun Pavilion barging in. All 3 of them were heaven immortal experts. Needless to say, they were inner sect disciples. The leader was a tall and burly man with a full beard, giving people a fierce feeling. One look and anyone could tell that he wasn't a kind person. His cultivation base was also very terrifying, having reached the late heaven immortal realm. The other two were intermediate heaven immortal experts. The three of them had arrogant looks on their faces as if someone owed them money. I don't care who you are. You'd better get lost immediately and quietly. Jiang Qin gave them a casual glance and said impatiently, "What a good Jiang Qin. Sure enough, you're as arrogant as the rumor says." Chapter 1178. Get out of here now. Jiang Qin's voice was incomparably cold. He didn't know who these three guys were, but he could tell that they were up to no good. Knowing that he was a true disciple of Tianjizi, they must have some kind of background to cause trouble for him. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about this. All along, those who dared to offend Jiang Qin had always ended up in a miserable state. The stronger one's background was, the more miserable their ending would be. Humph! Jiang Qin, don't be so arrogant. We are here to check the condition of the iron dummy array under senior brother Xuanhuan's order. You have destroyed the iron dummy array. If you can't restore it in good condition, it will be a great crime. It will be a great disrespect to the previous sect master. You can't afford this crime. An intermediate heaven immortal disciple harumphed coldly, showing no fear towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, how dare you let a dog come here? The iron dummy array is the sacred place of Tianyun Pavilion. How dare you let a dog in and pretend to restore the array? Preposterous. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after acknowledging Elder Tianjizi as your master? Another disciple spoke Lung Lung. It seemed like he was here to condemn Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's frown deepened. Obviously, these three guys were here to cause trouble for him. It seemed like the senior brother Xuanhuan behind them wasn't a simple person. What puzzled Jiang Qin was why Xuanhuan would come to find trouble for him. However, Jiang Qin had heard from Fu Hui and Meng Jia about the internal situation of Tianyun Pavilion. He guessed that Xuanhuan was also a true disciple of an elder. Currently, in the inner sect, except for those geniuses who had a true disciple, ordinary inner sect disciples wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him, because that would only cause trouble for him. Senior brother Gao Yang, I think we should throw this dog out, then asked Jiang Qin about the crime of blasphemy. The intermediate heaven immortal disciple said to the bearded youth. The bearded youth was called Gao Yang, an inner sect disciple. There weren't many late heaven immortal experts in the inner sect. One could imagine that Gao Yang's status in the inner sect was pretty good. You, go and capture this dog for me. Gao Yang said with a cold expression. Yes, senior brother Gao. That man sneered and strode towards the Huang dog. He did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was merely an outstanding talent. After all, he was just a small character who was not even a heaven immortal. The gap between their cultivation bases made them very confident. However, just as the disciple took a step forward, he could no longer move his body. This was because a large hand had landed on his shoulder from behind. The hand was like a mountain, pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Jiang Qin, what are you doing? The disciple turned his head and said fiercely to Jiang Qin. You're tired of living. Jiang Qin's face was emotionless. He exerted strength in his palm. With a cracking sound, the disciple's shoulder was crushed. Then Jiang Qin casually flung the disciple out of the palace like a sandbag. I know that I'm your target. Let's settle this. Jiang Qin looked at Gao Yang and the others and said plainly. After witnessing Jiang Qin's strength with their own eyes, the two of them were incomparably shocked. It seemed like Jiang Qin was much harder to deal with than they had imagined. The one who attacked them just now was an intermediate heaven immortal expert and a genius of the inner sect, but in Jiang Qin's hand he was thrown out like a doll. Fine. Gao Yang glared at Jiang Qin, then turned and walked out of the palace. After all, this wasn't the place to fight. Although Gao Yang was shocked, he wasn't afraid because even if Jiang Qin had the strength to defeat an intermediate heaven immortal expert, Jiang Qin was absolutely no match for him. Gao Yang was very confident in his own ability. After the two of them walked out of the palace, Jiang Qin followed them out. He then turned and shut the door of the palace. The Huang dog was now in the most crucial stage of his cultivation. He must not be affected in the slightest. If all his previous efforts were in vain, it wouldn't be worth it. Outside of the palace, the disciple who was thrown out by Jiang Qin had stood up from the ground. However, he couldn't lift his crushed shoulder anymore. The intense pain had twisted his face, but he was trying his best not to scream out loud. That's right. How are you? Are you all right? Gao Yang asked. Senior brother Gao, this man is much scarier than we imagined. Even though he has advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm, he is still a little too scary. I didn't even have the chance to resist when he attacked me just now. The disciple said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen with fear in his eyes. Jiang Chen's power was beyond his expectation. I will give you one last chance. Scram immediately. I don't care who that dog fart Xuanhuan is, but you'd better not offend me because you can't afford to offend him. Jiang Chen's tone was icy cold. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion and you are already so arrogant and despotic. This isn't a good thing for you. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior brother Xuanhuan. I will teach you how to behave. Gao Yang said arrogantly. Is that so? Then I will not let you be a man. Jiang Chen was infuriated. He never liked to give people too many chances. He only had one way to deal with those who didn't know what was good for them, and that was to make them regret ever offending him. I would like to see what's so special about a man chosen by Tianji. Gao Yang's qi fluctuated. Waves of qi surged out like tidal waves. The qi of a late heaven immortal expert was completely unleashed. Bang! Gao Yang bellowed and charged at Jiang Chen like a raging bull. His terrifying fist was glowing like a divine weapon, appearing in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Gao Yang cultivated a rather overbearing cultivation method, which made his physique the strongest. His physique had always been his proudest feature. Ordinary opponents would tremble in fear under his overbearing qi. Naturally, Gao Yang was brimming with confidence in dealing with a half-step heaven immortal expert. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. In his point of view, a single punch was enough to cripple Jiang Chen. He even had to preserve some of his strength, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of Tianji if he killed Jiang Chen with a single punch. His purpose of coming here was to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. However, it was a grave mistake to show off his strength in front of Jiang Chen. You should be glad that you're still alive and can still scream here. Chapter 1180. Gao Yang's scream was heart-wrenching. Both of his arms were chopped off at the same time. Blood gushed out unceasingly. Jiang Chen's face was cold and indifferent, like a bloodthirsty devil king. The other two intermediate heaven immortal disciples were completely scared silly. Their bodies were trembling, not daring to say a word. The pressure that Jiang Chen gave them was just too great. The two of you, are you going to do it yourselves or do I have to do it? Jiang Chen looked at the two, his face still expressionless. Jiang Chen, the sect forbids disciples from killing each other. The law enforcement hall will never let you off for treating us like this. A disciple said in a trembling voice, wanting to use the law enforcement hall to pressure Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Jiang Chen's character at all. Jiang Chen, don't go overboard. We are indeed in the wrong today. We will apologize to you now and beg you to let us go. The other disciple was obviously more sensible. Not only could he see the current situation clearly, he could also tell that Jiang Chen was a cruel and ruthless man. Going against such a man wouldn't end well. The more threatening words Jiang Chen uttered, the more danger he would be in. Gao Yang was a living example of this. Don't talk nonsense with me. I will count to 3. If the two of you don't do it yourselves, I will do it for you. Jiang Chen glared at the two of them. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Jiang Chen, who had gone through countless slaughters, had long understood that kindness was a luxury in this cruel world. Only when one was strong enough would he have the chance to turn the situation around. If he wasn't strong enough and was bullied by the three of them, it would only be a humiliation. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to them. Both of them looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with them, and there was no way he would let them go so easily. At this moment they began to regret coming here today. If they didn't provoke Jiang Chen with their cultivation base, they would still be able to live a good life in the inner sect. But now, everything was different. This was the so-called, a single mistake may cause everlasting sorrow. At last, the two of them had no choice but to compromise, because they had no right to bargain with Jiang Chen, and they didn't have any bargaining chips to resist Jiang Chen. The two of them clenched their teeth. They didn't bend down to pick up the sword that Jiang Chen had dropped on the ground. Instead, they took out their combat weapons and chopped off one of their arms, causing blood to spurt out from their wounds. The scene was extremely miserable. This was an act of self-mutilation. How cruel must one's heart be to cut off one's arm with a sword? However, the two of them had no other choice. Losing one arm was much better than losing both arms. Gao Yang was a living example. There were many people in this world who only had one arm, but they could still cultivate and fight. But if they lost both arms, they would basically become a cripple. The rest of Gao Yang's life would be ruined. Jiang Qin, can we leave now? One of them said. The pain of losing an arm made his voice tremble. Get lost. Jiang Qin glanced at the three of them and said indifferently. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Jiang Qin, this isn't over yet. We must take revenge. You killed your fellow disciple, we'll report this to the law enforcement hall. No, there's no need for the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Xuanhuan will teach you a lesson. Gao Yang, who had lost both his arms, said ruthlessly as he walked away. His action frightened the other two. They immediately pulled Gao Yang and disappeared. Gao Yang had lost his mind after losing both his arms. He had become an idiot. Obviously they couldn't afford to offend Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin told them to leave, they should leave immediately. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they shouldn't say it out loud. If they offended Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be as simple as losing his arms. After the three of them left, Jiang Qin's eyes turned extremely cold. Xuanhuan, I don't care who you are. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. To Jiang Qin, every stage of his growth was destined to be full of troubles. There were bound to be a lot of stepping stones in front of him. What he needed to do was to crush these stepping stones and move forward calmly. The same went for Tianyun Pavilion. Since Jiang Qin had decided to carry forward the Tianyun Pavilion in the future, it was necessary for the whole sect to undergo a major change. If he wanted to establish his position in the sect, he had to be ruthless and prove himself with practical actions. In the center of the inner sect, there was an incomparably tranquil courtyard. The immortal chi floating in the air was obviously denser than other places. It was imaginable that the people who lived here had a certain status in the inner sect. This was Xuanhuan's residence. As a half-step divine immortal expert, he was already one of the best in the inner sect, but it was impossible for him to have such a special cultivation place. Xuanhuan also had another identity, which was a true disciple. His master was Elder Yang Shu, a late perfected golden immortal expert of the sect. His master was Elder Yang Shu. The two people with the highest cultivation base in Tianyun Pavilion were Tian Muyun and Taoist Yufeng. Both of them were half-step immortal king experts. The late golden immortal expert was second only to them. Yang Shu was one of the two elders sent by Tian Muyun to guard the regenerative lotus in the heavenly mountain. This showed how high Yang Shu's status in the sect was. Who would dare to provoke Yang Shu's disciple? Therefore, Xuanhuan was basically like a little emperor in the inner sect. No one dared to provoke him. If he was really provoked, he was afraid that Yang Shu wouldn't even need to deal with him personally. The core disciples of the immortal realm would be able to help him settle the matter. One should know that Xuanhuan wasn't the only true disciple that Yang Shu had accepted. There were also powerful divine immortal experts in the core sect, the true core disciples. Therefore, every respected elder in the sect had their own forces, or in other words, every elder was nurturing their own forces. Tianjizi was an exception. Given Xuanhuan's identity, if Jiang Qin had only passed the iron dummy array and become an ordinary inner sect disciple, Xuanhuan was afraid that he wouldn't even spare a glance at Jiang Qin, let alone find trouble with Jiang Qin. But now Jiang Qin had the same identity as him. The identity of a true disciple was the most sensitive. Plus, his master Yang Shu and Tianjizi didn't get along well. That was why Xuanhuan wanted to find trouble with Jiang Qin. He wanted to use Jiang Qin to humiliate Tianjizi. Chapter 1181. In the courtyard, Gao Yang and the other two were wailing loudly. They were like children who had been wronged endlessly and had suddenly seen their own mother, wanting to release all of their grievances in one go. In front of them was a handsome and elegant young man in white. He held a folding fan in his hand. He was very handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment his expression was extremely ugly. The folding fan in his hand should have been swinging around, but now it was tightly shut. He was Xuanhuan, the true disciple of Elder Yang Shu. Speak. What happened? Xuanhuan bellowed angrily. The three of them had been following him for a long time. Not long ago they were sent to cause trouble for Jiang Qin, but now they came back in such a sorry state. Each of them had an arm severed. Gao Yang, the strongest among them, had both of his arms chopped off. In the entire inner sect, cutting off their arms was no different than slapping his own face. Xuanhuan had already guessed that this matter must have something to do with Jiang Qin, but he couldn't believe that Jiang Qin was only a half-step heaven immortal expert. He didn't have the ability to do such a thing to Gao Yang and the others. Senior brother Chu, you have to uphold justice for us. That Jiang Qin is just too arrogant. He didn't put you in his eyes at all. We went to see how the array was being repaired, but he sent a dog to repair the array. That was a humiliation to the iron dummy array. We went to stop him, but we didn't expect that this bastard's cultivation base was so strong. We were no match for him. That's right, Senior Brother Chu, that freak is really too powerful. Even Senior Brother Gao Yang couldn't withstand a single move from him. He said that since we provoked him, we must pay the price, so he chopped off one of our arms each. Senior Brother Gao Yang resisted a few words, and both of his arms were chopped off. Senior Brother Chu, you have to uphold justice for us. That Jiang Qin thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was accepted as a true disciple of Tianjizi. We even mentioned your name, but he didn't put you in his eyes at all. He said that if you dare to provoke him, you will end up like us. The three of them wept word by word and told Chuyuan everything that had happened. They didn't exaggerate the process because Jiang Qin was, after all, arrogant as Jiang Qin was. Boom! After listening to the three of them, Chuyuan's anger exploded. He had never been so angry ever since he became a true disciple. He had not tasted anger for a long time. Good. Very good, Jiang Qin. In the entire inner sect, no one has ever dared to not give me Chuyuan face. How can a guy who has just arrived in the sect be so arrogant? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after becoming a true disciple? There are many true disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, and many of them are arrogant. But I have never seen anyone so arrogant and unscrupulous. Chuyuan was infuriated. Jiang Qin's behavior was simply a provocation and humiliation to him. If this matter was spread out, he would lose all his face. Senior Brother Chu, that bastard didn't care about the friendship between his fellow disciples. He killed his fellow disciples in the sect. He has completely disregarded the rules of the sect. Why don't we report him to the law enforcement hall and let them punish him severely? One of them said. The law enforcement hall was the most important hall in the sect, but under normal circumstances, it wouldn't interfere with the matters of the outer sect and inner sect. This was because the outer sect and inner sect had an institute of elders. Ordinary matters would be handled by the institute of elders. The law enforcement hall mainly dealt with the core disciples and some higher-ups of the sect. But Gao Yang's situation was different. Jiang Qin was now a true disciple. The Institute of Elders didn't dare to interfere, because even the Institute of Elders of the inner sect wouldn't dare to offend a golden immortal elder for no reason. Therefore, if they wanted to seek justice, they had to report Jiang Qin to the law enforcement hall. As the most authoritative hall in the sect, they would certainly give them an explanation and punish Jiang Qin severely. But as soon as the disciple finished his words, Chuyuan gave him a slap on the face. Trash, if you bring this matter to the law enforcement hall because of a mere Jiang Qin, where would I put my face? My master's face would also be damaged. In the inner sect, there is nothing that I, Chuyuan, can't handle. Chuyuan Lung said. What a joke. He had to settle this matter himself to redeem his face and his status in the inner sect. If this matter was brought to the law enforcement hall, wouldn't it show that he was incompetent? At that time he would become a laughingstock in the inner sect. His master Yang Shu would also punish him severely. Yes. Senior Brother Chuyuan has remarkable abilities and powerful means. That Jiang Qin is definitely not a match for you. Just now, I said to report the law enforcement hall out of desperation. I hope Senior Brother Chuyuan won't take it to heart. That person was so scared that he became a yes man and hurriedly tried to explain himself. He knew that his words had made Chuyuan unhappy. However, he had already begun to curse in his heart. What the hell is going on? I lost an arm while working for Chuyuan. Not only did I not get any comfort or compensation when I came back, but I was also slapped in the face. How can I live like this? A puny Jiang Qin dares to make things difficult for me in public? If that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. I'll personally settle the debt between you two. Take these pills and heal your injuries first, Jiang Qin said. Chuyuan snorted coldly and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he gave some medicinal pellets to the three of them to recover from their injuries. But the three of them were very clear that their injuries could not be completely healed. That arrogant bastard. He has completely offended Senior Brother Chuyuan. Now he will suffer. Gao Yang said fiercely, but he was still immersed in pain. Because even if Chuyuan killed Jiang Qin, it would not be able to make up for the loss of his arms. You guys go and cultivate. I will go and meet that Jiang Qin and see what makes him so arrogant that he doesn't even put me, Chuyuan, in his eyes. After saying that, Chuyuan's body flashed and disappeared. The three of them also left Chuyuan's courtyard. This place was very noble and not a place where they could stay for a long time. They had their own place to cultivate. In front of the palace of the Iron Dummy Array, De Huang Dog had completed the final repair of the Iron Dummy Array. The 7-star alignment array and the horn array were perfectly integrated. With the 21 puppets cooperating with each other, the power of the entire array was not weaker than before. Instead, it had become more tyrannical. "Boy, you have to make it up to Master Dog," De Huang Dog said. After such a long period of continuous high-intensity array, his condition had begun to weaken. How about a lotus leaf? Chapter 1182. The formation has been repaired. Let's go to Tianji Peak. Jiang Qin closed the gate of the palace and prepared to go to Tianji Peak. "You've chopped off the arms of those 3 guys. That bullshit Xuanhuan will definitely not let you go. It seems that your days here will not be peaceful," De Huang Dog said. Although he was focused on setting up the formation when Gao Yang and the other 2 came looking for trouble, he was still aware of everything that happened outside. "When have my days been peaceful?" Jiang Qin shrugged, indicating that he did not care at all. He had encountered too many enemies along the way and Xuanhuan was definitely not the strongest one. Just as Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were about to go to Tianji Peak, a strong aura flew over from the direction of Inner Sect. This aura was obviously filled with anger and killing intent. Obviously, this person did not come with good intentions. "You're here so soon." De Huang Dog curled his lips. "Since I'm here, let's meet him in case others look down on me." Jiang Qin smiled and his eyes began to flicker with cold light. Bang! A white-clothed figure landed heavily in front of Jiang Qin. It was none other than Xuanhuan. "You're Jiang Qin?" Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Qin from head to toe. This was his first time meeting Jiang Qin, which was different from what he had expected. However, this did not affect his killing intent towards Jiang Qin. "It seems that I'm very popular. So many people want to find me. I hope you are not here to look for trouble because I have just crippled 3 of them," Jiang Qin said indifferently. He had already guessed the identity of this person. "Humph. In the entire Inner Sect, no one has ever dared to hurt my people. You're the first one." "Jiang Qin, you have to pay for what you've done," said Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. "It's a pity that you don't have that." Jiang Qin was well aware of the other party's purpose in coming here. He knew that this was an unavoidable dispute, so he naturally wouldn't be polite with his words. Xuanhuan was a half-step divine immortal expert and an Inner Sect genius, which made him very difficult to deal with, but Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of him. If it was before, he might not be a match for Xuanhuan, but now that his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step Heaven Immortal realm, he could easily kill a late Heaven Immortal expert. In his half-dragon form, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a half-step Divine Immortal expert. Plus, the battle with the puppet had given him tremendous benefits. Even if he encountered Xuanhuan, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. "Arrogant. You are indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you do not have the qualifications to be arrogant before me. In the Inner Sect, those who offend me, Xuanhuan, will never have a good ending." "In the Inner Sect, those who offend me will never have a good ending," said Xuanhuan Leng. Despite his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the most arrogant person he had ever seen. "Then you can give it a try. I would also like to see how powerful the Inner Sect genius is." Jiang Qin's battle intent was aroused instantly. It would be more interesting to fight a genius like Xuanhuan. At least, it would arouse his interest and passion. "All right. Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that you won't dare to accept my challenge. In that case, how about we have a life and death duel on the life and death stage?" Xuanhuan's eyes flashed and said loudly. He looked at Jiang Qin expectantly, fearing that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's face instantly turned cold. He didn't know Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan actually wanted to fight him on the life and death duel stage. It should be known that only those who had deep hatred would go to the life and death duel stage of the sect. Jiang Qin could see that Xuanhuan didn't attack him directly because he wanted to fight him on the life and death duel stage. According to the rules of the sect, disciples of the same sect were not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, Xuanhuan would have a reason to kill Jiang Qin on the life and death duel stage. This situation made Jiang Qin instantly have a strong killing intent towards Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin only had one way to deal with those who wanted to kill him, and that was to let them reap what they had sown. Jiang Qin felt that his method was very ruthless. Breaking the arms of those 3 bastards was already considered cruel, but Xuanhuan's heart was even more ruthless. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin just for the sake of his face. "What? You don't dare?" Didn't you say that you want to see the power of an inner sect genius? I know that you have the strength to kill a late heaven immortal expert, and I admit that you are the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen, but you have offended me. If you don't dare to fight on the life and death duel stage, then kneel down and kowtow to me. I won't ask you to compensate me. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened. What do you think? Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Chen with great interest. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen would answer. If Jiang Chen agreed, it would be the best. He would make Jiang Chen die on the platform. If Jiang Chen didn't agree, then Jiang Chen would have to kowtow to him. Tianjizi's newly accepted successor disciple knelt down and kowtowed to him. This was a very prestigious thing. Most importantly, Tianjizi would never be able to raise his head among the higher-ups. He would become a laughingstock. His master could laugh at him whenever he wanted. As you wish. I agree. Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree to it. He knew very well about Xuanhuan's intention. The battle between him and Xuanhuan was no longer a simple battle between inner sect disciples. It was a battle between true disciples. Normally, the battle between true disciples would involve the higher-ups in it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree to it. Jiang Chen couldn't lose face for Tianjizi. Since Xuanhuan wanted to humiliate him, he would let him seek his own humiliation. Good. Jiang Chen, you have guts. Come to the life and death duel stage then. Xuanhuan said and leaped up, flying towards the direction of the inner sect. The next moment, the sound of war drums was heard in the inner sect. It was Xuanhuan's drum. Once the drum sounded, it meant that someone was going to fight a life and death duel. This guy is really impatient. Little Chinzi, are you confident? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled. He then summoned his flaming wings and flew towards the inner sect. The Huang dog followed behind and laughed. Jiang Chen had just caused a big event in the Iron Dummy Array yesterday. Today he was going to cause another big event. Others might not know Jiang Chen, but the Huang dog knew him very well. Jiang Chen would never do anything he wasn't confident about. Since he dared to accept the challenge, Xuanhuan would definitely not have an easy time. The sound of the war drums. It's the sound of the war drums from the life and death duel stage. Is someone going to fight a life and death duel? Let's go and have a look. It has been a long time since someone has fought a life and death duel in the inner sect. The sound of the war drums is starting to sound strange. I wonder who has such a deep hatred towards them. Look who it is. There will be a good show today. Chapter 1183. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum resounded in the sky above the entire inner court. Everyone was familiar with this sound. It was the drum of the life and death duel. Once a life and death duel was about to take place, the war drum must be sounded and the duel would take place in front of countless disciples. With the sound of the war drum, figures began to fly toward the martial arts practice field. Every life and death duel was a big event for the inner court. Everyone wanted to see who was going to participate in the life and death duel. The life and death duel drum had not sounded for a long time because ordinary people would not participate in the life and death duel unless they had a deep hatred for each other. The purpose of the life and death duel was to resolve the matter of life and death. Once on the duel, life and death were determined by fate. Therefore, once someone decided to participate in the life and death duel, it meant that there was a deep hatred between them that could not be resolved and could only be resolved by a fight to the death. The sound of the war drums not only alerted countless inner sect disciples, but also the Inner Sect Elders Institute. What's going on? Why is the war drum being sounded? The war drum has not been sounded for a long time. I wonder which two disciples have such a deep hatred for each other that they are going to fight to the death. Young people are so impulsive. Let's go and have a look. After all, the life and death duel is not a small matter. Moreover, we don't know who it is. The elders of the Elder Court also came out. The life and death duel was a big event in the inner court. As the elders, they should pay attention to it. On the high life and death duel, Xuanhuan stood solemnly with an arrogant and hideous smile on his face. This time he was going to kill Jiang Chen openly. Look, it's Xuanhuan. How could it be him? It's really Xuanhuan. Who the hell offended this guy? But the person who dares to fight Xuanhuan in the life and death duel is too bold. Yes, Xuanhuan is a true disciple and one of the best in the inner court. No one dares to offend him. Those who offend him usually do not have a good ending. But this is the first time that he is going to fight in the life and death duel. I wonder who his opponent is. Seeing that the person standing on the fighting platform was Xuanhuan, everyone was shocked. No one had ever dared to offend this little emperor of the inner sect. But today someone dared to challenge Xuanhuan to a life and death duel. It was obvious that this person was courting death. Apart from courting death, this person was too daring. When the elders saw Xuanhuan, they were also very surprised. At this time, they began to have a strong interest in Xuanhuan's opponent. While everyone was still in shock, a young man with a pair of flaming wings flew over and landed on the fighting ring. He stood opposite Xuanhuan. Jiangchen. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw who it was. The elders of the Assembly of Elders widened their eyes in disbelief. Motherfucker, it's this guy again. He just challenged the Iron Dummy Array yesterday, and now he wants to have a life-and-death battle with Xuanhuan? Is this guy really not afraid of death? Isn't his cultivation base only at the half-step heaven immortal realm? With such a cultivation base, how could he fight the little emperor of the inner sect? Could it be that he is just relying on his identity as a true disciple? The identity of a true disciple is useless in a life-and-death battle. Plus, Xuanhuan is also a true disciple. What I'm surprised about is how did these two guys collide with each other? That Jiangchen has just become an inner sect disciple. Plus, they have never met before, let alone any enmity between them. How did they decide to have a life-and-death battle? According to the rules, disciples of the same sect should be punished for killing each other, but he actually agreed to have a life-and-death duel with Xuanhuan. It seems like he doesn't know anything about Xuanhuan's strength. He is courting death. Chapter 1184. In addition to the shock, they also figured out the grudge between Xuanhuan and Jiangchen. Everyone was very clear that even if Jiangchen really chopped off the arms of Gao Yang and the others, Jiangchen could not be blamed for it. Checking the restoration of the Iron Dummy Array should be the Elders Institute's business, so it was not Xuanhuan's business. It was only because Jiangchen was the true disciple of Tianjizi that Xuanhuan took the initiative to find trouble with him. After all, many people knew about the relationship between Tianjizi and Yangshu, so it was self-evident that there was something fishy going on. In other words, the fight between Xuanhuan and Jiangchen was not just a fight between ordinary disciples, but also a conflict between high-level elders. Even Li Zhong could not intervene. Jiangchen, is what Xuanhuan said true? Li Zhong asked with a frown. It's true, but I naturally have my reasons for chopping off their arms. It's a miracle that they are still alive now, said Jiangchen plainly. He was standing on the life-and-death stage, his facial expression didn't change at all. There wasn't a trace of panic in his expression. Such a performance alone was enough to make people admire him. In the inner sect, it was afraid that only Jiangchen could remain so calm in front of Xuanhuan. Humph! Jiangchen, you are too arrogant. Unfortunately, your arrogance will only be trampled on by me. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Now that they were on the life-and-death arena, even the great elder had no right to intervene in the fight between them. Xuanhuan felt that he had 100 ways to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen, did you really agree to have a life-and-death arena with Xuanhuan? Li Zhong continued to ask. It seemed that as long as Jiangchen said no, he would step forward to stop him. In Li Zhong's opinion, no matter how talented Jiangchen was, he was definitely not a match for Xuanhuan. Since Xuanhuan was accepted as a true disciple by Yangshu, his talent could be imagined. Ordinary disciples couldn't compare with him at all. Basically, no one in the inner sect dared to provoke him. In addition, there was a huge gap between his cultivation and Jiangchen's, so Jiangchen was not a match for Xuanhuan at all. Yes, Elder. I've already stood up. There's no reason for me to go down. Jiangchen smiled with unwavering confidence on his face. Xuanhuan was indeed a strong opponent, but it was precisely because of his tyrannical strength that Jiangchen was more interested in him. Sigh. Li Zhong shook his head with a sigh and said no more. Both of them were the best among the young generation. Both of them had their own pride. Jiangchen wouldn't listen to him. Besides, he would offend Xuanhuan if he said too much, which wouldn't do him any good. This Jiangchen is really fearless. He doesn't know how terrifying Xuanhuan is. That's right. This matter was started by Xuanhuan. Given Jiangchen's intelligence, it's impossible for him not to know that this life-and-death arena was a trap set by Xuanhuan. Why did he agree to it? I think Jiangchen isn't a fool. He's smarter than anyone else. Since he dared to step onto the life-and-death arena, it means that he has a certain level of confidence. Plus, he could easily defeat Gao Yang with his half-step heaven immortal cultivation base, which means that his combat strength is equivalent to that of a half-step divine immortal expert. Perhaps he can really defeat Xuanhuan. Those inner sect elders sighed, thinking that Jiangchen shouldn't have agreed to Xuanhuan's request. Even a fool could see that Xuanhuan had set a trap for Jiangchen. However, some of them also believed that Jiang Qin had his own means and trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Jiang Qin, make your move now. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Xuanhuan provoked Jiang Qin. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice faded, Jiang Qin's body began to change. A surge of blood qi was released from his body and he turned into a half-human half-dragon. Such a transformation made countless people widen their eyes, including Xuanhuan. All of them had forgotten that Jiang Qin had a terrifying transformation skill. What a terrifying transformation skill. His combat strength has increased by at least 10 times, right? That's right. It's indeed terrifying. I have never seen such a skill before. It's much more powerful than some taboo arts. It's unimaginable. Sure enough, this Jiang Qin has a powerful trump card. I'm a late heaven immortal expert, but I feel that there's a huge gap between my qi and Jiang Qin's qi. I'm afraid that I will be instantly killed by Jiang Qin if I go forward. What a monstrous genius. Jiang Qin's dragon transformation immediately caused an uproar. Previously, there was news from Shenyang school that Jiang Qin had a transformation skill, but most of them didn't care about it. This was the first time that Jiang Qin used this skill in Tianyun Pavilion. Except for Tianjizi, no one else had seen it through the crystal ball. So it was no wonder that they were shocked. It's just a heretical skill. Do you think that you can compete with me with this? How ignorant. Xuanhuan sneered. Even though he had seen Jiang Qin's terrifying transformation, he still didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. His huge advantage in cultivation gave him the greatest confidence. Does it count if you give me 3 moves first? Jiang Qin said. Of course. How can I, Xuanhuan, go against my words? Xuanhuan placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. Alright, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. His entire being turned into an arrow that was released from the bow, leaving his original spot with a swoosh. In the next moment he appeared in front of Xuanhuan and struck out a terrifying true dragon palm. A giant blood-red dragon claw slammed down with mountain-like pressure. The terrifying energy locked Xuanhuan, confining the airflow in the surroundings. What? Xuanhuan's expression changed. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so terrifying. His attack was so powerful that even he didn't dare to be careless when facing it. Xuanhuan hurriedly stretched out his palm and launched several dazzling palm prints, which collided with Jiang Qin's true dragon palm. The collision caused the air to surge and sparks to fly. You're already resisting after just 1 move. If you can't afford to let me win, then don't. You asked for it. Jiang Qin's sarcastic words were like a knife stabbing into Xuanhuan's heart, making him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this time, Xuanhuan's expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he had confidently said that he would let Jiang Qin have 3 moves first. In the end, he was forced to block the first move. It was really shameful. He really looked down on him. Jiang Qin, I admit that I have indeed underestimated you. However, don't be arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight with me with your little ability? Today, your fate is completely sealed in this life and death fighting ring. Chapter 1185. Xuanhuan was infuriated. He fully unleashed his half-step divine immortal qi. The horrifying qi waves were like tidal waves coming wave after wave. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, his qi alone would be enough to frighten them and make them lose their will to fight. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. Xuanhuan bellowed and struck out a powerful combat skill. Just now, he said that he would allow Jiang Qin to make 3 moves, but he didn't even manage to make 1 move. This made him lose a lot of face. Therefore, he didn't hold back and decided to kill Jiang Qin as fast as possible. He wanted to destroy Jiang Qin once and for all so that he could regain his dignity. For a moment, the entire battle platform was filled with horrifying qi waves. Xuanhuan's attack was really powerful. The most important thing about this toppling mountains and overturning seas was its qi. It turned into waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas, oppressing the opponent to death. Your qi is indeed strong, but it's just an insignificant skill in front of me. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's battle intent was unparalleled. Xuanhuan's tyrannical attack had aroused his battle intent. He yearned for that kind of pinnacle battle. In the face of Xuanhuan's toppling mountains and overturning seas, Jiang Qin struck out the Golden Dragon Seal unhurriedly. Among the 5 elements combat dragon seals, the Golden Dragon Seal was the most powerful. Along with a deafening dragon roar, 3 golden dragons spiraled out. Each of them was dozens of meters long and looked lifelike like real dragons. They came from 3 different directions and collided with Xuanhuan's toppling mountains and overturning seas with unparalleled destructive force. Long. Terrifying sounds of explosions were heard. Destructive energy waves were everywhere, causing the void to tremble violently. The sound of the tsunami and the roar of the dragon intertwined with each other. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. The entire battle platform was filled with dazzling brilliance. It looked very beautiful, but behind this beauty was endless destruction. Thud thud thud. After the collision, both Xuanhuan and Jiang Chen took 3 steps back at the same time before they could regain their balance. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were surging. Massive wood spiritual qi flushed through his body and restored him in an instant. His eyes were incomparably sharp, staring at Xuanhuan like a cold blade. Such an outcome was within his expectation. He did have the cultivation base to kill a half-step divine immortal expert, but that was only relative to an ordinary half-step divine immortal expert. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill someone like Xuanhuan. However, the more evenly matched a battle was, the more it would stimulate Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. Fighting against a genius like Xuanhuan was also very beneficial to him. What? Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Xuanhuan was greatly shocked. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. He simply couldn't believe what he had just seen. However, it also gave him a new understanding of Jiang Chen's terrifying combat strength. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Both of them were evenly matched in terms of combat skills. This had shocked the inner sect disciples and the elders of the Institute of Elders. All of them widened their eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had drastically changed. They had all underestimated Jiang Chen's ability. Jiang Chen's face was filled with shock and disbelief. My God! How abnormal is this evildoer? How could he tie with Xuanhuan in such a fierce collision? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. You're right. You're right. That's right. He's just a half-step heaven immortal. I've never seen a half-step heaven immortal with such insane combat strength. It's unbelievable. Even if I don't want to admit it, Jiang Chen is indeed the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. This is just too terrifying. He's totally inhuman. Is he really just a half-step heaven immortal? Even if his voice-changing skill has increased his combat strength by 10 times, there's no way he could be this powerful. The fact that Xuanhuan was able to become a true disciple showed that his talent was far beyond the ordinary, but compared to Jiang Chen, he was simply not worthy of being called a genius. If both of them had the same cultivation base, I'm afraid that Jiang Chen could kill Xuanhuan with a single breath. No one wasn't shocked. Although Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan had only collided once, the result had undoubtedly caused a great uproar. By now, no one dared to guarantee who would win today because Jiang Chen indeed had the capability to fight Xuanhuan. I really didn't expect this. This Jiang Chen is much more powerful than we imagined. The experts of Institute of Elders sighed. It seems like today's battle is going to be interesting. Jiang Chen's power is beyond everyone's imagination. It won't be easy for Xuanhuan to kill him. However, Xuanhuan isn't as simple as he seems to be. He still has some powerful trump cards and means that he hasn't used yet. Jiang Chen will still be in great danger. Great Elder Li Zhong sighed. Although he was still a little worried about Jiang Chen, this worry was much less than before. He was even looking forward to this battle. If Jiang Chen could create another miracle and defeat Xuanhuan today, he would become a legend in Tianyun Pavilion. Of course, Li Zhong felt that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was already amazing that Jiang Chen was not killed by Xuanhuan. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for Jiang Chen to defeat Xuanhuan. Rumble. On the battle platform, Xuanhuan moved once more. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at Jiang Chen with boundless violent energy like a storm. On the other side, Jiang Chen had been calm all this while. He kept using the 5 elemental combat dragon seal and true dragon palm to collide with Xuanhuan's attacks continuously. The two of them were locked in the center of the whirlpool of the storm. Neither of them could tell who was the winner or loser. The violent battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Xuanhuan and Jiang Chen were still standing opposite each other. At the sight of this, many people couldn't help but exclaim. At first, they thought that Jiang Chen was lucky to be able to withstand Xuanhuan's attack. But now they had completely changed their view. A person could be lucky once or twice, but to remain undefeated after a dozen minutes of collision, it wasn't luck but true strength. They are evenly matched. I can't believe that he is equally matched with Xuanhuan. This is simply heaven-defying. One should know that very few half-step divine immortal experts in our sect could be evenly matched with Xuanhuan. Such a figure is beyond our imagination. There will always be some unusual existences in this heaven and earth. Their existence can't be judged by common sense. Jianghu is one of them. He is a peerless genius, the darling of heaven. He is envied by others. Chapter 1186. This was the first time that Jianghu had entered the inner sect, and also the first day that Jianghu became an inner sect disciple after passing the Iron Dummy Array. Everyone else entered the inner sect by exchanging their identity jade token, but Jianghu used this unusual method to become an inner sect disciple. The current Jianghu had struck the nerves of all the inner sect disciples with his mighty strength. Such a situation had made him the focus of countless inner sect disciples the moment he arrived in the sect. If he was lucky enough to defeat Xuanhuan today, he would be able to lay a solid foundation in the inner sect, and no one would dare to offend him. That's right. Of course, the biggest thought that everyone had was that Jianghu could defeat Xuanhuan and create another miracle. No one thought that Jianghu could kill Xuanhuan, even though this was a life-and-death battle platform. After all, Xuanhuan's identity was too special. Even if Jianghu was extremely daring, he wouldn't dare to kill Xuanhuan, because killing Xuanhuan would mean going against Elder Yangshu. Jianghu, you've really infuriated me. You've made me lose a lot of face by fighting me like this. Next, I'll kill you in the shortest time possible and make you stay on this battle stage forever. Jianghu said. Xuanhuan's anger had reached its limit. He couldn't believe that a half-step heaven immortal couldn't defeat a half-step heaven immortal despite his cultivation base and ability. This was a humiliation, a serious humiliation to him. Show me what you've got. Don't just talk big. Jianghu sneered, totally not putting Xuanhuan in his eyes. He had a rough idea of Xuanhuan's ability. If he guessed it right, Xuanhuan would soon use his trump card, which would consume a lot of his energy. Jianghu wasn't afraid of energy consumption. His blood and chi were vigorous and he had 450,000 dragon marks. Anyone who wanted to fight a war of attrition with him would end up with the same result. When Xuanhuan couldn't maintain his peak condition, there would be a gap between the two of them. In that case, Jianghu would have the chance to kill Xuanhuan. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, Jianghu's combat experience could no longer be described as abundant. In this aspect, even 100 Xuanhuan couldn't be compared to Jianghu. Xuanhuan didn't speak anymore. His eyes turned incomparably deep. A wave of nirvana chi overflowed from his body. As this chi drifted, the entire platform was instantly filled with it. It was the chi of destruction, the true taste of nirvana. Just the weak chi alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. It's the 9 forms of nirvana. Xuanhuan is finally going to use a powerful attack. The 9 forms of nirvana is his biggest trump card. I didn't expect that Jianghu could force Xuanhuan to such an extent. Even if Jianghu is defeated by the 9 forms of nirvana, it won't be shameful. It's said that this powerful combat technique has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. That kind of chi of nirvana can make one's soul tremble. Those who are shrouded by it will have the thought of being unable to resist. It's rare to see Xuanhuan using the 9 styles of nirvana in the inner sect. It seems like Xuanhuan is determined to kill Jianghu. It will be a pity if a genius of the generation falls here. I heard that Xuanhuan has cultivated the 9 forms of nirvana to the 6th form. It's extremely powerful and lethal. If Jianghu doesn't have a powerful trump card to support him, it will be difficult for him to survive under Xuanhuan's 9 forms of nirvana. Look, it's time to decide the winner. I'm really looking forward to it. As the chi of nirvana radiated from Xuanhuan's body, many of them became nervous. As an inner sect disciple, almost all of them knew about Xuanhuan's famous unique skill. It was the 9 styles of nirvana that was taught to him by Yangshu. Xuanhuan was talented and had already cultivated to the 6th style. Very few people in the inner sect could resist this trump card of Xuanhuan's. Therefore, even though Jianghu's performance was incomparably powerful and had reached the same level as Xuanhuan, they were afraid that it wouldn't be easy for him to withstand the 9 styles of nirvana. Nirvana represented death. Therefore, the aura that Xuanhuan carried could make his opponent smell the smell of death. Under the shadow of death, he would gradually lose himself and die tragically in Xuanhuan's hands. Jianghu, wait for the judgment of death. In the inner sect, there are not many people who can force me to use the 9 forms of nirvana. Xuanhuan had gone completely berserk. His body was suspended in the air, and his body was completely shrouded by the pale gray aura of nirvanic extermination. It made Xuanhuan look like a powerful god of death. All living beings would tremble in front of the god of death, and all his opponents would only have one ending, death. 9 forms of nirvana, the first form. Xuanhuan shouted and a black storm swept down. This storm evolved into a scene of reincarnation and the smell of death was everywhere. Jianghu seemed to see a reincarnation passage. This passage was extremely magical. It could actually create illusions and affect people's minds. If it was someone else, they would have been deeply affected by this illusion. However, this kind of mental influence completely didn't exist when Xuanhuan was fighting against Jianghu. After all, the 9 forms of nirvana was an offensive combat skill. It was not a technique that specialized in creating illusions. Compared to the Great Illusion Realm, there was still a huge gap. Since Jianghu could create the Great Illusion Realm, how could his mind be affected by the illusion in front of him? Kaka. Kaka sounds were heard in the reincarnation passage. Countless black death storms finally condensed into a huge scythe. The huge scythe was dozens of feet long. It was completely black and exuded endless death chi. The death scythe. That's right. This was the power of the first form of the 9 forms of nirvana. All of this power came from the evolved death scythe. This strike could often penetrate the enemy's soul and cause the enemy to suffer endless torture and die under the destruction of the death scythe. Go! Xuanhuan bellowed. The death scythe let out a terrifying and gloomy howl, lunging at Jianghu at an unparalleled speed. At this time all the spectators couldn't help but feel nervous. Even though they were far away from the scythe, they could already feel the strong smell of death, let alone Jianghu who was in the middle of it. What a terrifying 9 forms of nirvana. It directly makes people feel the threat of death. So powerful. If I were on the battlefield at this moment, I'm afraid I would have died under the death scythe. That's right. This is only the first form and it's already so terrifying. Won't the later forms be more and more terrifying? I really don't know how Jianghu can resist it. Chapter 1187. Death had arrived. Jianghu's expression was still as calm as before. He didn't panic at all. The death scythe and the chi of death couldn't affect his mind at all. Therefore, the 9 styles of nirvana was just a combat skill that had a relatively high lethality to him. The true advantage of this skill was useless against Jianghu. Jianghu pointed his finger like a sword. It had been a long time since he last used the profound 9 solar finger, but he couldn't deny it. The profound 9 solar finger was a combat skill with great offensive strength. Furthermore, it was a pure yang energy, and it was the nemesis of the destructive force. Mysterious 9 solar fingers. As Jianghu shouted, the flaming wings on Jianghu's back began to flap. At the same time, the powerful mysterious 9 solar fingers appeared like a golden pillar of light. 9 huge golden fingers made a whistling sound and then quickly fused together into a huge finger. The patterns on the huge golden finger were extremely clear. It was like a real finger. It was dazzling with golden light. No one knew how powerful the attack was. Rumble. The mysterious 9 solar fingers broke through the death chi and directly entered the reincarnation passage. It collided with the death scythe. Under countless nervous gazes, the 2 completely different auras exploded and intertwined. In the end, the death scythe and the huge golden finger disappeared at the same time. They turned into 2 different colored waves and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Xuanhuan's expression changed again. He did not expect that Jianghu could withstand his 9 forms of nirvana so easily. Even if it was only the first form, he thought that Jianghu would be greatly affected. Even if he did not die, he would at least be injured and shaken. However, it seemed that Jianghu still dealt with it with ease and was not affected by the death chi at all. How could Xuanhuan not be shocked? Amazing. Look, I knew that Jianghu also had a trump card. It's really hard to imagine that he could withstand the 9 forms of nirvana. This Jianghu is really amazing. Jianghu is indeed amazing, but we can't be happy too early. After all, Xuanhuan only displayed the first form of the 9 forms of nirvana. He has already cultivated this powerful combat skill to the 6th form. Now that Xuanhuan is angry and wants to kill Jianghu, his next attack will definitely be more violent. I wonder what other methods Jianghu has to resist. Look, it's getting more and more exciting. No matter who wins today, it's worth watching. The voices of astonishment were getting louder and louder. Countless inner disciples had completely changed their views on Jianghu. Many of them didn't think that Jianghu could win in the beginning and thought that Jianghu would definitely die if he encountered Xuanhuan. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Xuanhuan had displayed the 9 forms of nirvana, but he still couldn't defeat Jianghu. He didn't even cause any damage to Jianghu. Just this alone was enough for Jiang Chen to be proud. Jiang Chen's strength also showed that Tianjizi had a sharp vision. Tianjizi never accepted disciples, but this time he made an exception for Jiang Chen. It could be seen that his vision was extremely sharp. Xuanhuan's heart began to pound. Even though Jiang Chen was his enemy, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was completely different. This guy's blood and qi are extremely vigorous after his transformation. It seems that he has inexhaustible energy in his body. If I continue to fight with him, I'm afraid it'll be disadvantageous for me. I'll continue to display the 9 forms of nirvana to kill him in the fastest way possible. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Jiang Chen was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment he couldn't use the previous method anymore. He had to attack with lightning speed. Whoosh! The gloomy gale continued to blow. The qi of death on Xuanhuan's body became denser. The atmosphere on the battlefield became extremely tense. Even Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that Xuanhuan was going to launch a frenzied attack. The collision with the first style of the 9 styles of nirvana had shown Jiang Chen the scariness of this combat technique. Therefore Jiang Chen had to do his best in the next battle. 9 forms of nirvana. Xuanhuan shouted again and the reincarnation passage appeared again. Inside the reincarnation passage, black lights flickered and condensed into new death sides. As Xuanhuan continued to inject energy into them, the number and attack power of the death sides increased. Look, Xuanhuan is serious. He has displayed the 5th form of the 9 forms of nirvana. Its power is unbelievable. Let's see how Jiang Chen can resist it. The atmosphere became tense. Whoosh, 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 numerous frightening death sides were unleashed. Compared to the first style, no matter if it was in terms of quantity or strength, the death sides were much stronger. Facing this kind of attack, even if Jiang Chen kept using the 9 solar fingers, he still wouldn't be able to defend himself. Good. I like this kind of battle the most. Jiang Chen released his aura. His whole body was covered in blood-red light and a huge amount of blood qi converged into the shape of a dragon. The Heavenly Saint's sword roared and appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment, the Heavenly Saint's sword didn't look like a sword anymore. It looked like a blood dragon, a dragon of battle and also a sword of death. Storm of swords. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. His whole body and the Heavenly Saint's sword seemed to have become one. The 450,000 dragon marks in his body rippled and endless energy was instilled into the Heavenly Saint's sword. Swish swish swish. Incomparably bright sword lights were displayed by Jiang Chen. It was a sea of swords. Tyrannical long swords could be seen everywhere. In terms of momentum, it wasn't any weaker than Xuanhuan's 9 forms of nirvana. The number of dragon swords was even greater than the number of death sides. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon swords collided with the death sides violently, creating a lot of sparks. The current power of the Heavenly Saint's sword was much stronger than an ordinary heaven-grade immortal weapon. Coupled with the enhancement of his natal weapon, it could be said that Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached its peak. The sky above the martial field was filled with destructive qi waves. All the spectators couldn't help but hold their breaths, feeling the powerful aftermath of the battlefield. Even though they were far away from the battlefield, they still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Powerful. Such a battle was unimaginable to ordinary inner sect disciples. If a late heaven immortal expert were to step into such a fierce battle, he or she would be shredded into powder immediately. The void rippled and the collisions didn't stop. Whether it was Xuanhuan or Jiang Chen, such a battle consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 1188. The ripples of the battle were getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan were still evenly matched. Even though Xuanhuan had casted out the powerful 9 styles of nirvana, he still couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Jiang Chen's means as heaven-defying. The terrifying long sword had blocked all of Xuanhuan's death sides. Great Elder Jiang Chen is simply a miracle. Look, he's getting more and more courageous as the battle goes on. His qi is still in its peak state, just like what happened in the Iron Dummy Array yesterday. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, has obviously consumed a lot of his energy after using the 9 styles of nirvana. An elder from the Elders' Assembly exclaimed in shock. They had never imagined such a scene before them. Jiang Chen is indeed amazing. As long as a genius like him doesn't die prematurely, his future will be limitless. Xuanhuan only has one last move left. If his 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana still couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Jiang Chen, The one who will win today will be Jiang Qin, not Chu Yuan. Great Elder Li Zhong's eyes sparkled. Ever since he met Jiang Qin for the first time, Jiang Qin had brought him too many surprises. As a late divine immortal expert, his eyesight was very unique. Chu Yuan's energy consumption was getting greater and greater, especially after using the 9 styles of nirvana. His chi was getting weaker and weaker. If the 6th move still couldn't inflict any damage on Jiang Qin, Chu Yuan wouldn't be able to maintain his peak state. Then it would be Jiang Qin's chance. 9 styles of nirvana, the 6th move. Chu Yuan didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to hold back. Before the power of the first 5 moves faded, he immediately used the 6th move. The situation became chaotic again. The power of the 6th move was the superposition of the first 5 moves. The reincarnation passage doubled in size, and the number of death sides inside instantly doubled. The entire reincarnation passage had turned into a sea of sides. There were even ghostly wails and wolf howls that made one's scalp go numb. It was indescribably uncomfortable. It was hard to imagine what would happen if someone entered the reincarnation passage. This is Chu Yuan's final attack. The 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana is much more powerful than before. I'm afraid there aren't many experts in the inner sect who can withstand this move. So, I really didn't expect that Jiang Qin could force Chu Yuan to this point. Yeah, Jiang Qin's existence is indeed a miracle. He's the most heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. He can be described as a peerless monster. It seems that the winner will be decided soon. I wonder if Jiang Qin can withstand it? At this time, everyone knew that the battle had reached the final moment. Chu Yuan had already used the 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana, which was also the strongest move he could use at the moment. On the opposite side, Jiang Qin clearly felt the power of the 9 styles of nirvana. His face was extremely solemn. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that the 9 styles of nirvana was terrifying. This combat skill is indeed terrifying. If Chu Yuan had practiced to the 7th move, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him. But now I'll fight with him and see who's more powerful. Jiang Qin thought. He was slightly surprised by the terror of the 9 styles of nirvana, but he wasn't afraid. The stronger Chu Yuan was, the more competitive he was. True dragon son of heaven, dragon and sword as one. Let's fight. Jiang Qin's dragon roar resounded through the sky. With a sway of his body, he transformed from a half-dragon and half-human into a real blood dragon. The real dragon might fill the air. This was the first time that Jiang Qin had used his dragon transformation to fight. At this moment, he had transformed into the true dragon son of heaven, looking down on the world. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out a howl. It seemed to be affected by Jiang Qin's battle intent. The heavenly saint's sword became extremely excited. It directly turned into a dragon sword and merged with Jiang Qin. Look, that's a real dragon. How is this possible? A dragon is a divine beast, a supreme existence in the legends. How can it appear in the world? No, that's Jiang Qin's transformation skill. But it's too realistic. He has completely turned into a legendary dragon. This skill is simply heaven-defying. It's too miraculous. But he gives me the feeling of a real dragon. Is he a dragon or a human? Countless people were shocked once again. No one had thought that Jiang Qin would transform into a real dragon. That was a legendary noble creature, a true divine beast. After Jiang Qin transformed, the chi of a dragon had completely covered the chi of a human. When Jiang Qin was in his human form, he didn't have the slightest chi of a beast. Fundamentally speaking, Jiang Qin was still a human. Such a miraculous transformation was something that no one could understand. The miraculous transformation was something that people couldn't understand. The essence of the dragon transformation skill was the process of transforming from a human to a dragon. Jiang Qin's final destination was to become a real dragon, the dragon king, the dragon ancestor, a noble existence that transcended everything. The dragon roar shook the sky. Jiang Qin's dragon and sword unification actually broke into the reincarnation passage. Countless blood-red lights spurted out from his body and turned into sharp swords. Under the control of Chu Yuan, the reincarnation passage constantly pressed against Jiang Qin. However, the pressure couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin swayed his dragon body and collided with those sharp death sides. His body was already very strong. Now that he had fused with the heavenly saint's sword, he became even more indestructible. Every death side slashed on his body produced a clanging sound and sparks, but they couldn't hurt him at all. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin roared once more. At the last moment of the battle with Chu Yuan, he didn't hold back and used all his trump cards. A dozen different colored dragons rushed out of his body once more, wreaking havoc in the passageway of reincarnation. The scene was too shocking. Countless people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The scene was too beautiful. It had completely turned into a world of dragons. Kaka. Finally, due to the severe consumption of Xuanhuan's energy, he couldn't support the reincarnation passage perfectly. Under the frenzied attack of Jiang Qin, the reincarnation passage produced cracking sounds and cracks appeared. The number of death sides inside began to decrease rapidly. My God. It looks like Xuanhuan can't hold on any longer. How could this be? Xuanhuan has consumed too much energy. That Jiang Qin seems to never be able to use up all his energy. He's truly a freak. His means are too heaven-defying. Transforming into a dragon and fusing with the dragon and sword unification, his destructive power is too shocking. He's only a half-step heaven immortal. How are we supposed to survive? Chapter 1189. What? Xuanhuan could no longer remain calm when he sensed that cracks had appeared on his reincarnation passage and that it was in danger of shattering at any time. Moreover, the number of death sides in the reincarnation passage was also decreasing. He immediately exclaimed. He deeply felt the terror of Jiang Qin. After Jiang Qin transformed into a real dragon, his imposing manner had reached its peak. His appearance alone was enough to cause great psychological pressure to people. Moreover, Xuanhuan had consumed too much of his energy to display the 6th style of the 9 styles of solitary extinction. It was already very difficult for him to maintain the reincarnation passage, let alone launch other attacks. Xuanhuan, you can't do it anymore. Your reincarnation passage has no effect on me at all. Your death aura also has no effect on me. Tear it apart for me. Jiang Qin suddenly roared. His gigantic dragon body twisted crazily. Countless blood-red rays shot out like sharp swords, rushing towards different directions of the reincarnation passageway. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. That was an energy as violent as the sea, endless and never-ending. Everyone was shocked once again. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Xuanhuan, who was fighting against Jiang Qin. No one had expected that Jiang Qin could still erupt such a violent energy at the end of the battle. One should know that a battle was a process of consumption, especially in a battle of life and death. Xuanhuan was a half-step divine immortal supreme expert. Naturally, the amount of energy in his body wasn't something an ordinary expert could compare with. However, the current situation was that the half-step divine immortal Xuanhuan's energy was almost depleted, but the qi that Jiang Qin unleashed was still the same as before, or even more ferocious. In other words, Jiang Qin's energy wasn't depleted at all during the previous battle. Or it could be said that Jiang Qin's energy was inexhaustible. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Look, Jiang Qin's attack is too terrifying. His energy seems to be inexhaustible. He can still erupt such an attack at this time. It's much more terrifying than before. Freak, this is a super freak. Xuanhuan seems to be unable to hold on any longer. If that's the case, Xuanhuan's defeat is almost certain. This is really a terrifying thing. This result has already subverted our understanding. If he defeats Xuanhuan, who in the inner sect will dare to provoke him in the future? Everyone couldn't hold it in any longer. Jiang Qin could no longer be described as terrifying. He had defeated Xuanhuan with the cultivation of a half-step celestial immortal. On his first day in the inner sect, he had established a supreme position in the inner sect that was inviolable. Rumble. Finally, Xuanhuan's reincarnation passageway couldn't withstand Jiang Qin's ferocious attack. It was riddled with holes by the countless sword qi, and then exploded with a boom. All the sides were destroyed along with the explosion. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Xuanhuan let out a scream and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was completely dispirited. Affected by the impact of the huge energy, Xuanhuan's body was bounced down from the sky and landed heavily on the arena. The powerful impact caused the arena to tremble. In the sky, Jiang Qin returned to his human form. His white robes fluttered in the wind. He looked no different from before. He was still full of imposing manner, giving people a sense of majesty and pressure of a superior. Jiang Qin glanced at Xuanhuan below with lung lung, then flew down and stepped on Xuanhuan's face. Roared. This situation made Xuanhuan roar loudly. He struggled violently, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Qin's big foot. Being stepped on by someone he looked down upon in front of countless inner sect disciples and elders made Xuanhuan feel endless humiliation. This was worse than killing him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Jiangchen. How dare you step on me? Xuanhuan roared. Do you think I will just step on you? This is the arena of life and death. Jiangchen said in an incomparably cold tone. His words undoubtedly reminded Xuanhuan, causing his body to tremble. Yes, this was the arena of life and death. Jiangchen had the right to kill him. Compared to death, being stepped on was nothing. Jiangchen, how dare you kill me? Who do you think you are? Not to mention killing me, you will have to pay an extremely heavy price for what you have done today. Xuanhuan didn't believe that Jiangchen would dare to kill him. He was a genius of the inner sect and a successor disciple of a golden immortal elder. Even if Jiangchen had more guts, Jiangchen wouldn't dare to kill him, even if this was the arena of life and death. Oh no, it seems that Jiangchen has the intention to kill. Do you think he dares to kill Xuanhuan? Of course not. Although Xuanhuan was defeated, he has a tyrannical background. If Jiangchen kills a successor disciple, Elder Yangshu will definitely not let it go. In the Tianyun Pavilion, no one dares to really touch Xuanhuan. Yes, I guess he won't. Although this is the arena of life and death, Jiangchen is already very amazing to be able to defeat Xuanhuan. It can be said that he has completely established his position in the Tianyun Pavilion. From now on, not many people will dare to provoke him. The result made countless people sigh. It was something that no one had imagined. However, many people felt that it was impossible for Jiangchen to kill Jiangchen. After all, if he killed Xuanhuan, he would be going against Yangshu. How would he live in the future? Jiangchen lifted Xuanhuan from the ground as if he was carrying a dead pig. Jiangchen, I have said that you won't dare to kill me. Moreover, I will take revenge for today's hatred sooner or later. Xuanhuan looked at Jiangchen fiercely and said, Xuanhuan, I have to admit that your IQ is too low. You can still say such words at this time. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. If you had begged me for mercy just now, I might have spared your life. Unfortunately, you actually threatened me. In that case, I must kill you today. A cold light flashed in Jiangchen's eyes. He had never been threatened by others, especially his enemies. If he didn't kill Xuanhuan, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. In that case, it was better to solve the problem now. Feeling Jiangchen's cold killing intent, Xuanhuan's expression finally changed. He finally understood that Jiangchen was the real ruthless person. Jiangchen, you have won. Give this old man some face and let this matter go, the great Li Zhong quickly said. Great Elder Li Zhong spoke hastily. His words were for Jiangchen's sake. After all, killing Xuanhuan wouldn't bring any benefits to Jiangchen. Well, I will give face to the Great Elder. I won't kill you today. I will cripple you and make you completely put away that annoying sense of superiority, Jiangchen said and slapped Xuanhuan's sea of qi with his palm. Chapter 1190. Wah. The scene was in an uproar after seeing Jiangchen's action. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe and accept the scene in front of them. Jiangchen was just too audacious. He actually crippled Xuanhuan. One should know that to a genius like Xuanhuan, crippling his cultivation base and turning him into a cripple was no different from killing him. Moreover, the consequences of Jiangchen's action were too severe. Once Xuanhuan was crippled, the meaning of the battle would change completely. This was no longer an ordinary battle between inner sect disciples. At that time, Yangshu would certainly not let this matter go. Moreover, Jiangchen now had a powerful backer. Tianjizi wasn't a person to be trifled with. If that was the case, things would get really heated up. Jiangchen, stop. Upon seeing this, Great Elder Li Zhong turned pale with fright. He had never thought that Jiangchen would be so bold. If Jiangchen crippled Xuanhuan today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Zhong didn't have the time to think. He made a move decisively. Although he had already violated the rules by making a move at this moment, he had no choice but to make a move. As the great elder of the inner sect, if he were to watch a true disciple get killed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if the powerful golden immortal elder were to blame him. However, Jiangchen's attack was too fast. Even with Li Zhong's speed, he couldn't save Xuanhuan in time. With a cracking sound, Jiangchen's palm slammed heavily on the defenseless Xuanhuan's qi. Barf. Xuanhuan spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his qi exploded, dissipating all the energy in an instant. Feeling his current condition, Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. His face was ashen and full of despair. The fact that he could cultivate to the half-step divine immortal realm was enough to show that he was talented and had a bright future ahead of him. But now, everything was over. Xuanhuan, a genius at the top of the pyramid, had turned into a cripple all of a sudden. From then on, he would never be able to cultivate again. Such a blow wasn't something that anyone could bear. Even if he survived, he would become a walking corpse. No, Xuanhuan let out a roar of despair. He felt that his life had suddenly become gloomy, and he had nothing left to live for. He hated Jiangchen to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do because he knew that he would never have the chance to take revenge. At the same time, Xuanhuan's heart was filled with incomparable regret. That's right. He regretted provoking Jiangchen for no reason. If he didn't provoke Jiangchen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Both of them would mind their own business and he, Xuanhuan, would still be the little emperor of this place. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Jiang Chenyu, Li Zhong's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so decisive and merciless. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Li Zhong fearlessly. He said indifferently, "Great Elder, I've already given you enough face by not killing him. Do you think that your face can guarantee his safety? This is the life and death arena. Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules by rushing to stop me? Also, you want to save Xuanhuan, which means that you're going against me, Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan is not to be trifled with, but do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am to be trifled with? Xuanhuan has a backer, but so do I, Jiang Chen. Great Elder, I advise you to stay out of this matter." Jiang Chen's words were incomparably cold, without the slightest politeness or respect for the Great Elder. Just now, Li Zhong had tried to stop Jiang Chen from dealing with Xuanhuan. No matter what the reason was, Jiang Chen was disgusted by his action. If it wasn't for the Great Elder's help, Jiang Chen would have been even more ruthless. The Great Elder was shocked. The indifference in Jiang Chen's eyes and the chi of a superior had affected his soul a little. The Great Elder sighed and didn't speak anymore because what Jiang Chen said was right. Xuanhuan was not to be trifled with, and Jiang Chen was even more so. It was better not to provoke a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step divine immortal. Plus, Tianji Zi, who was behind Jiang Chen, wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this point, Xuanhuan had been crippled. Although he didn't manage to save him, at least he had done something to save him. If Yang Shu were to blame him, it would be Jiang Chen and Tianji Zi's fault, and it had nothing to do with him. The battle between the true disciples had always been a headache. It was better not to get involved if possible. Ruthless. This is too brutal. The sky of our Tianyun pavilion is going to change. With such a monstrous genius, I guess those geniuses are going to be under a lot of pressure. The little emperor of inner sect, Xuanhuan, has been crippled just like that. Now, I have nothing but admiration for Jiang Chen. I'm afraid that only Jiang Chen can do such a thing in the entire Tianyun pavilion. Xuanhuan has been crippled for the rest of his life. But Yang Shu will certainly not let this matter go. Yang Shu will definitely hold Jiang Chen responsible for this. As a dignified golden immortal elder of the sect, his true disciple was killed just like that. This is undoubtedly a slap to his face. But Jiang Chen has the support of Elder Tianji Zi. So he doesn't have to be afraid. Plus, it was Xuanhuan who started the fight with Jiang Chen. Plus, both of them are on the life and death stage, not an ordinary stage. Jiang Chen has the right to do this. Even if this matter is brought to the law enforcement hall, he has the support of Tianji Zi. Plus, Jiang Chen's performance is incomparably dazzling. He can be said to be the #1 genius of Skycloud Pavilion. Many people were discussing about the fact that Jiang Chen had crippled Xuanhuan on the life and death stage. This itself was a major event. It was imaginable that the next development of the situation would not be simple. At this time, a strong pressure rushed out from the inner part of the sect. An elder in a gray robe appeared in the sky. This elder seemed to be in his 50s and was slightly fat. But the aura that he exuded could make people's soul tremble. This old man was none other than Yang Shu, a well-known figure in Skycloud Pavilion. It seemed that he had already learned about the incident here. Now that his true disciple had been crippled, there was no reason for him not to show up. That's right. The appearance of Yang Shu made the atmosphere extremely tense. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Great Elder Li Zhong lowered his head and didn't speak. Everyone knew that Yang Shu must be in a state of anger at this moment. Master. Seeing Yang Shu, Xuanhuan, who was lying on the ground, burst into tears on the spot. Unfortunately, he was completely crippled and didn't even have the strength to stand. Yang Shu glanced at Xuanhuan casually, then turned to look at Jiang Chen. His eyes were like cold blades that wanted to tear Jiang Chen apart. Judging from his appearance, he didn't intend to let Jiang Chen go so easily. Haha, Yangshu, look carefully. This is the life and death fighting platform. Your disciple is not strong enough. Now he's lying here alive. Jiang Chen has shown mercy. You should thank Jiang Chen for sparing your disciple's life. Tianji laughed loudly. This was a typical ruthless slap in the face. What if I have to do it? Tianji, could it be that you think you can stop me? Yangshu's eyes turned cold. It seemed like Tianji was going to use force, but judging from their cultivation base, Tianji was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm while Yangshu was a late golden immortal realm expert. If they really fought, Tianji wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Then you can try. Today, I want to see who has the ability to hurt my disciple in front of me. Tianji's chi fluctuated, showing no sign of fear. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. Tianji's character suited his taste the most. It seemed like he had made the right choice to acknowledge Tianji as his master. I have to do it. Yangshu seemed to be a hot-tempered person. Normally, he didn't get along well with Tianji. Today he was humiliated by Jiang Chen. He was infuriated. All of a sudden he reached out a big hand and grabbed at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Tianji also made a move. He was like a banished immortal. Almost at the same time as Yangshu made his move, he also pointed out with his finger. A golden light was pointed out by him, and before Yangshu's palm could fully condense, it was destroyed. Whoosh. Subsequently, Tianji flew directly to the sky and shouted at Yangshu, "Yangshu, you dare to attack my disciple? That means you don't put me in your eyes. Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Tianji was incomparably strong. Even though he was an intermediate golden immortal, he still didn't show any fear in the face of Yangshu. Let's fight then. Tianji, I want to see to what extent have you cultivated the art of divination. Yangshu's chi was like a rainbow. He directly launched an attack at Tianji. The two great golden immortal experts fought in the sky above the martial arts arena. The winner couldn't be determined. Many people's attention was drawn to the battlefield between the two. It wasn't easy to watch a battle between two golden immortal experts. Jiang Chen's attention was even more focused. Originally he thought that Tianji was no match for Yangshu, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Master's art of divination is really amazing. He can actually predict the opponent's moves. Yangshu's cultivation is one level higher than Master's, but Master's art of divination can calculate the trajectory of Yangshu's moves. In other words, the moment Yangshu made his move, Master had already calculated the rules of his attack and then dealt with it decisively. When Yangshu's attack was halfway through, Master had already collided with him. In this way, Yangshu's combat strength could not be fully exerted. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. It seemed like the art of divination was much scarier than what he had imagined. Not only could it predict good or bad fortune, but it could also provide a huge advantage in a battle. It was truly shocking. Chapter 1192. Honglong. The two golden immortal experts, Tianji and Yangshu, fought fiercely in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. Powerful energy waves spread out and immediately alarmed the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Many core disciples, elders of the enforcement hall and some high and mighty golden immortal elders had also appeared. One should know that it was extremely rare for golden immortal elders to fight in the sect. It's Tianji and Yangshu. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? You guys still don't know that Tianji's new true disciple has crippled Yangshu's true disciple, Xuanhuan, on the life and death stage. Naturally, Yangshu can't swallow this. How audacious. But since it's a life and death stage, Yangshu has no other choice. Now it's just a matter of face. For a time, the news of Jiang Chen crippling Xuanhuan spread at the fastest speed. At the same time, everyone knew that Jiang Chen was only a half-step heaven immortal expert. Such a genius who could defeat a half-step divine immortal was extremely rare even in the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Even in the entire one-line sky or even the entire ethereal immortal domain, he was considered a first-class talent. No wonder. This Jiang Chen is truly an evildoer. Otherwise, given Tianji's stubborn temper, why would he suddenly accept a disciple and even fight with Yangshu for this disciple? Jiang Chen is indeed a genius, but his way of doing things is a little too arrogant. He crippled an inner circle true disciple on his first day in the inner circle. Such an arrogant attitude needs to be suppressed. That's right. Many people thought that Jiang Chen was too arrogant. Even if he was a genius, his cultivation base wasn't high. In Tianyun Pavilion, where the competition was extremely fierce, Jiang Chen should more or less restrain himself. However, not only did he not restrain himself, but he also crippled a true disciple and provoked the two great elders to fight. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the entire Tianyun pavilion. Long. Tianjizi was also angered by Yang Shu's attacks. The shockwaves from his battle with Yang Shu became more and more intense. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. This seemingly evenly matched duel was different in the eyes of outsiders. After all, the cultivation of both sides were not on the same level. People couldn't help but marvel at the terror of Tianjizi's divination technique. His ability to foresee the future was really shocking. In contrast, Yang Shu seemed very sullen. Every time he made a move, his opponent could predict it. In such a situation, anyone would be sullen to death. They couldn't display their abilities at all. Elder Destiny's divination skill truly deserves its reputation. At first, I thought that this kind of divination skill could only be used to predict good or bad luck. I didn't think that it could also be used in battles. That's right. It's really amazing. Although Elder Destiny is only an intermediate Golden Immortal expert, his status in Tianyun Pavilion isn't any weaker than a late Golden Immortal expert like Yang Shu. If Elder Destiny advances to the late Golden Immortal realm, I'm afraid that Elder Yang Shu won't be a match for him. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, only Sect Master and Taoist Yufeng can suppress him. This is a very special skill. Ordinary people can't learn it even if they want to. Tianjizi's power was unavoidably amazing. When his ability to foresee the future was perfectly used in battle, the advantage was too obvious. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Tianjizi. Every time Tianjizi made a move, there would be a kind of illusory divination qi which fascinated people. Currently, Jiang Chen had been completely attracted by this magical divination technique. "Stop, both of you." Just at this time a voice was heard. A yellow-robed, skinny old man appeared in the sky. His cultivation base was still very strong, but judging from his qi he wasn't any weaker than Tianjizi and Yang Shu. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. It's the Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, Yuan Ting. He's the most distinguished figure in Tianyun Pavilion, second only to Sect Master and Taoist Yufeng. I never thought that he would appear here. I already said that this storm wouldn't be simple. It is very likely to alarm the higher-ups. Now it seems like I'm right. Tianjizi and Yang Shu are at loggerheads. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, only the Law Enforcement Hall dares to stop them. That's right. Even in the Law Enforcement Hall, there aren't many who have the ability to stop them. Yuan Ting can. Yuan Ting's appearance meant that the Law Enforcement Hall was going to intervene. In Tianyun Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall was high and mighty. Normally they would rarely appear. However, once the Law Enforcement Hall wanted to handle something, it would definitely not be a small matter. Today the matter between Xuanhuan and Jiang Chen had become very big. If the Law Enforcement Hall didn't step in, there would be no way to solve it. Seeing Yuan Ting's appearance, Tianjizi and Yang Shu stopped what they were doing. They had to give Yuan Ting face. Additionally, the two of them knew very well that even if they continued to fight, there would be no result. In the end, there would still be no winner. Elder Yuan, I believe you have heard about what happened today. I, Yang Shu, am also a respected figure in Tianyun Pavilion. Today I have to save my face. As long as you cripple Jiang Chen, I will not pursue this matter any further. Yang Shu said. His attitude was still very unyielding. What a joke. Where do you think I, Tianjizi, am? Don't you understand the meaning of the life and death duel? Once you are on the life and death duel, life and death are determined by fate. Xuanhuan was defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only crippled him and spared his life. It is already very kind of him. If Jiang Chen is defeated and killed by Xuanhuan today, I will not say a word. I can only say that Jiang Chen is not good enough. Yang Shu, aren't you even more humiliating by pestering me endlessly? Tianjizi gave tit for tat. Currently, Jiang Chen was a treasure in his eyes. Yang Shu wanted to cripple his disciple, which was simply wishful thinking. Yuan Ting frowned. Looking at Jiang Chen below and Xuanhuan, who was lying motionless on the fighting platform, he was also very surprised. Today's matter was a bit tricky even for an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall to deal with. He had to give face to Yang Shu. If Jiang Chen was just an ordinary disciple, he could directly deal with him. However, Jiang Chen was also a true disciple. He was also very clear about Tianjizi's stubborn temper. If they really caused trouble, he, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, would not have enough face to deal with it. However, since he had come forward, he had to solve it. He could not let the matter go on. Otherwise, the existence of the Law Enforcement Hall would be meaningless. If the sect leader blamed him, he would also be embarrassed. This matter should not go on. Elder Yang Shu, Elder Tianjizi, bring your disciples to the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall is a reasonable place. I want to know the ins and outs of the matter. Yuan Ting said to Tianjizi and Yang Shu. Chapter 1193. After Yuan Ting finished speaking, he disappeared directly. At the same time, some elders of the law enforcement hall also disappeared. It seemed that they had all returned to the law enforcement hall. Everyone knew that the following matters would be transferred to the law enforcement hall. Yang Shu snorted coldly. He grabbed Xuanhuan with his big hand and a suction force fell on Xuanhuan's body, pulling him up. Master, save me. Xuanhuan cried and his face was full of despair. Sigh. Yang Shu sighed and then shook his head. If it was just an ordinary injury, no matter how serious it was, Yang Shu could find a way to save him. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan's sea of qi had been destroyed and it was impossible for him to recover. No matter how capable Yang Shu was, it would be useless. He could turn a fool into a genius, but he could not turn a cripple into a normal person. The only thing I can do is to help you seek justice and make Jiang Chen pay the price. Yang Shu said and then no longer looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan closed his eyes in pain and tears of regret flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Revenge? Was it really that important? For Xuanhuan, it was no longer important whether he could make Jiang Chen pay a heavy price or not. Even if he killed Jiang Chen, he would not be able to restore his former glory. Jiang Chen leaped up and spread his wings on his back, looking extremely magical. He came to Tianjizi's side and bowed slightly to him. Master. Good, very good. I have just accepted you as my disciple and you have already given me face. You don't need to say more about this matter. I know the cause and effect very well. Xuanhuan only has himself to blame. With me, Tianjizi, even if you go to the law enforcement hall, Yang Shu will not be able to touch a hair of yours. Tianjizi said in an incomparably admiring tone. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. Strong, overbearing, and outstanding talent, it was really in line with his taste. It was impossible not to like such a disciple. Let's go to the law enforcement hall together. I want to see how old Yuan will deal with it. After Tianjizi finished speaking, he flew towards the law enforcement hall with Jiang Chen. The martial arts practice field, which was originally crowded with people, instantly became noisy because of the departure of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is really famous this time. There is no one in Tianyun Pavilion who doesn't know him. He killed Xuanhuan on his first day as an inner disciple. He is really awesome. I don't know how the law enforcement hall will deal with him. Yang Shu will definitely not let it go. Even if Jiang Chen is in the right, I'm afraid he won't be able to get away with it. After all, this involves Elder Yang Shu's reputation. The enforcement hall isn't a good place. No one in the entire sect likes to go to the enforcement hall. Once they are there, they will definitely cause some trouble. I heard that Elder Yuan and Elder Yang Shu have a pretty good relationship. On the other hand, Elder Tianjizi has a stubborn temper and is extremely arrogant. He doesn't even get along with many golden immortal elders. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain any advantage in the enforcement hall. Many people were talking about it. In Tianyun Pavilion, from the powerful elders to the ordinary disciples, the law enforcement hall was the most serious existence in their eyes. In front of such a tiger-like existence, no one was willing to deal with the law enforcement hall. Even if an ordinary disciple made a mistake, if they were brought to the law enforcement hall, they would be skinned alive even if they didn't die. The law enforcement hall was located in the center of Tianyun Pavilion. It was an incomparably magnificent hall. From the outside, it gave people a sense of solemnity and solemnity. It was a very important place in Tianyun Pavilion. It represented the highest level of law enforcement in Tianyun Pavilion. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, no one dared to challenge the authority of the law enforcement hall. Except for sect master Tian Muyun and Taoist Yu Feng, the law enforcement hall represented the highest status in Tianyun Pavilion. At this moment, in the hall of the law enforcement hall, a group of elders of the law enforcement hall were already present. Yang Shu was also standing there and Xuanhuan was standing beside him. Xuanhuan was already able to stand, but his condition was extremely poor. His body was swaying as if he would fall to the ground at any time. His face was as pale as blood, making him look like a walking corpse. Tianjizi also walked in with Jiang Chen. Tianjizi walked like a tiger. Even though he had arrived at the law enforcement hall, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Jiang Chen was the same. The corner of his mouth was brimming with a smile. A mere law enforcement hall was far from enough to make him afraid. In addition to these high-level elders, Jiangchen also saw 3 other people. They were Gao Yang and the other 2 who went to the iron dummy array in the wee hours of the morning. These 3 guys were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Their arms were chopped off and they were already seriously injured. Now that they were in a place like the law enforcement hall, they were already scared out of their wits, especially Gao Yang, whose arms were chopped off. He should have been recuperating, but now he was kneeling here. In Gao Yang's heart he felt that his luck was really bad. He originally thought that Xuanhuan could kill Jiangchen to avenge him, but who would have thought that Jiangchen was so terrifying? Not only was Xuanhuan not a match for him, but he was also crippled by Jiangchen. Now that Xuanhuan was in such a state, how could the 3 of them, who were the fuse, have a good ending in the law enforcement hall? The 3 of them were filled with regret in their hearts. They were cursing themselves for finding trouble with Jiangchen for no good reason. They were simply asking for trouble. Jiangchen's face was filled with regret. Jiangchen, you've arrived at the law enforcement hall, why don't you kneel down? An elder of the law enforcement hall shouted at Jiangchen coldly. Why should I kneel down when I'm in the right? I don't even know why you asked me to come to the law enforcement hall. I didn't make any mistakes. Jiangchen casually glanced at the elder and said in an indifferent tone. Arrogant. Looking at Jiangchen's behavior, many elders of the law enforcement hall were infuriated. How dare someone challenge the dignity of the law enforcement hall? This was outrageous. All along, any disciple who came to the law enforcement hall, even those unruly core disciples, would have to kneel down obediently in front of them, not even daring to breathe loudly. But Jiangchen actually dared to talk back to them, the elders of the law enforcement hall. They had never seen such an arrogant and presumptuous disciple. Jiangchen, you have killed your fellow disciple. This is a serious crime. The elder glared at Jiangchen and continued. He was a mighty early golden immortal expert. Being disobeyed by a half-step heaven immortal meant that his dignity had been violated. How could he stand it? Are you blind? Or do you not know the meaning of the life and death stage? Besides, I was challenged by Xuanhuan. Could it be that I'm the one who is killed in the life and death stage and I'm not allowed to kill? Besides, Xuanhuan is still standing here unscathed. I have already given him a lot of face. The iron dummy array with the unique symbol of Skycloud Pavilion would also be beyond repair. Wouldn't that be a great sin and loss for me? What Jiangchen said was his own reasoning. Sure enough, Gao Yang and the other 2 felt like coughing up blood. That's right, they felt like coughing up blood. They felt extremely aggrieved. Not only did they lose an arm, they also had to shoulder all the responsibilities. They couldn't even voice out the bitterness that they had to suffer in silence. We can't just listen to your one-sided statement. Gao Yang, Xuanhuan, come on. Yuan Ting looked at Xuanhuan and Gao Yang. Reporting to law enforcement elder, I just sent Gao Yang and the other 2 to see how the iron dummy array is being repaired. After all, the iron dummy array is the painstaking effort of sect leader Ouyang. If there were any problems with it, it would be a loss to Tianyun Pavilion. I'm just concerned about it, Xuanhuan said. He was not in the mood to talk here. He was so disheartened that he wanted to kill himself. However, in order to take revenge on Jiangchen, he had to say it. Yes, elder. Senior brother Chu asked us to check on the iron dummy array. Unexpectedly, when we arrived at the main hall, we found that Jiangchen was asking a dog to repair the iron dummy array. This is a blasphemy and insult to the iron dummy array and sect leader Ouyang. Naturally, we had to stop him. However, we didn't expect that Jiangchen would fly into a rage and cut off our arms. Gao Yang said almost in tears. Jiangchen, you're really audacious. You destroyed the iron dummy array and asked a beast to repair it. This is a blasphemy to Master Ouyang. This alone is enough to punish you. Jiangchen said coldly. Yangshu shouted at Jiangchen. Hearing the word beast, Jiangchen's eyes suddenly turned cold and a faint killing intent overflowed from his body. He looked at Yangshu coldly and said, Old man, you'd better watch your mouth. De Huang is my brother. Bastard, what did you say? Yangshu was furious. A little inner disciple dared to call him old man. How could this be? He had been in Tianyun Pavilion for so many years and it was the first time that someone dared to be so disrespectful to him. If it weren't for Tianjizi, he would have killed Jiangchen 100 times with this sentence. I said that your mouth is old and stinky. Jiangchen didn't have the slightest fear. When someone wanted to target him, he would never be polite to the other party, even if the other party had a higher status than him. In front of Jiangchen, Yangshu's identity was useless. Jiang Qin didn't put a late golden immortal expert in his eyes. If they really fell out with each other, Yang Shu wouldn't be able to kill him with the help of the Zulong Tower. Moreover, Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a unique advantage. Whether it was cultivation base or combat strength, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yang Shu. Ah, good, very good. He really is an arrogant disciple. Elder Yuan, did you see that? Such an arrogant and conceited junior has no respect for his elders, and even more so for the sect's rules. What's the point of keeping such a person? Yang Shu laughed and said to Yuan Ting, Jiang Qin, your performance is really disappointing. There has never been such an arrogant disciple like you in Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1195. Yuan Ting's pressure was very strong. The pressure of a peak late golden immortal expert wasn't something an ordinary expert could bear. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary expert. With his powerful soul power and the help of the Zulong Tower, Yuan Ting's pressure was like a child's play to him. Elder Yuan, you don't have to scare me. You don't need to know what method I used to repair the iron dummy array. The array has already been repaired and it's even more perfect than before. I believe you all have already checked the condition of the array. Jiang Qin said without the slightest fear. Upon hearing this, most of the elders couldn't help but nod in agreement. They had indeed checked the condition of the iron dummy array. Even they couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous method used to repair the array. They had to admit that it was perfect. Although they had lost 7 puppets, the iron dummy array that was rebuilt using 21 puppets was much more powerful and effective than before. If the iron dummy array was used as an example, Jiang Qin should be rewarded by the sect. Putting the matter of the iron dummy array aside, it's a fact that you have injured Gao Yang and the other 2. I won't pursue the matter of your life and death battle with Xuanhuan any longer, but you have been so rude in the law enforcement hall today. This is the first time I've seen this in the Tianyun Pavilion. With these 2 actions, I have to punish you to defend the dignity of the law enforcement hall. Yuan Ting said with a deadpan expression. Since these words came out of his mouth, the punishment became a matter of course. Elder Yuan, I think it's better to leave the punishment to me. It's reasonable to kill him in such a situation, but considering that he is a true disciple, I can spare his life and let him be a cripple like Xuanhuan. That's already good enough. Yang Shu said with a sneer. Bullshit. Tianji was infuriated. Yuan Ting, Yang Shu, do you really think that I, Tianji, am just air? I, Tianji, am not someone who can be punished just because I want to. Today with me Tianji here, I want to see who dares to touch a single hair on Jiang Chen's head. Tianji had already figured out that Yuan Ting and Yang Shu had joined hands to find a crime for Jiang Chen. In addition, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had injured and maimed Gao Yang and the other 2. Moreover, he had behaved so arrogantly in the law enforcement hall today. However, Tianji wasn't a pushover. Since he couldn't reason with them, then he wouldn't bother. Tianji had never been afraid. Tianji, you better not go too far. This is the law enforcement hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Yang Shu bellowed. As a matter of fact, Tianji was the most troublesome person to deal with. Sometimes, even Tian Muyun couldn't do anything to this doyen of Tianyun Pavilion. Even Taoist Yufeng had to be polite to him. If he was really provoked, this bastard wouldn't listen to anyone. Plus, Tianji was able to predict the future. This kind of divination technique would be helpful to the future of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, although Tianji was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, he had a pivotal position. Plus, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than a late golden immortal expert. This could be seen from the fact that he was equally matched with Yang Shu. So what? Since you are being unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. If you provoke me, I will tear down this law enforcement hall for you. Tianji was completely enraged. Even Tianji couldn't help but secretly give his master a thumbs up. Sure enough, Tianji wasn't just bragging. Humph. Tianji in Tianyun Pavilion, no one has ever dared to come to the law enforcement hall to behave atrociously. This place represents the highest authority of Tianyun Pavilion. You are provoking me. I have already given you a lot of face. If you continue to pester me endlessly, I don't mind punishing both of you together. If a fight really breaks out, even if you have the divination art, you won't be able to walk out of this law enforcement hall today. Yuan Ting was infuriated. As the highest authority of the law enforcement hall, he had never been provoked like this before. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It seemed like a war was about to break out at any time. Oh. At this time, an invisible wave of wind suddenly drifted in the hall, carrying a storm-like pressure that made people feel suffocated. Everyone saw the void above the hall tremble. Then, an extraordinarily handsome figure walked out of it. A half-step immortal king supreme expert had already comprehended the spatial force, which allowed him to appear anywhere at any time. Young, promising, dignified and elegant. When these adjectives were put together they could form a single word, Tianmuyun. That's right. This expert who suddenly appeared was Tianmuyun, the highest authority of Tianyun Pavilion, a half-step immortal king supreme expert, a legendary figure in one-line sky. Tianmuyun was the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. Normally he wouldn't appear in such a place, but today's matter had attracted his attention. This was enough to show that this matter wasn't a small one. Sect master. When they saw Tianmuyun, everyone in the law enforcement hall, regardless of their status or cultivation base, stood up and saluted respectfully. Although they were much older than Tianmuyun and some elders had even watched him grow up, they didn't dare to show any neglect at this moment. This showed that although Tianmuyun was young, his prestige in Tianyun Pavilion was still very high. To put it bluntly, after 2 years of development in Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun's prestige had already reached the level of Ouyang. When Jiang Qin saw Tianmuyun, a trace of coldness and disgust could be seen in the depth of his eyes, but this trace of disgust was concealed very well. For an expert like Tianmuyun, any unusual expression on one's face would be sensed by him. Tianmuyun nodded casually. His body naturally carried a faint superior qi, making him look very tall. He didn't look at the others, not even at Yuan Ting and Yang Shu. His eyes fell directly on Jiang Qin. "You're Jiang Qin?" Tianmuyun asked in a flat tone, but everyone could feel that the way he looked at Jiang Qin was different. It was the way a genius looked at another genius. There was admiration, praise, jealousy and faint hostility in his eyes. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Qin. Disciple Jiang Qin pays respect to sect master. Naturally, Jiang Qin couldn't show any neglect. Immediately, he clasped his fists at Tianmuyun and saluted. Crippling Xuanhuan, a half-step divine immortal expert, with just a half-step heaven immortal cultivation base. Your talent is even higher than mine. Chapter 1196. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, Tianmuyun's gaze was incomparably sharp. It was definitely not as simple as just praising him. There was a strong sense of jealousy in his eyes. Tianmuyun's gaze seemed to be able to see through him, or in other words, he wanted to see through everything about Jiang Qin. This was a terrifying opponent, but Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary nobody. Tianmuyun was still far from being able to see through him. "Thank you for your praise, sect master." Jiang Qin continued to speak in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Jiang Qin, I already know everything that has happened in the sect these days because of you. It's a good thing that there's a genius like you in Tianyun Pavilion, but since I'm here today, I have to take care of this matter. You've injured your fellow disciples and even crippled a true disciple. If I don't punish you, Elder Yang Shu won't be satisfied. I have to take care of the emotions of the elders of the sect. Besides, you've offended the elder of the law enforcement hall and disregarded the law. You'll also be punished. I'm going to punish you now. Are you willing to do so?" Tianmuyun said with a smile. His tone was light, but there was an irrefutable aura in it. "Sect master." Tianjizi's expression changed slightly, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Tianmuyun with a wave of his hand. "Elder Tianji, I'm talking to Jiang Qin now. Please don't interrupt us." Tianmuyun casually glanced at Tianjizi before shifting his gaze back to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sneered coldly in his heart. Tianmuyun had already shown a trace of hostility towards him. This might seem abnormal, but it was within Jiang Qin's expectation. A figure like Tianmuyun would have an incomparably sharp sixth sense. Perhaps Tianmuyun could sense that Jiang Qin's existence would pose a certain threat to him, which was why he showed hostility instead of admiration. As a matter of fact, there was a difference between Tianmuyun and Ouyang. Ouyang belonged to the older generation. He hoped that a peerless genius would emerge in the sect so that the sect could flourish in the future, because his talent had basically reached the peak. Becoming a mighty immortal king was basically his limit. It was basically impossible for him to become a more powerful immortal emperor, but Tianmuyun was different. He was young and a genius. People like him had a common problem, being hostile to all geniuses who were more talented than him. It was something that couldn't be changed, especially when it came to monstrous geniuses like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had unknowingly overshadowed Tian Muyun's brilliance. Although Tian Muyun was already the sect master and had a supreme status, he shouldn't care about it, but deep in his heart, there was still an unchangeable idea and hostility towards Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about Tian Muyun's hostility at all, because in his mind Tian Muyun was already his enemy. They were destined to fight to the death in the future. If Tian Muyun really appreciated him and wholeheartedly nurtured him like how Tianjizi valued him, Jiang Chen would feel uncomfortable in his heart, because he would have to kill Tian Muyun in the future. If Tian Muyun treated him too well, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the heart to kill him. But now it was different. Tian Muyun was his enemy, and he had shown his hostility. Jiang Chen wouldn't even blink an eye when he killed Tian Muyun to avenge Ouyang He. I wonder how Sect Master is going to deal with me? Jiang Chen asked with great interest. Don't worry, I will treasure a peerless genius like you very much. After all, you represent the future of Tianyun Pavilion. Not only will I not hurt you, I won't punish you, but I will also give you a chance to train yourself. Tian Muyun said with a smile. Oh. Jiang Chen was surprised, but his intuition told him that this chance to train himself wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen, I will give you a chance to go to Nifa's abyss to train yourself. I think such a punishment is enough for Elder Yang Shu. If you can survive in a place like Nifa's abyss, your future achievements will surely surpass mine, said Tian Muyun. When he mentioned Nifa's abyss, a trace of teasing flashed in the depth of his eyes. No one else noticed this subtle expression, but it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Wah! After Tian Muyun mentioned Nifa's abyss, the entire hall was in an uproar. Even Yang Shu didn't expect that Tian Muyun would give Jiang Chen such a heavy punishment. How was this a punishment? It was no different from killing Jiang Chen. Sect Master, you're sending Jiang Chen to his death. Isn't this punishment a little too heavy? Tianjizi couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were red. One could imagine how angry he was at this moment. It seemed that if the other party wasn't Tian Muyun, he would have already lost his temper. Why is Elder Tianji so agitated? Sect Master Tian is doing this for Jiang Chen's sake. If a peerless genius like Jiang Chen can go to Nifa's abyss to train himself, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Yang Shu chuckled. He was in a good mood. In his opinion, sending Jiang Chen to Nifa's abyss was more satisfying than crippling Jiang Chen. Of course, Jiang Chen, you can choose not to agree. I won't force you. Tian Muyun looked at Jiang Chen with a look that said, I won't force you. Jiang Chen understood Tian Muyun's thoughts very well. He didn't know what kind of place the Nifa's abyss was, but judging from Tianjizi and Yang Shu's reaction, it must be a place of extreme evil. Otherwise it wouldn't be called Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen knew that if he agreed, it would basically be impossible for him to walk out of Nifa's abyss in Tian Muyun's eyes. If he didn't agree, it would mean that he was weaker than Tian Muyun. What Tian Muyun wanted was to see him cower. That way Tian Muyun would think that he was stronger and more outstanding than Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, such a punishment was just to satisfy Tian Muyun's mentality of being a genius. Jiang Chen, you can't agree to it. Tianjizi quickly said. Master, what kind of place is Nifa's abyss? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The Nifa's abyss is an independent spatial zone that connects to one-line sky and a dozen other major domains. There are all kinds of ferocious creatures in there. Moreover, there are many evil sects and crooked sects in the immortal world. The entire spatial zone is filled with sin, blood, and slaughter. The weak are prey to the strong. There are no rules there. Even I can't guarantee that I'll come out unscathed. For a long time, only those who have committed serious crimes will be sent to the Nifa's abyss to fend for themselves. Everyone who enters the Nifa's abyss has a slim chance of survival. If you enter the Nifa's abyss, it's basically no different from throwing your life away. Chapter 1197. The Nifa's abyss was a notorious existence that represented evil, bloodshed, and slaughter. It was a place that would cause people's faces to turn pale at the mention of it. There were powerful primordial ominous demons in there. No one was willing to step into it. Even the most powerful genius in one-line sky wouldn't dare to enter the evil abyss. Tian Muyun's path of growth was dazzling and arrogant, but even he didn't dare to take half a step into the evil abyss. What a good Tian Muyun playing this trick on me. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Tian Muyun knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to agree to it, but he still gave Jiang Chen such a difficult problem. His purpose was to see Jiang Chen's timid side and feel superior. Jiang, it's a rare opportunity to enter the evil abyss. As long as you agree to it, I won't pursue the matter of you crippling Xuanhuan anymore. Yang Shu said with a smile. He wanted to see whether Jiang would dare to agree to it or not. However, everyone present, including him, was certain that Jiang wouldn't dare to agree to it. After all, entering the evil abyss was not something that anyone could do. It has nothing to do with you whether I go to the evil abyss or not. Xuanhuan only has himself to blame. Jiang glanced at Yang Shu coldly, not giving him any face at all. Jiang, you can refuse it. Tianmuyun continued. However, after listening to Tianjizi's introduction of the evil abyss, Jiang interest was piqued. Jiang had experienced countless hardships and had been to all kinds of dangerous places. A man's life must always be full of challenges and passion. A path without passion would never be perfect. Jiang loved excitement and passion. He wanted to give his life a label and create countless miracles. Jiang first purpose of coming to One Line Sky had been achieved. He had successfully entered the Tianyun Pavilion. Next, he would have to work hard on his second goal, which was to kill Tianmuyun. However, it was impossible to achieve it in a short period of time. He needed to improve his strength and cultivation base. Only by improving both would he be able to contend against Tianmuyun. If he wanted to quickly improve his cultivation, dangerous experiences were indispensable. Now that he had become an inner disciple and a true disciple, there were too few places in One Line Sky for him to train in. What he needed the most was a dangerous place like the Nifa's Abyss. Slaughter, blood, and cruelty. All of these words attracted Jiang and stimulated his blood. He liked this kind of training method. I promise. Just when everyone, including Tianmuyun, thought that Jiang would refuse, Jiang actually agreed. This situation stunned everyone present, including Tianmuyun himself. He didn't expect that Jiang would really agree to it. When Tianmuyun proposed such a punishment, his purpose was to see the timid side of Jiang. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He actually agreed to it. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This Jiang obviously doesn't know how terrifying the Nifa's Abyss is. Entering the Nifa's Abyss is no different from courting death. This guy is indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen. He doesn't even put the Nifa's Abyss in his eyes. He is destined to be a dead man once he enters the Nifa's Abyss. Many people shook their heads and sighed. No one had expected Jiang to agree to enter the Nifa's Abyss. No, Jiang, you are courting death. You have no idea how terrifying the Nifa's Abyss is. Tianjizi tried to stop him. As long as Jiang changed his mind and refused to enter the Nifa's Abyss, he still had a way to ensure that Jiang would be unharmed. Master, I have already agreed to it. It's better if we don't go against the sect master's order. Jiang smiled at Tianjizi. You're crazy. Tianjizi shook his head, feeling that this disciple of his was too crazy. No one had ever been able to remain so calm and collected when facing the Nifa's Abyss. Jiang was the first. Even as his master, Tianjizi couldn't help but admire Jiang for this. Jiang, have you really agreed to it? You still have a chance to back out now. Tianmuyun said with a frown. Now that Jiang had really agreed to it, it made him feel very unhappy. That's right. This disciple has agreed to go to the Nifa's Abyss to train. However, I hope that sect master can give this disciple 3 days. After 3 days, this disciple will go to the Nifa's Abyss on time. Jiang said in an incomparably solemn tone. There wasn't the slightest hint of a joke in his words. The Nifa's Abyss couldn't scare him at all. No one would have guessed that the current Jiang had already developed a strong interest in the Nifa's Abyss. Alright, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days later, I'll personally open the passage to the Nifa's Abyss for you. As soon as Tianmuyun finished speaking, he disappeared with a sway of his body. After Tianmuyun left, the atmosphere in the main hall was basically gone. Since he had already agreed to go to the Nifa's Abyss, there was no need for Yuan Ting and Yang Shu to say anything more. This was the result they wanted. Jiang, you sigh. Tianjizi shook his head and sighed. He didn't know whether to scold or say anything to Jiang. He had already agreed to it and it had become a fact. He only hoped that Jiang could really come out of the Nifa's Abyss alive, although he knew that this hope was extremely slim. But on the other hand, Tianjizi was incomparably proud. His disciple had the guts to enter the Nifa's Abyss and faced it so boldly. As his master, he was also very proud. At least, no one else could cultivate such a disciple, although he wasn't the one who cultivated Jiang. Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing. Let's leave this place and head to the Tianji Peak. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned and walked out of the law enforcement hall. Since he was going to the Nifa's abyss, learning the art of divination was his top priority. The reason why he refused the 3 days was because he wanted to learn the art of divination. He clearly saw the battle between Tianjizi and Yangshu today. If he could learn the art of divination, it would definitely come in handy in the Nifa's abyss. Jiang Qin and Tianjizi left. The elders of the law enforcement hall couldn't help but sigh as they looked at their backs. Some of them sighed in their hearts. It was a pity that a genius like Jiang Qin had fallen. From a certain point of view, it was a great loss to Tianyun Pavilion. Elder Yangshu, you've achieved your goal. Jiang Qin will definitely die in the Nifa's abyss. Yuan Ting said. Yangshu patted Chu Yuan's shoulder. This is all I can do for you. Chapter 1198. Compared to the independent peaks where the other golden immortal elders resided, the heavenly mystery peak was extremely simple and crude. However, it was incomparably clean and elegant. The top of the peak was filled with mist, making it look like a real paradise. 2 figures descended on the heavenly mystery peak at the same time. Tianjizi couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned to Jiang Qin and yelled, "Bastard! You're still wet behind the ears, kid. How could you know how cruel and terrifying a place like Nifa's abyss is? How could you agree to it? You're courting death." Tianjizi seemed rather agitated. His eyes were emitting blood-red radiance. Seeing Tianjizi's reaction, not only did Jiang Qin not get angry, he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He could feel the concern that Tianjizi had for him. This was only his second meeting with Tianjizi. Although they were master and disciple, it was only in name. Back in the martial arena, Tianjizi didn't hesitate to fight Yangshu in public for his sake. In the law enforcement hall, Tianjizi challenged the authority of the entire law enforcement hall. Now Tianjizi was incomparably worried and concerned about Jiang Qin. These were true feelings. Jiang Qin could feel the concern that Tianjizi had for him. "Master, don't be too agitated. Don't you know the art of divination? You can divine for me to see if this trip to Nifa's abyss will be dangerous or not." Jiang Qin shrugged and asked with a smile. "Do you think I don't want to? Unfortunately, I don't know what's going on with you. I can't divine anything at all. It's as if your fate is beyond the heavenly mystery. Your fate is illusory. With my current cultivation, I can't divine anything about you." Tianjizi let out a cold snort. He had performed divination more than once about his disciple, only to find that Jiang Qin's fate was beyond the heavenly mystery. He couldn't divine anything about it at all. Otherwise, he would have performed divination for Jiang Qin no matter what. What? Jiang Qin almost cried out after hearing this. He had never thought that this would happen. However, Tianjizi definitely wouldn't lie to him. Since even the art of divination couldn't divine anything about him, it was clear that his fate was extremely special. Could it be related to the dragon transformation skill? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. The only explanation for this was the dragon transformation skill. He had now completely condensed his dragon body, and the Zulong Tower was extremely mystical, surpassing everything. Moreover, he would never forget the ancestral dragon's shadow that once appeared in the depths of his soul, as well as the ancestral dragon's roar that seemed to come from the primordial age. Until now, the dragon transformation skill was still a mystery to Jiang Qin. This divine skill seemed to be broad and profound, and he would never be able to fully explore it. As for his future, even Jiang Qin himself could not determine what kind of close relationship existed between him and the ancestral dragon, and what kind of powerful and mysterious existence could surpass the heavenly secrets. That's right. You are indeed an anomaly. However, the great divination art is also broad and profound. It's just that my cultivation and comprehension of the great divination art are limited, so I can't divine anything about you. Tianjizi couldn't help but sigh. He was very attentive to this miraculous disciple of his. From the moment he decided to accept Jiang Qin as his disciple, Tianjizi had already made up his mind to properly nurture Jiang Qin. He wanted to make Jiang Qin his pride. "Master, a man must live his life vigorously. Master, a man must live a vigorous life. My life will definitely be exciting. There will always be countless trials and tribulations obstructing the path of a successful person. What I need to do is to kick away these stumbling blocks one by one. Anyone who wants to rise to the top will face a pile of bones beneath their feet. I want to grow, and I absolutely cannot be a flower in a greenhouse. Although the Nifa's abyss is dangerous and terrifying, I want to be the most terrifying one there. I want to be the target of others' terror. I like that kind of life and death experience because it always brings me passion and heroism. Therefore, even if Sect Master Tian didn't mention the Nifa's abyss, once I knew of its existence, I would still head there without any hesitation. This is my own choice. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. Every word he uttered was sonorous and powerful. The hot-blooded aura that was unique to men could sometimes not only attract women, but also men. Tianjizi looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated this disciple of his. Moreover, Jiang Chen's words and the faint aura of a ruler had successfully affected Tianjizi. That's right, a man should live like this. He couldn't live in vain. Good disciple. Master didn't misjudge you. You're right, we need to be existences that instill fear in others, not others. Go boldly to the Nifa's abyss, I believe you'll become my pride. Tianjizi's attitude changed in an instant. He no longer objected to Jiang Chen. He even had some expectations for Jiang Chen. He looked forward to Jiang Chen creating a miracle and successfully walking out of the Nifa's abyss. How domineering would that be? Moreover, for some unknown reason, Tianjizi had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. It was as if even a dangerous place like the Nifa's abyss would not be able to stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. He felt that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to walk out of the Nifa's abyss. Disciple will certainly not disappoint master. Jiang Chen bowed at Tianjizi. Tianjizi was the first person that he was close to ever since he entered the immortal world. His relationship with Tianjizi was different from Ouyang He's. It was a responsibility that he had to take care of Ouyang He, whereas Tianjizi was his disciple. Kid, you deliberately delayed the 3 days. I guess you wanted master to impart the art of divination to you, right? Tianjizi said with a smile. Master's wisdom is truly unparalleled. You've guessed it correctly. Jiang Chen chuckled. The art of divination was too attractive to him. Since he was going to the Nifa's abyss soon, he had to make use of these 3 days to learn it. It would definitely be of great use to him in the Nifa's abyss. All right. When master was young, I accidentally obtained the great art of divination. Then I devoted my life to it. I never accepted a disciple because I couldn't find a genius who could inherit the great art of divination. The great art of divination is incomparably profound. It's incomparably difficult to cultivate it. I've only reached the first level of the great art of divination. To put it bluntly, I've only reached the entry level of the great art of divination, Tianjizi said. His expression instantly turned incomparably solemn when he mentioned the great art of divination. It was obvious that he was extremely respectful and fascinated by this supreme art. Chapter 1199. Great Divination Art. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. Whether a supreme art was powerful or not, one could tell a thing or two from its name. The fact that it dared to call it great divination art was enough to show how terrifying this secret art was. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that Tianjizi was only at the entry level. Just at the entry level he was already so powerful. If he cultivated this great divination art to the great completion level, what kind of performance would he have? Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine. Disciple, I will now impart this great divination art to you. As for how far you can cultivate it, it will depend on your own luck. There is a very important condition to cultivate the great divination art, and that is a strong soul force. I have observed your performance in the iron dummy array before. I didn't expect you to be able to break the iron dummy array. Your soul force is far beyond ordinary people, and your perception is also incomparably amazing. This is the biggest advantage of cultivating the great divination art. Tianjizi said, not concealing his admiration for Jiang Chen. The great divination art is divided into 4 realms, namely the spiritual wisdom realm, heavenly rush realm, heavenly will realm, and heavenly mystery realm. The spiritual wisdom realm is just the entry level. Once you reach this realm, you can foresee good or bad fortune and foresee danger. Once you reach the heavenly rush realm, you can use it in battle. I have just broken through to the heavenly rush realm, so I can rely on the foresight in battle to fight Yangshu to a draw. This is the terror of the heavenly rush realm. Tianjizi said. The heavenly rush realm was a level higher than the spiritual wisdom realm, and it could already be used in battle. However, compared to the great divination art, the heavenly rush realm was just the entry level. The real terror was the heavenly will realm and heavenly mystery realm. Amazing. I wonder how terrifying the heavenly will realm and heavenly mystery realm will be. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he grew more and more interested in the great divination art. He had originally thought that the power of this secret art would be extremely terrifying if it could be used in battle. He didn't expect that Tianjizi's art could only be considered a beginner's level. You're right. The great divination art is an ancient secret art that I obtained by pure luck. The peak of this secret art is comparable to the heavens. Unfortunately, with my aptitude, I won't be able to comprehend it to that level in my entire life. I'm already extremely satisfied that I've reached the heaven vision realm. As for the divination realm after that, I've never had any extravagant hopes. As for the final divination realm, in the records of the great divination art, no one has ever successfully cultivated it apart from the supreme expert who created this secret art. The more he spoke, the more solemn his respect for the great divination art grew. The heaven insight and heavenly will realms are both used in battle. The heaven's mystery realm can predict the opponent's attack trajectory and methods. Once you reach the heavenly will realm, you won't just be able to predict these things. You can use the heaven's mystery to calculate the opponent's combat skills and perfectly execute them, catching the opponent off guard. Tianjizi said. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up again. He had previously relied on the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique to simulate his opponent's combat skills in battle. However, that kind of simulation was different from this kind of simulation. That kind of simulation was limited, and it wouldn't work if he encountered a combat skill that was too complicated. Moreover, the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique could only simulate the form and power of the combat skill. However, the great divination art could completely simulate the opponent's essence and completely obtain the opponent's combat skill. That was too terrifying. In other words, if one cultivated to this level, their enemy would basically have no secrets in front of them. Of course, this kind of simulation also had certain conditions. If the opponent's cultivation and strength were too much higher than his, then it wouldn't work at all. Under the complete suppression of strength, he wouldn't be able to simulate the opponent's combat skill before he could even simulate it. Master, what about the heaven's mystery realm? Jiang Chen asked curiously. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The heaven's mystery realm is the highest realm of the great divination art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been named heaven's mystery. According to the records of the great divination art, once you reach this realm, you can control time, space, and the future. You can even manipulate the law of space and the law of time. You can transform into the heaven's mystery realm and become one with the heavens. That realm is not something we can imagine. Although you're talented, it's basically impossible for you to reach the heaven's mystery realm. It requires great luck and luck. I have high expectations of you. I'll be satisfied as long as you can reach the heavenly will realm. Tianjizi smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He was very satisfied with his disciple, but he didn't dare to hope that Jiang Chen could cultivate the great divination art to the highest realm. In history, no one had ever cultivated the great divination art to the heaven's mystery realm. No matter how talented Jiang Chen was, it was basically impossible for him to reach this step. Heaven's mystery realm. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with infatuation. He was almost obsessed with the great divination art. Manipulating time and space, controlling the past and the future. What kind of realm was that? It was unimaginable. It surpassed heaven's will and represented the heaven's mystery. No one dared to imagine what kind of realm it was, not even Jiang Chen. But it couldn't stop his fascination for this realm. Disciple, this is the cultivation method of the great divination art. Everything is introduced here. I'll hand it over to you now. I hope you won't disappoint me. Tianjizi flipped his palm and an ancient yellow paper appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Tianjizi's hand was trembling as he held the paper. It was as if this thin paper weighed thousands of kilograms. It was obvious how much importance Tianjizi placed on this paper. Jiang Chen also received the paper solemnly. When he held it in his hand, he suddenly had a different feeling. Although the paper was tattered, it exuded a strong ancient aura. It was densely packed with small characters. There was even a great map of the starry sky drawn at the top. It was filled with the charm of the great Tao and heaven's mystery. In just an instant, Jiang Chen was completely captivated. Thank you, Master. Jiang Chen said very solemnly. Tianjizi was willing to give him such a precious secret art. Jiang Chen couldn't express his gratitude. The relationship between Tianjizi and Jiang Chen had become very real at this moment. True feelings were always good. True emotions could always tug at one's heartstrings. You don't have to be so courteous with me. You only have 3 days. After 3 days you will enter the Nifa's abyss. You should seize the time to cultivate and see if you can comprehend a little bit of the great divination art. It will be very helpful when you enter a dangerous place like the Nifa's abyss. Tianjizi said. In his opinion, It was basically impossible for Jiang Chen to comprehend a little bit of the great divination art in 3 days. This secret art wasn't easy to cultivate. Chapter 1200. Jiang Chen saluted Tianjizi and chose to go into seclusion. He couldn't wait to learn the great divination art. Although the divination peak was simple and crude, the conditions were not bad. As a true disciple, Jiang Chen had his own cultivation place, a courtyard with incomparably beautiful scenery. After Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, De Huang Dog flew in as well. Tianjizi knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, so he didn't stop them. In Tianyun Pavilion, there were many disciples who liked to raise beasts, so it wasn't a rare thing. Tianjizi didn't disturb Jiang Chen. In his opinion, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to understand the contents of the great divination art, let alone step into the spiritual wisdom realm. He knew the importance of time to Jiang Chen, so he prepared to create the most peaceful conditions for Jiang Chen. "Kid, did you really agree to go to the Nifa's abyss?" asked De Huang Dog as soon as he came in. "Of course. What? Do you know about the Nifa's abyss?" Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog curiously. De Huang Dog seemed to have a certain understanding of the immortal world, far more than he had imagined. "I don't know, but judging from the behavior of those old guys, the Nifa's abyss must be an extremely dangerous place." De Huang Dog shook his head. "When have we ever been afraid of danger? We went to the devil world back then, but what happened in the end? The entire devil world is under our control." Jiang Chen shrugged, not caring about it. "That's true. We have never been afraid. The more dangerous a place is, the more interesting it is. If Master Dog were to stay in Tianyun Pavilion forever, it would be really boring. But that Tianmuyun is really ruthless. He actually gave you such a heavy punishment as soon as you arrived. Could it be that he has already guessed that you are going to harm him?" De Huang Dog said curiously. This was the first time Tianmuyun met Jiang Chen, but he had already developed such a strong hostility towards Jiang Chen. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have happened. As the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, he should be happy that such a genius had appeared in the sect. It was even more impossible for Tianmuyun to discover Jiang Chen's purpose and his hostility towards him because Jiang Chen had never shown any hostility towards Tianmuyun. He had never mentioned the secret of Jiang Chen to anyone. No matter how smart Tianmuyun was, it was impossible for him to guess that there was a relationship between Jiang Chen and Ouyang He. "He just wants to find a sense of superiority from me. This is the common trait of all geniuses. But I'm afraid that even he has already expected that I would agree to go to the Nifa's abyss." Jiang Chen smiled. As smart as he was, he knew exactly what Tianmuyun was thinking. Unfortunately, Tianmuyun was destined to be disappointed. It was impossible for him to find a sense of superiority from Jiang Chen. "Alright, I can see that you are very attached to the great divination art. Master Dog won't disturb you anymore. Give Master Dog a leaf of the regenerative lotus. Master Dog needs to go into seclusion to prepare for the trip to the Nifa's abyss." De Huang Dog raised his paw and placed it in front of Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen wasn't stingy at all. He immediately took out a leaf of the regenerative lotus. De Huang Dog had helped him restore the iron dummy array. This in itself was a reward for him. After receiving the leaf of the regenerative lotus, De Huang Dog found a random room and went into seclusion. This time they were going to the Nifa's abyss, a place that was filled with evil and slaughter. It was an existence that would make people turn pale at the mention of its name. Therefore, even De Huang Dog didn't dare to be negligent. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. In this immortal world where dangers lurked everywhere, only a powerful cultivation base was the foundation of one's survival. If one wanted to survive, one must gradually become stronger. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Since De Huang Dog had gone into seclusion, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be negligent. His room was very simple, but the items needed for cultivation were all necessary. A golden futon was placed in the middle of the room. The immortal qi in this room was much stronger than the outside world. At least, it was denser than the martial arts palace in the outer sect. Moreover, the futon had the effect of condensing immortal qi, making cultivation even easier. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon and quickly adjusted his state to the best. A pair of bright eyes fell on the great divination art in front of him. "Blessed by heaven, operate the heaven's secret." These words were written on the top of the ancient paper. They were full of charm. Below them were densely packed mnemonics. Each of the mnemonics was incomparably obscure and profound, making it hard for anyone to understand. Moreover, Jiang Qin discovered that there were mnemonics for the spiritual wisdom realm, heavenly momentum realm, and heavenly will realm on the paper. As for the heaven's secret realm, there wasn't even a single word of mnemonics. There was only a picture of a starry sky imprinted on it. Jiang Qin absolutely didn't dare to underestimate this starry sky picture. It contained a strong sense of heaven's secret, which made him truly feel that the great divination art was extraordinary. This is a heavenly secret map in itself. I want to see what powerful secrets this heavenly secret map has. Jiang Qin focused all his attention on the heavenly secret map. He circulated the great soul derivation technique, and his soul force surged towards the heavenly secret map like a tide. At the same time, Jiang Qin also circulated the dragon transformation art to assist him. All this while, Jiang Qin had been able to cultivate any battle skill or cultivation technique smoothly with the dragon transformation art and the great soul derivation technique working together. There had been no bottlenecks at all, and he hadn't encountered any setbacks in the process. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Qin's soul power drifted for nearly 10 minutes. The heavenly secret map that was originally motionless suddenly started to move as if it was stimulated. Jiang Qin saw a large area of illusory storms, passing marks and colorful light spots. They seemed real but not real and also seemed fake but not real. There was no end to them and they were everywhere. Jiang Qin's soul was like a floating leaf drifting in the vast ocean, constantly being overturned and torn apart. Barf! Jiang Qin's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to delay any longer and he quickly withdrew his soul force. What a profound concept. It's not something I can come into contact with. Jiang Qin was shocked. His face was pale and his soul felt like it was about to shatter. In just an instant, Jiang Qin found that his clothes were drenched in sweat. Thinking of the danger just now, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The heavenly secret map had turned into a vortex, and it had almost sucked his entire soul in. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's quick reaction, his soul would have been devoured. After losing his soul, Jiang Qin would become an idiot, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I haven't even reached the spiritual wisdom realm in the great divination art, and I want to see the final heavenly secret map. I'm reaping what I sowed. Looks like I have to take it step by step and I can't be greedy. Otherwise if I go berserk I'll only harm myself. Jiang Qin sighed. He was smart and he immediately found the crux of his problem. Chapter 1201. According to the records of the great divination art, this supreme secret art had been passed down for countless years and had seen countless geniuses. However, none of them had been able to cultivate it to the great mastery realm. No one had even touched the final divination realm. Jiang Qin had reaped what he sowed by forcefully viewing the divination art when he hadn't even started. No matter how much of a genius he was, it was impossible for him to comprehend the profound meaning of the divination art in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Qin understood this very well. The situation just now was because the divination art was too attractive to him and he couldn't control himself. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin didn't know that he was the first person to make the divination art operate on its own. Tianjizi had been studying the great divination art all these years and had never once looked at the divination art. However, he couldn't see any changes at all. However, Jiang Qin was able to stimulate the divination art to operate. This was a miracle in itself. If Tianjizi knew about this, he would probably faint on the spot from the shock. Jiang Qin did something that he couldn't do in his entire life in less than 10 minutes. This kind of shock was a little too funny. Jiang Qin didn't dare to look at the divination art anymore. He used the wood spirit and the dragon transformation art to quickly recover from his injuries. This process took a full hour. It was obvious how serious the injuries he had suffered were. At the very least, it was more serious than the injuries he had suffered in battle. This was only because it was Jiang Qin. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to recover from such injuries without resting for a month. Jiang Qin could recover in an hour. This was really abnormal. After his body recovered, Jiang Qin took a deep breath and began to study the great divination art from the spiritual wisdom realm. He didn't have a big goal in 3 days. It was good enough to reach the spiritual wisdom realm. However, if Tianjizi knew what Jiang Qin's goal was, he would probably laugh at him immediately. Reaching the spirit wisdom realm in just 3 days was already a joke, wasn't it? Back then, Tianjizi had taken a year and a half to learn the great divination art, and that was because he had the potential to cultivate the great divination art. At the very least, he had a lot more potential than ordinary people. It was absolutely impossible to learn the great divination art in just 3 days. Spirit wisdom was the symbol of wisdom. A person's intelligence and spirituality would fuse together to form spirit wisdom. This was a prerequisite for cultivating the great divination art. The so-called beauty of heaven and earth contained destiny. Wisdom was the root of wisdom. Only people with great destiny and a root of wisdom could cultivate the great divination art. These two were indispensable and were the prerequisite for cultivating the great divination art. Therefore, not just anyone could cultivate the great divination art. If it was an ordinary person without an innate root of wisdom or a weak destiny, they would never be able to cultivate the great divination art even if they were given a lifetime. As for Jiang Chen, he was the symbol of destiny. This could be seen from his path. His talent and fortune undoubtedly gave him the prerequisite to cultivate the great divination art. To put it bluntly, the great divination art was tailor-made for Jiang Chen. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Tianjizi, and it wouldn't take long. Jiang Chen soon fully immersed himself in the art. He was deeply attracted by the mnemonic chant and profound meaning, unable to extricate himself. While Jiang Chen was cultivating in seclusion, the interior of Tianyun Pavilion was in an uproar. There was no way to calm down. There were topics and discussions about Jiang Chen everywhere. After all, ever since Jiang Chen came to Tianyun Pavilion had never been peaceful. From the beginning he caused chaos in the outer sect, to the iron dummy array in the inner sect, to the life and death battle with Xuanhuan, and now he was going to the Nifa's abyss. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do all these things in such a short period of time. In the history of Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a person who could cause so much trouble. Tianmuyun was undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the history of Tianyun Pavilion, but after the arrival of Jiang Chen, he seemed to have overshadowed Tianmuyun's brilliance. It was a pity that Jiang Chen was going to the evil abyss. In the eyes of many, entering the evil abyss was basically no different from death. It was a death sentence. I really didn't expect Sect Master Tian to give Jiang Chen such a heavy punishment. It's a pity to lose such a powerful genius just to save Elder Yang Shu's face. What do you know? I heard that Sect Master only made a suggestion and Jiang Chen could reject it. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree to it directly. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He even dared to take the initiative to go to a place like the Nifa's abyss. It seems like he doesn't know how terrifying the Nifa's abyss is. That's right. He would be an idiot if he agreed to it. The Nifa's abyss is a dangerous place that gathers evil and slaughter. Killing happens day and night. Dangers are everywhere. Putting aside the ancient demons and all kinds of ferocious demonic beasts, even the people there are vicious and evil. Jiang Chen really thinks too highly of himself, thinking that he is invincible after defeating Xuanhuan. He doesn't know that there are so many existences stronger than him in the Nifa's abyss. Even golden immortal experts wouldn't dare to go there recklessly. Only death awaits him if he enters the Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen is definitely going to die. For Tianyun Pavilion, the loss of such a person will bring a lot of peace and tranquility, but it also means the loss of a powerful genius. What a pity. I really admire Jiang Chen's courage. Whether he can walk out of the Nifa's abyss or not, I still admire him. At least, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Let me ask you, which genius in Tianyun Pavilion would dare to go to the Nifa's abyss? If it was someone else, I'm afraid that they would rather suffer all kinds of punishments in the sect than go to a place like the Nifa's abyss. From the outer sect to the inner sect and even the core sect as well as the various elders' courtyards, everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would end up like this after going to the law enforcement hall. News of what happened in the law enforcement hall had already spread. Sect Master Tianmuyun had personally come forward to punish Jiang Chen by sending him to the Nifa's abyss, but the punishment was optional. What was unexpected was that Jiang Chen actually took the initiative to accept it. Chapter 1202. Jiang Chen couldn't hear the discussions happening outside, nor was he interested in them. All his interests were in the great divination art. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Jiang Chen, who had been in seclusion for a whole day, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright, like the stars in the night sky. Their radiance couldn't be concealed. An illusory aura of divination overflowed from Jiang Chen's body. Under the reflection of this illusory aura, Jiang Chen looked extremely mystical. His black hair fluttered without any wind, his fingers trembled and specks of light flickered on his fingertips. I've reached the spiritual wisdom realm. I should be considered to have grasped the basics. The great divination art is indeed incomparably profound. It took me a whole day to comprehend a trace of its essence and reach the spiritual wisdom realm. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The process of comprehension was extremely difficult. It had never been so difficult for him to cultivate any cultivation method or battle technique in the past. If Tianjizi was here, he would have fainted on the spot from the shock. What he had spent a year and a half to accomplish was accomplished by Jiang Chen in a single day. This was too much of a blow to him. Jiang Chen's words were even more infuriating. What did he mean by taking a day to grasp the basics? Damn it, he was going to anger me to death. Countless seniors who cultivated the great divination art would be angered to death. Those who were already dead would be angered to death again. Reaching the spiritual wisdom realm in a single day was a miracle. It was the greatest miracle in the history of the great divination art. Even the Almighty who created the great divination art couldn't imagine that someone from the younger generation would be able to grasp the basics in just a single day. Since the spiritual wisdom realm can divine fortune and misfortune, I might as well divine it for myself. Let's see if there will be any dangers in this trip to the Nepha's abyss. Jiang Chen thought. He immediately activated the great divination art. After a series of divination, he had the urge to cough up blood. It was just as Tianjizi had said. His fate had already surpassed the mysteries of heaven. Even he couldn't divine anything about himself. Damn it, my fate is so mysterious. It must be related to the dragonization art. What kind of close connection do I have with the primordial divine dragon? Jiang Chen began to feel curious about his identity, but whether it was the dragon transformation skill or the ancestral dragon pagoda, they had always been very mysterious. Even though he had been cultivating them for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the essence of the dragon transformation skill. Since he couldn't divine it, Jiang Chen decided to stop. He had only grasped the basics of the great divination art anyway. Jiang Chen didn't really care about fortune or misfortune. Even if he managed to divine something extremely dangerous, he would still do it. He was a person who wouldn't give up easily after making a decision. As for the secret of the dragon transformation skill, he would continue to explore it. No matter what his fate was or whether it was beyond the heavenly fate, Jiang Chen was sure of one thing, and that was that cultivating the dragon transformation skill would definitely bring him benefits. It would definitely be beneficial to him. There are still 2 more days. I might be able to break through to the heavenly vision realm. If I can reach the threshold of the realm, I will be able to use the great divination art in battle like master. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Jiang Chen stopped divining because it was meaningless to him now. He had to go to the evil abyss no matter what. The most important thing now was to break through to the heavenly vision realm. Once he advanced to the heavenly vision realm, it would be great. Jiang Chen's combat strength was already very strong. He could kill a half-step divine immortal expert in his dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he might even be able to fight a true early divine immortal expert. This was a life-saving trump card. It would certainly come in handy in a place like the evil abyss. There was no doubt about it. As for the heavenly will realm and heavenly vision realm, Jiang Chen didn't think about it. He knew himself well. He already had some understanding of the great divination art after seeing the heavenly vision map. This kind of supreme secret art was too mysterious and difficult to cultivate. Given his talent and luck, he might be able to reach the heavenly vision realm very quickly, but the next 2 realms were just too difficult. The heavenly vision realm had already touched a trace of the heavenly vision. There was an acupoint between the eyebrows called the heavenly vision acupoint. In order to reach the heavenly vision realm, one would need to use the spiritual wisdom realm chi of heavenly vision to break through the heavenly vision acupoint. Only then would the acupoint be filled with heavenly vision chi. This realm wasn't easy, and the process of breaking through the heavenly vision acupoint was destined to be difficult as well. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give up so easily. This was his style. Tianjizi had been paying attention to the situation inside the courtyard from outside, but he still couldn't see the real situation inside. If Tianjizi knew that Jiang Chen had entered the spiritual wisdom realm and was trying to break through the heavenly vision realm, it was unknown what kind of reaction he would have. For Jiang Chen, the heavenly vision acupoint was like a closed dead pool. It was surrounded by a solid barrier. It was really not easy to break through the barrier. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to use the great soul derivation technique. He would use his powerful soul power and the spiritual wisdom realm chi of heavenly vision to attack the barrier of the heavenly vision acupoint. Once the barrier was broken, it would be considered a success. Tianjizi had cultivated for most of his life, but he had only reached this step recently. That was why he had the upper hand in the battle with Yangshu. Whoosh. Around the heavenly vision acupoint, Jiang Chen's soul storm was everywhere. Wave after wave of attack, but unfortunately, the barrier of the heavenly vision acupoint was as solid as gold. No matter how the soul storm attacked, the heavenly vision acupoint remained motionless and showed no signs of breaking. Damn, this step is really difficult. Jiang Chen wiped his sweat and couldn't help cursing. This process was too difficult for him, but he didn't give up. He attacked the heavenly vision acupoint again and again. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen kept breaking through the heavenly vision acupoint. Chapter 1203. This was a huge advantage that anyone who cultivated the great divination art would yearn for, but not everyone could have it. Jiang Chen was a special case. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he had a huge advantage that surpassed ordinary people. The heavenly penetrating acupoint was still being attacked. After 2 days of continuous effort, the barrier outside the heavenly penetrating acupoint had become extremely thin. Every soul attack would cause the barrier to tremble violently, as though it would shatter at any time. Outside the courtyard, Tianjizi glanced at the sky and pushed open the door of Jiang Chen's courtyard. It's been 3 days. I wonder how's that fella's cultivation going? Tianjizi had some expectations for Jiang Chen. He strode towards the door of Jiang Chen's seclusion room and pushed it open. At the instant when Tianjizi pushed open the door, Jiang Chen's heavenly penetrating acupoint was completely broken. Countless soul energy and heavenly fate qi surged into the heavenly penetrating acupoint like an ocean, causing the heavenly penetrating acupoint on Jiang Chen's forehead to light up. At the same time, the aura exuding from Jiang Chen's body grew denser. That was the intense heavenly fate qi. Although it was illusory, it could be felt. Tianjizi, who had just pushed open the door, saw this scene. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth was agape as he stared unblinkingly at the center of Jiang Chen's forehead. Then his body trembled and he couldn't utter a single word. He was all too familiar with this scene because he had just experienced it not long ago. The heavenly penetrating acupoint lit up and the heavenly fate qi was dense. This was the sign of someone who had just broken through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. Even if Tianjizi couldn't accept this reality, he had to admit that Jiang Chen had really done it. Or rather, it was like a dream to him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Tianjizi kept shaking his head as he murmured to himself. As a powerful golden immortal expert, he should have a strong heart and patience. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have too much of a reaction. But right now, Tianjizi couldn't help but feel excited. His interest could only be described as magnificent. Tianjizi couldn't believe that this was true. He had spent his entire life to reach this level, but Jiang Chen had only used 3 days. This wasn't a joke, right? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tianjizi wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. No, even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Tianjizi was still unable to believe it. In fact, he could not even accept it. After successfully breaking through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint, Jiang Chen had already sensed Tianjizi's arrival. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. This kind of extreme consumption of soul energy didn't make Jiang Chen feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. Standing up from the praying mat, he walked towards Tianjizi and bowed. "Master." Jiang Chen called out, but Tianjizi didn't reply for a long time. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that Tianjizi was already in a daze. It seemed like Tianjizi was still immersed in the scene just now. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could understand Tianjizi's current feelings. Initially, he wanted to hide his breakthrough to the heavenly penetrating acupoint from Tianjizi, saying that he had just entered the spirit wisdom realm. Otherwise, it would be too much of a blow to Tianjizi. But he didn't expect that Tianjizi would witness the scene of him breaking through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. "Master." Jiang Chen called out again. Only then did Tianjizi recover from the shock. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a monster, and his voice began to tremble. You just broke through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint?" Tianjizi's tone was still filled with disbelief. "Yes, master. This disciple was lucky enough to break through to the heavenly penetrating acupoint. Master should be happy." Jiang Chen said with a smile. Happy. Tianjizi was naturally happy. He even had the urge to go crazy from happiness. Although Jiang Chen had dealt a fatal blow to him from another perspective, his eyesight was indeed very good. He had accepted a monstrous disciple. Even the word monstrous wasn't enough to describe Jiang Chen's talent. 3 days. You only used 3 days to reach the level that I have spent half a lifetime to reach. What a monster. Fortunately, you are my disciple. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have gone crazy. Tianjizi was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. He saw hope in Jiang Chen. He even had a feeling that the great divination art had never reached the heavenly divination realm, but one day Jiang Chen would be able to reach the heavenly divination realm. This was originally an unrealistic thought and fantasy, but Tianjizi felt that it was extremely possible. It's just luck. Although I have reached the heavenly penetrating acupoint, I have no clue about the heavenly will realm and heavenly divination realm. I'm afraid that it will take a long time and a certain amount of luck to reach the heavenly will realm. Jiang Chen said. What he said was true. He was already very satisfied with his current situation. As for the next 2 realms, they were something that could only be discovered by luck. Whether he could reach them or not would depend on his own luck. Kid, you are indeed a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. No wonder even the sect master is jealous of you. Now even I am starting to get jealous. It seems that I have picked up a treasure. Since you have already cultivated the great divination art to the heavenly penetrating acupoint realm, you can fully utilize this secret art in battle. It will definitely play a key role when you reach the evil abyss. Tianjizi was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. To him this time he had really picked up a treasure. Jiang Chen was an unpolished jade, a real treasure. In the future, Jiang Chen's achievements would surely surpass Tian Muyun's. Tianjizi believed that a person like Jiang Chen was destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. Although Tian Muyun was a legendary figure in One Line Sky, the difference in talent between him and Jiang Chen was like the difference between heaven and earth. A person like Jiang Chen was a true son of heaven, a figure that would soar through the 9 heavens. A small opponent like One Line Sky wouldn't be able to trap him. Master, 3 days have passed. I'm ready to go to the evil abyss. Jiang Chen said. Now that he had cultivated the great divination art, he no longer had any nostalgia for Tianyun Pavilion. Instead, he was very interested in the evil abyss. It would be beneficial to his growth if he could gain experience there. That's right. I will bring you to the sect master now. The sect master will help you open the passage to the evil abyss. When you arrive there you must be careful. Although you have extraordinary talent, your cultivation is still weak. A place like the evil abyss is the hardest to survive. A little carelessness and your life will be in danger. Tianjizi instructed. He was very concerned about Jiang Chen. Disciple understands. Jiang Chen nodded, then summoned a Huang dog and prepared to set off for the evil abyss. However, in the Tianyun Pavilion he couldn't use either the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd or the 9 Heavenly Dragon Strikes. Once they were used, his identity would be completely exposed. The secret of the regenerative lotus would also be exposed. At that time, not only would Tian Muyun not let him off, there would also be no place for him in the entire One Line Sky. In any case, he had already achieved his first goal of coming to the One Line Sky. He had successfully entered the Tianyun Pavilion. The next thing he had to do was to seize the opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength. The Nifa's Abyss was the best place for him to do so. Chapter 1205. The spatial passageway leading to the Nifa's Abyss wasn't too long. Although the Nifa's Abyss could be considered an alternate dimension, it didn't exist independently from the immortal world. However, the closer they got to the Nifa's Abyss, the denser the evil and gloomy aura it emitted became, causing people to feel very uncomfortable. The evil aura in front of them grew denser. Moreover, specks of light began to appear in the dark passageway. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were no strangers to this situation because they had experienced it more than once. They were about to reach the end of the passageway. We're almost there. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. The two of them hastily controlled their bodies. They had experienced the impact of the spatial energy at the end of the passageway many times. If they were careless and were forcefully thrown out by the powerful spatial storm, they would certainly end up in an extremely miserable state. Bang! At the end of the passageway, a powerful force acted on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, throwing them out like cannonballs. Fortunately, they were already prepared for it. They forcefully controlled their bodies in midair and landed steadily. After landing, the two of them immediately observed their surroundings. What they saw shocked them. The scene in the Nifa's Abyss was completely different from what they had imagined. The difference was just too big. In Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's imagination, a place like the Nifa's Abyss must have an extremely harsh environment filled with gloomy and cold aura. They could sense it a little from the spatial passageway. They thought that the situation in the Nifa's Abyss would at least be similar to the Devil World. However, the scene in front of them was completely different. They had landed in a wilderness. It wasn't that the wilderness was barren. Instead, it was filled with weeds and withered vines. There were also ancient trees that towered into the clouds. Since there were plants growing here, it meant that this place was full of vitality. It should be late at night, but there were actually stars twinkling in the sky. Why does the Nifa's Abyss look no different from the outside world? It even has a sun, moon, and stars. Apart from the strong evil and slaughter aura drifting in the air, it doesn't look like hell at all. De Huang Dog was surprised. It seems like we have some misunderstandings about the Nifa's Abyss. The starry sky here should be connected to the outside world, so the environment here should be similar to the outside world. It's just that it's an independent space. But the more it's like this, the more dangerous and terrifying this place is. Since the Nifa's Abyss doesn't represent the environment, it represents the atmosphere here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He could tell that although the Nifa's Abyss looked no different from the outside world, the real danger lay in the people and other living beings living here. It was a true land of slaughter, full of sin and evil. This made Jiang Chen think highly of the Nifa's Abyss. While his heart was filled with anticipation, he didn't dare to be careless. This should be the border of Nifa's Abyss. De Huang Dog looked around and said, "Who cares about the border? Since we're already here, let's make the best out of it. Come, let's go inside and have a look." After saying that, Jiang Chen soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the wilderness. Although it was late at night, for experts like Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, there was no difference between day and night. This Nifa's Abyss is really not small. It's at least millions of miles wide. It's really vast and boundless. Ordinary alternate dimensions aren't this big. It seems like there are many evil forces in Nifa's Abyss. De Huang Dog sighed. Even Jiang Chen didn't think of this before. They originally thought that Nifa's Abyss was just an ordinary alternate dimension that had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. But now it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. An alternate dimension with a radius of millions of miles was almost comparable to a large domain in the outside world. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes moved and looked at a place in the wilderness below. There were a few auras coming from that place. They were the auras of humans. There are people moving down there. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen concealed his aura and flew in that direction. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him. They had just arrived at Nifa's Abyss and didn't know anything about the situation here. It would naturally be good if they could find someone to ask about it. In the wilderness, two extremely miserable figures were running at high speed. They were two women. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. The two of them ran at high speed, one in front and the other behind. Their eyes were filled with despair when they felt the auras getting closer and closer. But they didn't have a choice. They had to run even if they had to die, because if the people behind them didn't catch up to them and capture them, what awaited them would be a fate worse than death. The two women had one thing in common. They were both beautiful. One of them was dressed in blue. She was even more beautiful than the other. Both of them were at the early heaven immortal realm. With such a cultivation base they could fly in the sky, but they could only run on the ground instead of flying because they knew their injuries very well. They could still survive by relying on the lush trees and withered vines below. If they flew into the sky, they would be caught by the pursuers in an instant. Jia, you two little girls, you won't be able to escape. It's better for you to surrender obediently. A sinister laughter came from behind. The pursuers were getting closer and closer to them. Barf. The woman in black coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were too serious to support her to continue running. She could only walk with the help of the woman in blue. Sister Ing, how are you? The woman in blue's face was filled with worry. Sister Qingqing, you should leave by yourself. I can't take it anymore. You will only be a burden to yourself if you bring me along. Hurry up and leave. I will block those beasts and buy you some time. The woman in black flung the arm of the woman in blue and was prepared to fight to the death with the pursuers. No. If you are captured by them, you will suffer a fate worse than death. I can't watch you die for me. The woman in blue shook her head. She was very loyal. Go. The woman who was addressed as Sister Ing screamed. Haha, very loyal, ha. Unfortunately, none of you will be able to leave. The voice got closer and closer. Suddenly, 4 experts flew over. The 4 men in black were all heaven immortal experts. Two of them were at the intermediate heaven immortal realm while the other two were at the early heaven immortal realm. Even if the two women weren't injured, they wouldn't be able to deal with such a group. Moreover, they were heavily injured. Chapter 1206. Despair, Deep Despair. After despair came the thought of death. That's right, the two girls had already thought of death because they knew too well the consequences of being captured. To any woman, that place was a nightmare that they would never wake up from. It was a life worse than death. Therefore, if they really couldn't escape, they would rather die than go to that place. Sister Qingqing, it seems like both of us are going to die in this wilderness today. The girl in black smiled bitterly while looking at the girl in blue. Even if we die, we can still be brought to that place. The lady in blue gritted her teeth and a ruthless look appeared in her eyes. She absolutely could not go to that place. Once she went there, it would be difficult to die even if she wanted to. Death would be a luxury. The girl in blue raised her head and looked at the starry sky. She discovered that the stars were very dim today. Brother Jiang, it seems like Qingqing won't have the chance to see you again. The blue-clothed lady murmured. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm at the mention of Big Brother Jiang. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This blue-clothed lady wasn't anyone else. She was Yan Qingqing. After Jiang Chen left Yan City, she couldn't forget Jiang Chen. She was prepared to go to One Line Sky to find Jiang Chen and do something that she wouldn't regret in her life. However, she had never thought that her fate would become like this. Today she was going to the Yellow Spring. Her biggest wish was to see Jiang Chen, but she also knew that it was just an extravagant wish. Brother, these two guys want to commit suicide. One of the men in black said in a mocking tone. It's impossible for them to commit suicide in front of us. They don't even have the ability to do so now. These two beauties are of the highest quality. Especially this one, she's even rarer. Our young master will definitely like her. More importantly, these two are virgins. Such high-quality beauties are too rare. If our young master plucks them, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Cut the crap. Take them away. The four black-clothed men had decided the fate of the two girls with just a few words. In fact, it was indeed so. With Yan Qingqing's current strength, they might not even have the chance to commit suicide in front of these black-clothed men. When a person's right to die was taken away, that was the true despair. Big Brother Jiang, even if Qingqing dies, she has to protect herself. Let's meet again in our next life. Yan Qingqing was a woman with a fiery temperament. She quickly took out a sharp dagger and stabbed it towards her neck at lightning speed. The four black-clothed men were startled. They didn't expect that the other party would actually commit suicide. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it was already too late for them to stop her. One had to know that it took a lot of courage for a person to commit suicide. This kind of courage wasn't something that everyone had. But the four black-clothed men didn't want Yan Qingqing to die, but there was someone who didn't want Yan Qingqing to die even more. Just when Yan Qingqing's dagger was about to pierce her neck, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the side and firmly grabbed Yan Qingqing's arm, stopping the dagger from moving forward. Feeling that her suicide attempt was blocked, Yan Qingqing instantly fell into despair. Could it be that she really couldn't even die? Little sister Qingqing, even if you wish to die, you should at least ask for my permission first, right? A slightly playful voice sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Yan Qingqing's delicate body suddenly trembled as if she was struck by lightning. This voice was too familiar because it was the voice that she wanted to hear even in her dreams. Yan Qingqing, who had already closed her eyes in despair, slowly opened them. Then, she turned her head mechanically and happened to see a bright smiling face looking at her with great interest. That familiar face, that bright smile that she would never forget even in her dreams, made Yan Qingqing feel as if she was dreaming. Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing's voice was slightly trembling. She didn't dare to believe that this was real. Big Brother Jiang, is it really you? Qingqing, are you dreaming? Yan Qingqing felt that she could no longer control her emotions. It was easy to imagine what she was feeling right now. She left Yan City for the sake of Jiang Chen. Then she accidentally entered the Nifa's abyss and endured the final despair. At the last moment, she didn't expect the person she loved to save her. All she wanted was to see him again. Just when she thought that everything was just an extravagant hope and that she could only meet him again in her next life, that person just happened to appear. That kind of surprise and happiness was indescribable. Of course it's me. I'm here. Don't even think about dying. Jiang Chen teased. He didn't know why Yan Qingqing would appear in the Nifa's abyss, but there must be a reason. Moreover, all of this wasn't important anymore. What was important was that he appeared in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing could no longer control her emotions. She immediately threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms with tears streaming down her cheeks. The despair and suppressed emotions that she had been feeling for a long time were finally released at this moment. At this moment, Yan Qingqing was no longer that domineering missy. She completely revealed her feminine side. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still have a fragile side, and this fragile side would only be shown to certain people. Sigh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. All along, he had treated Yan Qingqing as a passerby in his life. He had never had any improper thoughts about her. Even now, he already had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. He really didn't want to provoke a third girl. That's right. He clearly saw Yan Qingqing's expression before she died. This woman could be said to be deeply in love with him. This was something that even a person with a heart of stone could feel. Putting aside their feelings, it was impossible for him to watch Yan Qingqing die here based on his relationship with her. Since they met in the Nifa's abyss, Jiang Chen had the responsibility to protect her. The black-robed woman who was already in despair was incomparably shocked when she saw Jiang Chen suddenly appear. Yan Qingqing's current performance made her even more astonished. She knew that Yan Qingqing was looking for her beloved in one-line sky and was inadvertently teleported to the Nifa's abyss. Now it seemed that this handsome white-robed youth was the one Yan Qingqing was looking for. Kid, who are you? Let go of that woman at once, then kneel down and accept your death. One of the black-robed men said coldly to Jiang Chen. This guy had appeared out of nowhere and actually ignored their existence. Since this man had appeared, there was only one ending for him: death. This was the Nifa's abyss. There was no need for a reason to kill here. Jiang Chen raised his head. His cold gaze was enough to destroy a person's soul. He looked at the four black-robed men and asked indifferently, "Her injuries were caused by you, right? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.